Rise and shine, race fans. The long road ahead will be a fast one at America's National Park of Speed. It's time for our first race of the weekend in the Zenith Racing Series. I am Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Joey Atterbury. Later, we'll be joined by Jonathan Grace and Sloan Palsner on pit lane. Joey, it's Road America. It's one of the most loved tracks in the country.
I absolutely love this place. Like you were just mentioning, it is a driver and fan favorite. It's some beautiful weather over here this weekend for some great racing. Got a pair of 7-hour races that we're about to kick off here on Saturday with the first one of the two. So yeah, can't wait to see it. And not only that, Joe, but we also have the introduction of the ZR4 class here,
Which was fun to see. Now, we also had a chance for Sloan and Jonathan to go and check out the track, which there is a lot of. So why don't we see how that went?
For a little over 70 years now, Road America has seen some of the best cars and some of the best drivers anywhere in the world, and now, for the first time, it sees the Zenith Racing Series. I'm Jonathan Grace, she's Sloan Palsner, and he's Matt Millian, one of the drivers that's going to be running around here this weekend. First of all, what do you like about America's National Park of Speed? I mean, this facility is just so amazing as a driver. It's so grand. You just have this amazing sense of scale with all the trees, how long the lap is, all the straightaways. It's just super fun. It's super fast. It's really beautiful. It makes for great multi-class racing.
What would you say is one of your favorite parts of racing this track?
Road America is just so fast, and the straights are so long, and it just gives you this sense of like, wow, you're at speed, and it's just amazing. It's just beautiful. I mean, there's no place really like it. It's why we all strive to come back here throughout the year and throughout the summer, especially as it's so green and lush, and it's an awesome place. On the technical side, we have 4 classes this weekend for the first time. That's a few more cars than we might be used to. You'll be in the fastest ZP2 class. What is that going to be like in terms of navigating traffic around a track that's a little over 4 miles long? Yeah, so the dynamic with 4 classes this weekend is definitely going to be different. A lot of straights will hopefully give us time to be able to pass cars with a little less drama, but definitely some big speed differentials between the classes. Less visibility in the prototypes for sure than the GT cars, but should turn out to be a really good event. Speed differences, not too bad.
What's your favorite thing about Canada Corner, as we are here at Canada Corner currently?
Just how quickly you come up here. It really comes up fast. You got to make sure that you pick a really good brake zone and a really good brake point so that you can be consistent every lap, so that you can shoot up the hill and get back to start finish. You mentioned the hill. That's another feature of Road America, is the elevation change. Just down there, Kettle Bottoms is the lowest part of the track, and you climb the hill to start finish the highest part of the track, more than 160 feet. How does that change how you drive? Yeah, I mean, really the track looks so expansive when you're looking at it on a map, but when you're driving it at speed, everything just comes so much quicker. So visibility just gets limited, especially cresting turn 6, going underneath the bridges, going down Kettle Bottoms into a nice low elevation brake zone where you really have to make sure you're not locking up, especially in the ZP2 cars without ABS. And yeah, just take into account all the little elevation changes that make the lap what it is.
What do you think it's going to be like this weekend now that we're introducing our ZR4 class?
ZR4 is just going to add an extra dynamic of class passing and traffic management. Definitely some slower cars on course are just going to make for some moving chicanes potentially with the higher classes, but just going to add to the overall, I think, allure of the event. It's going to be spectacular to watch it on the broadcast in terms of fanning out 2, 3, maybe even 4 wide in some sections to get past, so I think it's going to just add to the action. And part of the action this weekend is a set of 2 races. We had an endurance race in VIR, but you've got to get it done over 2 different days. It be kind of in the beginning of the season as well. That's got to be a challenge for us. Yeah, for sure. They're just quicker races. I mean, 7 hours is definitely not a quick race, but I think compared to VIR, it's going to feel quick. Yeah, it's just a little bit more urgency to make sure that the car is in the right place throughout the whole race and not just right at the end. So definitely want to be up front and fighting on the lead lap.
Thank you so much to Matt for joining us this morning, and we're excited to see you guys on track later today.
Awesome stuff. Just a beautiful circuit, as we heard a lot of new stuff to go over for this weekend, Joey. So I'm excited to see them get out onto the track.
Yeah, I think everybody is anxious to see all of these cars get out onto the track. We heard a little bit about that new class being introduced here at Road America, ZR4, the first time they are going to hit the track here.
And down on pit lane, let's head to Jonathan and Sloan, who are ready with the grid.
Good morning from beautiful Road America. The weather is beautiful, these cars look beautiful, the teams look beautiful, and Jonathan, you look beautiful too. How you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling great. This is one of the best racetracks in the country, arguably one of the best racetracks anywhere in the world. A lot of firsts this weekend, Sloan. The first time the Zenith Racing Series has come to this great track in its inaugural year. The first time that we have 4 classes on the grid with the ZR4 class. Tons of storylines, but what are you looking out for?
Yesterday qualifying was intense. I think today I'm looking towards that battle for Dakota Dickerson and Ethan Barker. They were within margins of each other. Jonathan and I were just watching the timing and being like, oh my God, what's going to happen? So truly, I'm excited to see what they can leave it out on the track today as.
Exactly, and I'm really curious to see how all of these cars, more than we saw in the last couple of rounds, are going to manage all of the traffic, even around a track that's more than 4 miles long. That's going to be a really, really difficult thing to do.
We're excited for a really great race today, and we can't wait to see you guys on the track later.
Thanks, guys. I'm sure they'll keep us up to speed on what's happening down there. But as you can see, engines are rumbling, ready to take off. They'll be releasing the cars very shortly here with 4 classes taking to the track. And thankfully, it looks like weather is going to behave for us this weekend, as it's nice and sunny. But Joey, tell us a little bit about the details of this circuit.
America's National Park of Speed, located about an hour, maybe 90 minutes north of Milwaukee. So a nice quick drive once you fly into MKE there, and then look at this place. Beautiful 14 turns, just over 4 miles, and some monster straightaways. Turn number 1 is a good passing opportunity, but look towards turn number 5. That's your biggest break zone, so lots of passing goes on there. And then really in the backside of the course, tons of elevation change. Of course, the carousel into the kink, one of the most famous sections in all of North America. And then turn number 12, Canada Corner at the far end of the track map there. That's all the way down in the hole, the lowest point in elevation. You got to make sure you got enough fuel to make it to start finish.
And at the start, it is going to be Dakota Dickerson, who is on the pole. Ethan Barker will be to his outside in that number 77. Round 3 racing sees Thomas Belleman starting from 3rd. Then it's Shane Roberts in the P4 spot. Brandon Kidd will start in 5th, as it is Carter Pease and the other R3R starting in 6th. 7th goes to Brad McCall. There ending up our ZR2 or ZRP class. Then we get down to the ZR2s with Patrick Wilmot starting on the pole for them. 9th overall is going to be Matt Million. Jorge LaRue starts in 10th on the outside of that row. Ari Baylog starts in 11th. He's going to be flanked by AJ Alsup for Retro Rockets starting in 12th. Ian Barbary then will be in the 13th spot. Andrew Heffring starts in the 14th next to him. From there, Michael Browning returns once again for Open Throttle Racing, starting from 15th. Ethan Sterling will be in the 16th spot. And then rounding out our ZR2 field, Joey, it is the 178 of Clark Camburn.
We still have a pair more classes here. ZR3 is led off by Tom O'Gorman. He took the pole in that Camburn Performance Janetta in the 177. Next to him is going to be Sergio Ramirez, lined up 2nd in class, 19th overall, right? And then 20th is going to be Colin Garrett. 21st is going to be Juan Carlos LaRue Jr. 22nd is going to be Christian Blevins there in the number 14 car. In 23rd is going to be Grant Berry. 24th is going to be Corey Jenkins in the 777 machine. And then in 25th is going to be Bassam Adala. In 26th is going to be David Kim. That rounds out our 9-car ZR3 field. And then to our newest class. This is our ZR4 class. Aaron Lichty on pole position in that brand new Corvette C8, that 66 car. Next to him is going to be Alex Rockwell. That's lining up 28th overall, 2nd in class. Jonathan Holler going to be lining up in 29th overall. Preston Powell back here 30th overall. And I believe we've got one more car. It's going to be Jean Diedrichs back here starting 31st. There are a couple more entries, but these cars I don't think are going to be hitting the racetrack. I think 35 entries in total is what we had at Road America.
Yeah, there were a few that just needed a little bit of testing, but you're correct that we believe 31 should be taking to the track itself as we're already on the outlap. For those that aren't familiar, as we had mentioned earlier, 7 hours of racing, and there are no rules on drive time. And there's no rules on the number of pit stops. The only thing that you do have to worry about is trying to make sure you don't have to change tires. You get one free one, and then after that, every tire that you add onto the car during the race requires a penalty. As they will add a lap to your race. So it is all about managing equipment, Joey. It is about making sure that you can get to the end. And of course, as we always say every race, fuel management and fuel stints going to play a huge part.
Got to keep track of those numbers, got to make sure that you can always make it to the end of your stint. And we've seen several times, definitely in the closing stages of these ZRS races, that that fuel management can definitely come into effect with how many stops teams and cars have to make. You know, can you make it on one stop to the end? Can you make it on two stops to the end? So we'll definitely have to kind of keep our Post-it notes out with that, jotting down everything that we can to keep everybody informed. But ZR4, the addition, I mean, we've already mentioned it a few times. It'll be interesting to see the, call it third production car class and how it mixes up more of the multi-class racing. And then my biggest question, we've seen a lot of growth in the ZR2 class, and some of those cars up at the front of ZR2 have some pretty big top speed. How much are they going to interfere with the back end of the ZP2 class? Are they going to get mixed up? It'll be interesting to see, especially call it the first 15 minutes.
It's a good point. You're going to see some very different areas where that speed is found on the lap between the ZR2 and the ZP2s. Could be an interesting dynamic between them. This one of those corners out of the carousel that you'll see the ZP2s really thrive. But then here is one of the fastest parts where the ZR2s will be going incredibly fast down into Canada corner, where our fastest class is already heading through, should be doubling up here shortly, and we'll go racing here at Road America, followed by that ZR2 class being led by Kingpin Racing with their Porsche GT3 Cup car. It's been interesting seeing it really take the fight to what has been mostly a BMW class up to this point. And I can already see on the track map that the ZP2s are coming out of the final corner. It's going to be a long climb up the hill for them to that start-finish line. So we wait for the call for the green flag from the start. There they are, all lined up in beautiful rows. It's a long wait, and it looks like they are on it. Green flag is out as we go racing here at America's National Park of Speed. Dakota Dickerson with a decent start, but not able to really streak away. Could be a challenge for the lead by Barker down into the first corner as they come into the braking zone. He isn't able to get side by side. Instead, he is fighting the 4 of Bellarmine.
Yeah, Bellarmine does have that track position down to the inside going down into turn number 3. It certainly seems like Ethan Barker, maybe a little bit deeper onto the brakes, is able to clear himself up into what is second place. And I do see our production car field as they approach the start-finish stand. You see Pat Wilmot, Matt Million receive the green flag. They jump on the gas, and now we are racing for the ZR2, ZR3s, and ZR4s. Look at this pack of cars head down into what is turn number 1. A look to the inside. That's aggressive from LaRue. Wilmot covers them off, and now it's going to be a little bit of deja vu side by side between second and third.
For LaRue, getting this track position is going to be important. Remember that 95 car mostly going to be doing testing up there, so they're not going to be a factor in this race. He won't want to be a problem with them, but they are, of course, running their own process as we watch them fly down the Moraine sweep. Looks like Wilmot retained the lead for now, and it looks like LaRue did get into second.
Nice move, and actually he's challenging for the lead right now. Porsche versus BMW into turn number 5 on the first lap here at Road America. got edged out, and now he's trying to do an over-under Wilmot defensive right in the middle of the road, but that BMW certainly looks to have some great grip here on these opening couple laps, and now Pat finally puts the power down, starts to accelerate away.
My timing is showing as Bellarmine in second right now, so may have been a bit of a change up there for that P2. For the time being, we ride on board with Jorge LaRue still fighting for the lead of this race. Million behind them in third. Ari Baylog in the Ginetta has also remained close. I saw him going up the hill into sixth, staying in the hunt as they come out of the carousel and now towards the kink. But look at the legs on that Porsche as it pulls away.
Nicely done there, getting out of the carousel and now the run through the kink. And you're right, that GT3 Cup car certainly seems to have some top speed. I do see that our ZP2s just cross start finish. And you're right, Joe. Thomas Bellarmine has slotted into second. He is now giving chase to Dakota Dickerson, and I see him right on the bumper as well.
That should be a fun fight. Yeah, across the line. They were less than a tenth of a second apart. Wonder if there's going to be any changes down into turn one between the pair of them as we now check in on that duo. And I'm showing the 4 is actually ahead of Dickerson. Watching the cameras, no, it looks like he is just behind still. So Bellarmine remains in second. Roberts continues to follow, but they've got a gap down to Barker, who has gone from the front row to fourth here early in this race.
And he's actually getting challenged right now. I believe this is the 908 car of Brandon Kidd trying to force it around the outside. Most of the time, you don't see that move being made because it's such a mechanical grip corner. That outside line just doesn't provide the momentum, but he hung tough around the outside of turn number 5, and now he has to slot back into the racing line once again behind the 77. But, Joe, that goes to your point that you were saying Ethan Barker, who started up on the front row, is not only slotted into third now, I should say fourth now, but he's actually become the lead car of that second pack. It's almost like there's a lead breakaway pack and then the 77.
So we rode on board for a brief moment with Bellarmine. We come back, that battle for the lead. Even though it's quick down the straightaway, it seems like the Porsche is being caught up in other parts as Jorge LaRue reels him back in. By the way, I had noticed that Browning is in pit lane. Oh, and we got a car coming to a halt on the front stretch. That's the 305 of Diederik's. Not sure exactly what is causing this. It's maybe trying to get to an opening here, and hard to tell if it's actually got any power to it.
Well, and let's see what the driver does. That's exactly what I wanted to see right there. Hook the hard right and is simply going back to the garage. It's not what we want to see in terms of the car retiring so early, right? However, he was able to take his hazard off of the racetrack and we remain green.
We did get a car in pit lane, Browning in the 67. Jonathan has a little bit of information as to why that car is down there. Jonathan?
Unfortunate to see them have to stop so early, guys. Luckily, it appears just to be a transponder issue. They're getting that remedied early as possible. Nothing mechanical from my understanding, but the hood is up just so they can get that transponder working.
And we have our first code 60 already, and a car is on fire. The 333 stopped just at turn 7. It looks like the driver is out of the car immediately. Thank goodness. Hopefully they get that put out quickly.
Yes, the driver is out of the car. Can confirm that. However, that's a pretty significant fire on this 333 machine. And plus, with the hood closed, hopefully the safety workers can get there relatively soon. There's the truck pulling up. But, Joe, that's a pretty significant fire. The best thing is the driver is out of there. Look at how much smoke has already inhaled the cockpit.
Whew, yeah, that was the first thing that I was checking for, looking inside the car, making sure the driver had escaped. And already the Road America safety crew, one of the best in the country, is on it. They're going to get that put out. Is going to take a little bit here. Now, we said code 60. Our viewers that are new to the series might not be as familiar. What happens here is all the cars will now go at 60 kilometers per hour around the track. It is essentially like the virtual safety car. There is Browning that you saw, or excuse me, not Browning. That was Barry, Grant Barry, off to the side.
Sorry. Yep, my bad.
Yeah, Grant Barry that was out of the car. But But just to finish my point, it is essentially like Formula One's virtual safety car, where everybody is going at the same speed around the track. They do not have full course yellows where the safety car comes out, but this neutralizes the race so that the safety crews can work.
And we've seen it work to perfection, really, throughout the entire season of Zenith Racing Series. We were, I wouldn't say skeptical, but we were just curious, right? How is it going to work? And when we had our first event of the year back in the spring over at Sonoma, I couldn't believe how well it in fact worked. And then you get later to Barber, and we had a few more. Once again, it worked extremely well. And not only that, but when we think of strategy, we think of full course yellows and the pack being kind of come together and have to call the strategy based on that. But how a Code 60 works is completely different. And these teams have adapted to that. It's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, it changes for a little bit of a different strategy. Let's head down to Sloan, though, on pit lane. Sloan, what you got?
Guys, I'm here with Devin from Bruce Innovations. Devin, that was a little scary. How are you feeling? Have you heard from the driver? What's going through your head?
The next time you come by, and we'll check to see if fuel pumps are failing. Now that we see what's happening out on the track, most likely it was a ruptured fuel line. So that's the cause of the fire, obviously. But the driver got out. He's fine. And we'll see what happens with the car when it gets back. But it's safe to say that is probably done for the day.
Ugh, I'm so sorry. Well, I'm glad to hear that the driver's okay. And you still have your other car out there, right?
Yep, the 444 is still on track. We'll see if we can have a good outcome for the day for that car and just keep going.
Yeah, I love the positive attitude. Well, I'm so sorry about that, and I hope that you guys can recover, recoup, and that we see you on the podium later today.
Yep. I mean, if that car's not back, we'll be back every event, so it's all just part of it.
Love to hear it. Back to you guys.
Joey, it's a shame to see it happen so early. But normally we would say they've got another race coming. They can get back in and try again tomorrow. With a fire of that magnitude, I mean, would you think that they can get that turned around?
It just depends on how much is crispy underneath the bonnet. I don't want to be a downer, but I unfortunately have been involved in fires very similar to that, and things get really hot really fast. I think that the number one thing here was that the driver was able to get out of the car, wasn't affected by the smoke at all, wasn't affected by the heat. But yeah, I have a feeling that wiring is going to be pretty crispy underneath that thing, and chasing electrical problems on cars, that's always a headache. That's usually where, call it the main hurdle comes, because you can always replace the mechanical bits relatively simply. But yeah, chasing the tail always becomes tough.
So cars are just going to cruise along for the time being. I can tell you they're still working on clearing the car over there. We'll give you updates as they come along. As it sits right now, Dakota Dickerson leads in the ZRP class, ZP2 class, excuse me. Then in the ZR2s, it is Patrick Wilmot for the Kingpin Racing that is leading down there. ZR3 sees Sergio Ramirez for Harrison Motorsports up at the front, and then the brand new ZR4s has Rockwell Autosports number 12 car currently leading the way over Paragon Performance, which, remember, yesterday the Paragon Performance Corvette was looking mighty fast, so I'm a bit surprised to see the 12 manage to get ahead of them so early.
That's a great point. And you're right, that Corvette was just an absolute monster in terms of qualifying. Ever since they put down that first timed lap, they were able to steal away the fastest time lap from the number 12 yesterday. So you're right. And actually, we're getting kind of shots of that number 12 go up and over what is turn number 6. And I actually don't see the number 66 pretty much anywhere in sight right now, which kind of adds to your curiosity, Joe. The Corvette was really fast, but what caused this huge gap, and especially since we only had a few minutes of racing?
Yeah, so we'll have to see if we can find out what's going on there. Definitely a bit curious early.
It certainly could be drivers that are new to the Code 60, right, and haven't experienced
That's
that before,
true.
maybe just being a little bit tentative, not wanting to get a penalty or anything like that, but just throwing ideas out there, I guess.
And to be fair, it's not a bad idea to be a bit tentative, because that is one thing we have seen happen a lot is Code 60 violations by various teams that push that a little bit too hard. It's with that being a safety issue, they are very stringent on that. Now, interesting thing that I noticed during this, and I wasn't sure if I was seeing issues on the timing and scoring, but it seems to be accurate. The 59, the 77, the 908, and the 3 all came in to the pits that time. They are now showing is coming out and on their outlap. I wonder if that was just a top up on fuel to play some strategy. It sounds like Jonathan's found out a little bit more. Jonathan, what's going on with that?
Spot a couple, two, and most, if all, took just a little bit of a splash of fuel, trying to take advantage of the slow track. Attempt for the number 3, Mountain Dew Racing, came in just the left-hand side mirror. No fuel, no mechanical, just getting that mirror in a spot where they did it a little bit better. But interesting that they didn't take any fuel on board, so the other competitors did.
Apologies, a little bit of technical issues. We'll get that sorted later on. Obviously, this will change the running order a fair bit in the ZP2s at the start of this race. But interesting call there from some of those teams to kick things off. And I guess not the worst idea. Usually I would expect that from teams, Joey, that are maybe a little bit farther down the order that can roll the dice a little bit. If you give up that track position, sometimes that can wind up not being the best thing in the world, although I guess you can pass here.
I hear you. And it is early, right? It's relatively early to be really making huge strategy calls. And I think that's why some of these teams have pitted, is because it is so early. They had the split start between the ZP2s and then the production-based car, so they had a little bit of track position. I was trying to see where they popped out, and I had brought it up yesterday. In race conditions, pit lane at Road America, extremely long. So if you can kind of take a cheap pit stop, I'm thinking more about the time lost on pit road versus how much fuel is going in the car, and that equals track position in my mind, Joe.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a good point. To your question earlier, Dickerson came out in 3rd. Brandon Kidd in the 908 came out in 5th, Barker 6th, and McCall in 7th. Now, Barker was already moving backwards, so this one could help them out if that winds up being a good strategy call, but they'll restart second to last in the class. So far, other than the 333 obviously having their fire, we've only had the 67 Browning for open throttle come down to pit lane. Everybody else remains out on track and is able to keep going. I can tell you that they do have the flatbed out for the 333 car. They're just about getting ready to load that up. So hopefully that means that we're getting close to getting this running again.
I'm not surprised. You got to extinguish that thing. I don't want to linger on this too long, but fire is something you definitely don't want to mess around with, and especially when it's underneath the hood. It can be very difficult to put the fire out. So I think just safety is obviously paramount, and just making sure everything is cooled down and taken care of in a proper manner.
There we see our leaders in the ZR2s, Wilmot ahead of Jorge LaRue, and then Matt Million. Ari Baylog really wants to try and move around that blue M4 when he gets a chance, but can't right now with it being the code 60, because next on their list is try to fight for what would be second place. Obviously, they're not on the podium right now, but we're expecting that to change once the first tire change for Million happens. That's something that's almost become tradition with that car, where they're testing the tires. So they might be quick at times, but they are docked laps multiple times as they continue to do that testing for the series to find out what works and what does not in proper race conditions. Right now, though, We're on board one of our Camburn performance machines. This is Tom O'Gorman in 17th, coming down the moraine sweep. You can see, Joe, we still have quite a bit of shadows with it being early in the morning coming across the track. But as we get closer to noon, that track is probably going to heat up in a number of places.
All right, about 9:15 a.m. local time right now. So you're right. Sun relatively low in the sky. And with 7 hours of racing, I think I wouldn't necessarily be worried about the sun in the driver's eyes. It would be more about the temperature. You were mentioning the shade, so obviously a lot cooler on the racetrack in those specific areas. When I think of a cool racetrack versus a hot racetrack, anywhere in the sun in the morning might have a little bit more asphalt grip initially. However, once you get into the heat of the day, that is going to really rapidly increase in temperature, and that's actually going to become lower grip. So I think it's just going to be the drivers understanding the changes of the day today when they can push it. And then you had kind of touched on it with the number 95 car, the tires, right? The tires are always such a big talking point here with Zenith Racing Series. So the more you take care of your stuff now in these cool conditions, the better off they're going to be for you later in the race, for your teammates, for you when you get back in the car, whatever the case may be.
Since we're riding on board with Tom, you had mentioned yesterday a lot of experience racing all different kinds of sports cars in various series for many years now. Has also competed quite a bit in SCCA. But for me, the big point is he comes from my hometown. He's a fellow Cincinnati boy. So glad to see some representation from Southwest Ohio.
I think in one of the trips past, Joe, you were talking about how specific the chili was in Cincinnati. You think you guys can have a chili conversation?
Oh, absolutely. I was going to ask if he finds success, is he going to have some Skyline to celebrate? Might not have it here with him up in Wisconsin. We do love our chili, which is unique to the area. We'll talk about that later if things get a little bit
Nothing
boring.
Like a good old chili shoey at the end of a race, right?
Oh boy, that would be an interesting call. I don't think I would even do that, and I am a huge fan of Cincinnati chili. But I find it interesting that Tom he seems to be intentionally riding off the racing line. Now it's early.
Okay. I wanted to say something about this. I don't think that this is Tom. I think that this is a rule. And one of these drivers maybe wasn't paying attention as much because for the most part, everybody is following Tom kind of off of the racing line. So I wonder if that is one of these Code 60 rules to make sure that, hey, if there's any safety trucks or anything, they've got the left side of the racetrack or the right side. They know exactly what's going on. But I noticed that as well, too.
Yeah, I was thinking it's too early for there to be mini marbles, so probably not as worried about that, but certainly will still be dirty offline here. Everybody kind of following him at this phase as we now watch from off board. Interesting that they've got both the Ginettas. They're in two different classes, mind you. That's a ZR2 car behind. The ZR3 is the 177 in blue and white. The ZR2 is Clark Camburn in the black and blue 178 there, you see. And they're currently running 9th in that ZR2 class. They fell a little bit down into some of the ZR3s. We talked earlier about wondering what the pace difference was going to be like between the ZR2s and ZP2s, but we can't forget the ZR3 and ZR2s have traditionally also been somewhat close to pace with each other so far this season.
See a few people out there watching on the stream. Lots of Preston Powell fans, lots of Ethan Barker fans, lots of people tuning in already. Great to see it. And yes, we are under a Code 60 a little early on. It's because we had a fire for the 333 machine, the Bruce Innovations BMW. Unfortunately, had a little bit of an incident and had to pull it off to the side of the road. So safety workers are cleaning up that. Up at the outside of, what was it, about turn number 7? Wasn't it right about here, Joe?
Yeah, inside of the corner. Yeah, we'll see it as we go by whether or not they've actually removed the car from the scene. And it looks like, yes, do not see that safety truck there anymore. So That means we should be going pretty shortly. And in fact, I can tell you that the safety truck is currently heading towards Canada Corner. So that should give them a chance to duck off just after Bill Mitchell Bend, as there is a nice opening that can send it back to the paddock.
I also do see some more questions out there. Yes, Shane Roberts is in the 109 car right now, at least on timing and scoring, shown in what is second place. Joe, you had kind of touched on some of these cars, took the opportunity under this Code 60, especially the ZP2 cars, to take a little bit of fuel. So it's not necessarily how they were running when we had the green flag. The order has been shuffled up slightly.
It has. Meanwhile, sounds like Sloan has gotten somebody down on pit lane. Let's go to Sloan.
I'm here with Michael Murphy from Rockwell Motorsport. Is that how you say it? Okay, I did really good. Rockwell is a new ZR4 team with us. Michael, how has the weekend been going for you so far?
So far, so good. It's a small class, so we're kind of expecting to...
Oh, is it your radio mic?
But it's good. We're happy to be here and see how the series goes. It's a test series for us, so if we like it, we're going to come back and hopefully do the rest of the series and see how it goes. So it's pretty early in the race, and the competition is, neck and neck with the Corvette and the Porsche, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it's definitely a very interesting class, very interesting lineup. So we're wishing you the best of luck. Thank you guys for coming out, and hope you guys have a good day.
Yeah, happy to be here, experience something new, and excited to see how it goes.
Back to you guys.
And green flag is out. Look at this ZP2 class. Despite many of them taking fuel, it is still very tightly together. So maybe it was indeed a good call to try and top up as they fly up the hill. Looks like Bellarmine is showing his leading, but I thought I saw a different car up at the front. Yeah, he has got somebody in front of him. That is Roberts, I believe, that is going to lead the way across the line, but down to the inside, looking for that right back. The number 4 has got the inside racing line into the swift right-hander. The question is, can he get the job done as they remain side by side through the corner, and the battle carries on down the hill through 3.
And the track is wide enough there in turn number 1 to support the side-by-side battle, the door-to-door stuff. Here in turn number 3, the exit kind of has a little bit of a funnel effect. I expect to see that number 4 car pop out ahead of Bellarmine, and that's exactly what has happened. So Shane Roberts now in second, getting pressure. There's the 59, Dakota Dickerson, who started this race on pole position, who was in front of this field, is now putting the pressure on. And also, I think I see Carter Pease trying to get down to the inside of the 59. Dakota lets him have the line.
Coming up the lap traffic very quickly. Looks like Browning's got his car back out on track. We'll try and check up with our pit reporters later on to see what kind of assessment was made and what fixes they had to do. But they're going to be many laps down, even with the code 60. Up at the front, Bellarmine able to make his way past that lapped car. Roberts sneaks through, and now Pease manages to slide in behind ahead of Dickerson. Did not see Dickerson manage to sneak past there. So top 3 get a little bit of a break as they come around the carousel.
And just a message from race control as we are under green flag. Sometimes we have those code 60 penalties. Well, we've got a handful of them, Joe. Car 18, car 69, 74, and 85 are all receiving a 1-lap penalty for a code 60 violation.
Early in the race, and we were talking about how the code 60 changes the strategy. Normally, you hope for a safety car to help get you back in, and while it still can help in this situation, it's not going to automatically get you a lap back like it typically would. So unfortunately, it is going to be hard running after this to try and get back into the hunt with a lap already cost, especially, Joey, at a track like this where 1 lap is much bigger at some of the shorter circuits.
No, that was exactly the point that I was going to bring up. 1 lap here at Road America is almost 2, maybe even 3 laps at other circuits. So it's really a big time ouchie. And I think out of all those car numbers that I read off, The biggest ouchie is that 85. That's the AOA Racing. That's LaRue Jr., and he's sitting third in that ZR3 class currently.
I was kind of noticing that as well. They're typically a very fast car, that AOA machine, so they're not going to be happy about that one to start things off as we come back to green flag racing down the hill for our ZP2s. Thomas Belleman finds himself with a little bit of a gap this time. We talked a lot about the slipstream during qualifying, but let's not forget it's going to be a factor in the race as well. Maybe not as much for passes, Joey, but if you can hold on to the tail of that car in front, they can pull you along, give you that little bit of extra speed.
They can, and slipstream is in effect here, especially in these ZP2 classed cars. The reason I say that, relatively low aero profile, right? So they're pretty slippery when it comes to cutting through the air. However, they don't have monster horsepower underneath these cars. You know, they're 4-cylinder, some of them turbo, some of them naturally aspirated. So when it comes to the top speed, relatively, call it low to medium top speed, they reach that top speed relatively quickly. So when you got up there and you have somebody punching that hole in front of you, you can really utilize that slipstream because you've already reached that acceleration point. So yeah, I think in ZP2, we're going to see the most amount of slipstream. The one caveat here at Road America, I think that the corner exit is actually more important than the slipstream, and people often overlook getting out of turn number 12, getting out of turn number 14, getting out of turn number 3. That provides you that top speed drive down those long straightaways.
That's a great point. So we'll see which driver really is focusing on that. There you can see already almost a half an hour into this one. The Code 60 definitely ate up a lot of that first hour, but thankfully we are back under speed. And Belleman continues to stretch it out. Looks like it might even be a full second when they cross the line. It was 0.3 of a second last time they crossed one of our beams here. And checking back in with the 74 now, a little bit farther down. This sees Matt Million giving chase. And that is actually, Million is actually showing in the lead in that 95 I'm seeing right now.
I'm right there with you. I'm trying to grab the car number there, and I understand that Jonathan has a little bit more info on some of the ZR4 cars that have issues.
Yeah, some early woes for the 305, that GT86. It's a really impressive little car. It's that kind of base engine that you would get from the GT86, that boxer 4-cylinder with a big old turbocharger on it. Makes a whole heap of horsepower. Unfortunately, an engine failure earlier yesterday, right when they were going out of the pit lane to start practice laps, prompted an engine change last night. The crew did a sterling job to get a new engine installed, get it ready, and race prepped. Unfortunately, in the early laps, a very similar issue, and their day is done. A few pit stalls down sits the number 21, that 987 generation Porsche Cayman. It was a loose shifter cable that the team is trying to remedy now. Good news for them is they should be able to get back out, but unfortunately for the 305, their day is done.
Again, more teams finding themselves with not much of a chance to show what they can do out here as we check back in with Roberts chasing Pease. Which I think has actually swapped around recently because, now our timing and scoring updates, and the 5 has moved into second over the 109. Look at the gap now, 2.5 seconds up to that yellow number 4. So the round 3 racing number 5 unable to keep up with the sister car. And in fact, even though he's made the pass, Joey, he's already feeling the threat from the Roberts Motorsports machine.
And what I find interesting about this is that, call it these top 3 cars in ZP2 currently, not necessarily the fastest cars in qualifying in the class yesterday. I'm going to give Belleman some credit because he was hanging out like that 3rd car in the draft line, was always popping in those fast laps, drafting off of everybody. So the 4 car was there. However, it was mainly between the 59 and the 77 when it came to outright speed yesterday in qualifying. And now we see these round 3 racing machines show up. Maybe a little bit of team strategy as the 178 Ginetta has a problem. This is down at turn number 5, going to take the shortcut I would assume they are going to be going back to the garage, back to the paddock. That's the easiest way to get back there. But back to my long-winded point about these ZP2 cars, Joe, just a little bit of a change of landscape up at the front in the top three.
Speaking of a change of landscape, while the 40 of Medusa Motorsports did have an off recently coming out of the final turn, they've also set the fastest lap of that class this last time around. In fact, they were purple in Sector 1, setting personal bests in Sector 2. So I'm eagerly awaiting to see what it looks like here at the end of the lap for them. And they set a personal best, but it looks like, they reset that best lap for the class again, down to a 2:19.6. That car is flying, and they get promoted up to second because it looks like R.A. Baylog, as we saw, is pitting in.
Yeah, that car is definitely on the move out there. I see that. Okay. Yeah, it just shows the 178 was off at turn number 5. However, that was Clark Camber and that Janetta that we had just saw have that issue down there, Joe.
Yeah, that's right. So it's the other Janetta that I was thinking of here. No, excuse me. It is the Janetta with the R.A. Baylog. So they're in pit lane for some reason. 290 also having what seems like an unscheduled stop. Don't think it would be for fuel at this point. Lots of curious things happening out on track. Usually, things don't quite start as this eventful as in previous races. Looking back once again at the 95 of million. So technically, since this car should probably pull off at some point in the near future, Ethan Sterling and the number 40 should inherit the lead.
Something I'm going to do early on in this race, because I always feel myself trying to play catch up with the strategy, right? I'm going to start to take some notes on when each of these classes is going to be coming down for their first true pit stop. I think ZP2 is going to be a little bit convoluted just with some of those cars taking that early opportunity. However, I'm going to try to get a good grip on how long each of these classes can make it on that fuel stint. So hopefully we'll be able to inform everybody watching as we get closer into those, call it ending stages of the race, where everybody sits in terms of those fuel numbers and how far they can make it.
So that is the 67 there alongside the 40. So that's not for position. 40 is a ways back from the 95, if I'm seeing right. In fact, it's about 12 seconds up to million right now. So kind of all on their lonesome. But there is what is right now second place in that ZR2 class, but continuing to really increase the best lap of the class with a 2:19.4 last time by. That Aston Martin is looking like a force to be reckoned with today.
Very, very fast, and just has that little bit of track position to make up before getting up to Matt Million. But we've talked about it a few times already. We'll see how long that 9.4 Motorsports machine decides to run out there with that BMW GT4 platformed car. And then really it's going to be kind of that Aston Martin from Medusa Motorsports, like you were saying, going to be overtaking for that lead, and we'll just see how strong they are. And I think that the ZR2 class is maybe the most interesting class to me, Joe. I think that ZP2 still currently puts on our best racing in Zenith Racing Series with how close they are. However, the growth from ZR2, and not only the growth, but the different players that have come into that class, and it hasn't just been one car that has dominated it all season long. There's definitely been a few different players that have claimed that top step.
Did notice that Pease had cut down on Belleman. We saw in an earlier shot. So the lead suddenly went from about 2.5 seconds now to barely about a second apart. In the meantime, we've been watching Kidd chasing on Barker, which to me has been one of the big shocks of the start of this race. Ethan was so close on one lap pace to Dickerson earlier on and has fallen back. Now, some of that has been sort of muddied by their pit stop that they made, but he doesn't look like he's doing a great job of running away from Kidd here. Kidd has been just breathing down his neck.
I'm going to argue with you.
Okay. I'm listening.
Dakota Dickerson, right? He also came into pit lane, got topped up under that code 60, just like how Ethan did, right? Now,
Yes.
they both came out. They didn't have the track position, and the 59 hasn't gone forward either. It's kind of in the same position that Ethan is in. I know that the 77 is maybe call it 2 seconds behind Dakota, but in the same boat, right? They got the same canoe, they got the same oars, they're still rowing out there. So I don't think that the 77 is in that bad of a position in terms of track position. I just think that they haven't moved their way up in terms of the order on timing and scoring, maybe how they would have liked to.
So to take your point then, this would also imply that the 908's looking pretty good because, like I said, they've been almost hounding Barker for much of the race since we've gone back to green flag racing. You could see, even though they backed off a little bit, that's still within something like half a second of that 77 car. So credit to the automatic racing team. Looks like the car is going quickly in these early stages. As we switch over to a couple of our ZR2s coming back up the main straights and to complete another lap. We're about 10 laps in for our fastest class right now.
I'm going to let my ADD brain get to the best of me here, but I think that we're actually going to get an update from Jonathan. He's got some info for us on the Moorhead Speedworks machine.
Yeah, guys, we saw that Janetta come into pit lane and the team pour over the car. Think back to Virginia International Raceway. No less than 3 separate tire incidents that not only ripped up the tires, but hampered their day with a whole host of bodywork damage as well. That car would soldier on and do a nice job to take the checkered flag, but the team and the driver, more specifically, reporting a little bit of vibration, saying that they thought that the left rear might be going down. Brought the car into pit lane, more of a precaution than anything. Best case scenario for them, nothing is actually wrong with the car. The tire pressures were as expected, but in speaking with some of the crew members, they said, we just wanted to be safe rather than sorry. We certainly don't want to do any more fiberglass work.
That's completely understandable. And yeah, I don't blame them if something starts to imply that they're going to experience the same thing again. The high speeds here, you don't want to play around with that. Back to your ADD point, Joey. What were you saying?
Yesterday, we saw Dakota and Ethan really duke it out in qualifying. And remember, post-qualifying, Dakota said, yeah, we ran the car out of fuel, right? We had to come back in and get a splash of fuel just so I could make sure to go out there and defend that pole position. But it actually didn't go any faster. Ethan was out there the whole time, kept going faster and faster and faster. I'm scratching my head here thinking, I wonder how much fuel weight is going to dictate the lap times in these cars as you see Ethan and Brandon Kidd. Brandon finally got by on the front straightaway from the 77, so Ethan's just kind of hanging on the back end right now. But I wonder if just that little bit of extra fuel weight from these cars stopping even 10 minutes into the race is causing maybe 0.2 of a second, maybe 0.3 of a second lap time difference. And that's what we see out of these lead cars in comparison to somebody like the 59 and the 77.
Good catch on that. And also want to point out, not only did Kidd get by, but he set his personal best lap that last time by. So again, kind of nodding towards maybe the 908 is looking very fast right now. Although Thomas Bellman, keep an eye on our leader, just went purple in the second sector. So that car is starting to take off a little bit up at the front as they go by a few more lapped cars down through the kettle bottoms. Ethan Barker just holding on to the back of Brandon Kidd for the time being, maybe waiting for that next stop. We keep talking about the speed that you get for riding in the slipstream of the car ahead. Could there be any fuel shenanigans, maybe, of just trying to ride behind another car?
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look. If it doesn't cut out too much, it looks like it clipped over to the Shane Roberts versus Dakota Dickerson battle. But to answer your point, Joe, if you're as close as Dakota is here to the back, you can lift off, call it the last 5% of the straightaway, last 7% of the straightaway, because you've got that head of steam from using the slipstream, and then you can simply coast going into the corner. Doesn't seem like a whole lot, but here at Road America, you got 3 pretty monster straightaways and 3 opportunities that you could save a little bit of fuel. You combine that over the course of an hour, every little bit counts.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a game of inches, maybe a game of milliliters, if you will, during this race. Shane Roberts and Dakota Dickerson continuing at it. How much is Dakota actually trying to see if he can hassle a podium position out of this purple car? How much is he just kind of riding for now, trying to let the race come to him, see if he can extend this fuel stint an extra lap or two over the course of that hour? They'll fly down the hill towards turn 8. There you can see in the background the leaders starting to separate a little bit. Looked like Pease got held up by what was maybe a bit of lap traffic.
Riding on board with Bellarmine now here in the white and yellow number 4 car. Jump back to Ethan Barker here in the number 77. As we come through, this is always a tough section of the racetrack when it comes to reception. Doesn't matter if it is video reception from an in-car camera. I can tell you, Joe, even the race car radios, you get down here into, call it this canyon in the back, and it can be very, very difficult to communicate with your team all the way up on top of pit road. Sometimes if they don't have those super long antennas sticking way up into the sky, it can be pretty spotty up until right about here, until you climb out of Canada Corner.
Some of that comes down not just to the elevation changes with the lowest parts of the track, but also it's one of the most wooded parts with so many trees, I'm sure, interfering with that signal. And drivers and teams will have to test that stuff, kind of know when and where they can get nice, clear communication. Some more GT traffic that is going to maybe slow things up temporarily, but Dickerson not as close as we saw before. So giving maybe a little bit of space to try and decide when and where they're going to get around this car, so they'll have better speed on that corner exit down towards turn 3. This could allow them to finally fully get through.
I think he's hanging out. I really do think he's hanging out. He's being very, very patient. You saw him right there not dive down to the inside of one of the ZR cars. And I mean, he was literally pushing Shane coming up out of Canada Corner that previous lap. I think that the 59 has a number that they are running to right now, whether that's a fuel number, whether that's a lap time number. See him look down to the inside and pretty much toss my talking point out the window. 59 decides it's time to go.
That's enough fuel saving for now. I'd like the clear track, please.
Yeah.
Maybe, because look at how I think that's a lot closer than we saw before between themselves and Kidd and Barker. So
you're right.
Maybe it was this was good for a while, but the threat of losing track position kind of overrules that fuel saving.
It was only about 7 seconds, maybe a lap and a half, 2 laps ago, and you're right, now it's up to 10 and a half seconds. So how long can you afford to bleed that lap time? 2:23.7 out of both the 109 and the 59. I know that we saw him kind of have to deal with a little bit of that multi-class traffic, but you compare that to our leader, a 2:22.2. I mean, that's losing 1.5 seconds just that last lap.
Just want to give an update on the ZR4 class as well. Rockwell still leading, but set a personal best last time by. Was not quicker than the 66 of Lichty and the Paragon Performance Corvette, who seems to be cutting down on that. That's about 5 seconds. And it was 0.8 of a second difference between them last time by. So we got to keep an eye on first and second of the ZR4s, because it looks like that might be closing up soon.
And that is the newest class, right? That's pretty cool to see them out there. And you had mentioned the Rockwell Autosport car. That's that Porsche, I believe it's a Cayman. It's not a Boxster. And then that Corvette C8, that 66 car. So not only not BMWs, like you were saying, pretty BMW heavy in some of those lower ZR classes, but some new machinery out there as well.
Yeah, I love seeing the variety start to enter in. That's been one thing that's been so cool about this inaugural season, is seeing the growth and the adaptation as the teams learn, but then the teams start to bring different equipment as well. More teams start to show up, and that changes the complexion. There is Rockwell currently in that number 12, just carrying on. We'll see what the lap time looks like this time by. We're still waiting for that update, so we should get it shortly with this being turn 13. Definitely some unique additions, unique looking additions on this Porsche that sets it visually apart from what you tend to expect out of a Cayman.
Well, Joe, I am just full of wrong information today. I thought Dakota Dickerson was hanging out. He said, no, you know what? You're wrong, Joey. It's time to go. I thought that this was a Porsche Cayman. No, you know what? You're wrong, Joey. It's a Porsche Boxster. I might just have to have you take over today.
It's okay. We all make mistakes, but we at least get an update on the time. And you know what? I'm glad I brought this up. A 238 for Rockwell, the Paragon Performance Corvette, 235.9. They're gobbling up that gap now.
And you could see him out the windshield there in that previous shot. So the Corvette can physically see the lure out in front of the windshield right now. Every single lap that you go by that you're a little bit faster, that carrot out front just gets that little bit closer. And you know those same reference points when you come up to turn number 5. You see him at the 100 board, and now you see him at the 200 board, and now you see him at the 400 board. You're just getting that little bit closer each lap. And you're right, the Corvette certainly seems to have the performance currently.
Aaron started this one on the pole for the ZR4 class, then seemed to drop back early, is really reeling it back in. This is definitely more like what we kind of expected out of that light-colored Corvette, since it just looks so fast on one-lap pace, continues to close in. Last sector through, first sector, was more than a second quicker in that sector alone. My goodness.
Just gobbling up that track time. I should say track position. And Joe, I know that we were talking about it a little bit behind the scenes, trying to figure out a mystery about the car 18. And I think I finally figured it out. We had said it. We had covered it. We just kind of completely glossed over it. They were one of the cars that were involved in that one-lap penalty for that Code 60 violation. That's what's dropped that Kingpin Racing Porsche GT3 Cup car. Remember, that was the car that started on pole position, was leading that class, and now has dropped down.
Yep, so that's what it is. There's so much happening around here. Yeah, it gets lost in the flurry of notes. So that is what has unfortunately put them well down the order, and that is why you've got to make sure that you cross your T's and dot your I's in this series, because the penalties are not drive-throughs, so you're not losing 30 seconds or whatever it might be at some tracks. You're losing a full lap for each and all of the penalties, and we could see just how costly it has been for a team that was going to be fighting for the lead, but has still been trying to work their way back into the top 5 thanks to that lost lap. As this is Million in the 95, just behind the 40, which I believe is actually recently taken them, if I'm seeing correctly.
Well, that's what I was just trying to figure out, is if the 95 had gotten by the 40 or if the 40 is catching the 95, because last time by, the Medusa Motorsports machine was second and a half faster than Matt Million in that BMW. You see him catching up to one of those other cars directly in front as well. Matt's having to deal with a little bit of that multi-class traffic. Wasn't able to grab the car number of that one, but you're right, Joe. Definitely a little bit of a change of pace up at ZR2. And now that things are settling in, I do see that gap growing. So it does kind of prove your point that I believe Matt did overtake for the lead.
Yeah, apologies. My turn for a mistake on that one. So the 95 is still ahead of the 40. The two ahead of them are lapped cars, but they're the two that we were just talking about, Wilmot and Heffron, with their lap penalty. So they're still physically running in front of them, but they're a lap down at this stage and needing to try and run away from them. But as we watch down through the turn 5 left-hander that climbs up the hill then into 6, that's the 392 of Ramirez. Sergio continues to lead in the ZR3 class. And that one, looks like that is actually still pretty handy. Almost 20 seconds over Tom O'Gorman, who took our pole originally in this ZR3 class, but has not been able to hang with that BMW.
That 392 really jumped on the scene at VIR. Remember, had tons of speed inside this Harrison Motorsports machine. And they have continued it on. I'm not too surprised. VIR, very fast racetrack. Road America, also very, very fast racetrack where you're using a lot of that top-end speed. And this is interesting right here. Sergio opts to lift up out of the gas. I was wondering how that duel was going to go between the ZR3 car and the ZP2 going into the kink. Obviously, the prototype can carry a ton more rolling speed. However, the BMW had that acceleration grunt in between the carousel and the kink. Great heads-up driving from Sergio to understand that there was that faster car. He lifted out of the throttle and let them both go through, in my opinion, the scariest section of this racetrack safely.
Yeah, down through the kink and the kettle bottoms, the walls are so close on either side, and it's got some of the fastest speeds on the track, so you don't want things to go awry. In fact, they frequently do, and you can see some rather large pileups, unfortunately. In the meantime, I'm going to easily overtake this slower car, work his way past. I believe that was a lapped car within the ZR3s, actually, that he just went on by. And in fact, Ramirez is doing so well. If he was in the ZR2 class, he would be 5th overall in that class right now.
And we've got a change of position for our newest ZR4 class. The 66 of Aaron Lichty just took that Corvette past the number 12 Porsche Boxster and put it into the lead. So new leader Paragon Performance out front with their C8 Corvette.
So expecting them to run away based on how quickly they were able to catch them. Now they're going to have clear track as well, so that should no doubt help them out significantly in that 66 car. And in fact, we did see that they looked pretty strong on the straights in spite of the car being nerfed a little bit to fit into this ZR4 class. So I imagine coming through this part, we should see it start to stretch those legs and run away from Rockwell in that number 12. Right now, third in that class is the 679 of Powell Racing currently. And that's the Mazda Miata that I think I've seen a couple glances of off screen in the meantime, but seems to be a little bit off the pace in comparison. They're just trying to hang on as they are right now the last of the ZR4s that are still running, even in these early stages. The new class experiencing a bit of attrition, unfortunately.
We'll see if the Corvette, I mean, you're right that the Corvette had the pace, right? And it had the lap time pace for several laps in catching the number 12 car. However, it seems that once he's got a clean windshield here, it's not like he is just running away with this thing. I mean, he passed him in turn number 5, and the gap here on the front straightaway about, call it 10 car lengths, maybe 15 car lengths. So maybe now that they're in some clean air, the driver is a little bit more relieved, right? And can kind of focus on the mechanical bits underneath that he is in control of, make sure to keep care of the equipment and run the lap time that they absolutely need to stay out in front, but not necessarily push the machine past the limits.
Now, in a normal race, we would probably be getting close to pit stops for a number of these teams here at about an hour in, but we had that extended code 60. So I'm imagining we'll probably see them go a bit longer than usual, especially since a lot of the teams will probably hold out waiting for another code 60 just in case, because it is still the most advantageous to try and take your stops during those slow periods. But sometimes you do have to eventually throw in the towel and come in for that fuel. But now the question is, who is where on that stint?
Got a nice shot of several of the cars going through that turn 6 complex, including Thomas Bellman. That was the last car that went through that shot, our overall leader. And you can see the gap now back to Brandon Kidd, who's in the 908, who's had a fantastic run himself, is now just in that same section of racetrack. So Bellman doing a really good job in terms of that pace up front. I'm going to go back to what you were just mentioning, though, with the fuel and the code 60s and whatnot. We did have that extended code 60, so you're right. I expect cars to at least be able to push it at least 10 minutes, probably 15 minutes past what they usually could, because that was the extent of our code 60, about 10 to 15 minutes. The other side of it, Road America, super fuel heavy track. So we'll just have to take notes as this race goes on. What is that actual fuel consumption?
Should be pretty heavy consumption, I would imagine, at a place like this. Long straights, and then, of course, the heavy braking at the end, having to get that throttle back down early. It looks like Colin Garrett in the 96 is pitting right now, but there's nothing urgent happening in terms of service, so not sure what's going on there.
I am not sure either. I wonder if they were serving a penalty of some sort, but I don't see anything on race control that was calling out the 96 car. Yeah, I'm not sure. It kind of reminded me, what was that old F1 clip? I think it was the Sauber team sitting in the garage.
Yeah,
all of a sudden, car was sitting in the pit lane.
It's wake up. Yeah, you've got some service, and we're hearing that it is fuel only. Now, there's no minimum pit stop time in this series, so I'm not sure why the car would be sitting there unless we had just caught them after they finished and they just hadn't fired it up and got going. But
no, I had literally seen them just roll into pit lane, so we caught the car just as that rolled in, and I understand that Jonathan is actually standing by next to the 96.
Yeah, guys, car came in, was stationary for a few moments' time, quickly tried to ask one of the crew members what was the reason for the slowness there, and he said, we don't know, but they are taking on fuel now, their third full fuel tank. Remember, this is one of the front runners in class, just sitting. Took not quite the full third tank, took maybe a third of it. It would equate to about a gallon or two, depending on how much exactly they took, but still just sitting stationary, waiting. No semblance of panic necessarily from the team, but they are still stationary here in their pit box.
Well, I guess it's a case of...
Jonathan,
go ahead.
Is the car fired up? I see the headlights turning on and off, but is the car physically on right now? Because if it's having problems refiring, that could certainly be preventing it from leaving pit road.
Joe, I suspect that might be the case. You can see there the headlights flickering on, flickering back off. I heard just outside of my hearing range, they said, you are clear to go. And I can see now the hands come up in frustration inside the car. It seems to be an issue now resolved. Car's finally out and away, but I certainly think that whatever gremlin caused that car to stagnate just a little bit may have contributed to the slow pit stop.
That's awful to see, because Garrett is such a fast driver, has really been in the hunt for a lot of the races this season. That's going to hurt them quite a bit being stationary for so long, but glad at least it's back out on track.
Yeah, it's still, I think, a little bit of a question mark if you're that driver, right? You're just wondering, oh, goodness, when's it going to happen again? Is it going to be cutting out on me going down the straightaway? Is it going to be happening through the kink? And obviously, if the driver is going back out, it's not a safety concern. It's just you never want to have that in the back of your head when you're trying to get the most performance out of the machine.
We're watching the leader in the ZR2s. Million has allowed the 40 car by, so Medusa Motorsports now up at the front with Ethan Sterling currently in the car. He's going to go by one of our Janettas, just passing, I believe that's the 177, I think, that he just went by. In the meantime, I think Jonathan has some more information as to what cost the 96 to stay stationary. Jonathan?
Yeah, tried to do some digging down in the pit box, and I think the team is still trying to figure it out themselves. They said the report from Colin inside the car was that it was hesitating and staggering as if it were out of fuel, but it should have been nowhere near that with the fuel number. So they did put 2 gallons, or 2 tanks, I should say, and some change in. That's just a little bit over 12 gallons to see if that does fix the problem. In terms of what actually caused the car to stagger a little bit, they said they're not really sure what that was either. So trying to track down a couple gremlins for the 96, but it is currently out on the track. It's still away.
And so, Joe, what they're trying to do, right, is that since they're not sure what the problem is, it could be a fuel pump, it could be fuel pickup, it could be an electrical issue, right? They just don't know. However, one of the things that they can for sure fix is that if it is a fuel pickup issue, right? If not all the fuel is getting to that box to physically be picked up by the fuel pump, they're going to pack that thing full of fuel so that way it doesn't have to get into the box. The fuel pump is just picking up all of the fuel that is already in the cell and see if maybe that fixes the problem.
If not, I guess there is always turn it off and turn it back on, but don't think they want to try that again. Looks like Abdallah in the 69 for Open Throttle Racing is also in. But yeah, as I was mentioning, Nathan Sterling currently leading the way. He's another driver that, as I was talking in the qualifying coverage, comes from open wheel background as well. We're seeing a lot of drivers hop over from there. But interestingly, he's not running in the prototypes. He's racing here in the ZR2 class instead.
Got a shot of Thomas Bellman going around one of the Miatas out there. And did you notice a little bit of smoke, a little bit of maybe, I shouldn't say fluid, but it certainly seemed like just a little bit of something residual coming out the back end of that car.
That's not ideal. Oh, and just as I was talking about Sterling, Ethan has brought it down into pit lane. Okay, so stop for our leader in the ZR2 class. Million moves back up the lead, but AJ Alsup, I think, should be the one that is going to ultimately inherit that top spot. If we take a look at the 4 of Thomas Bellman, that gap over Pease now up to 9 seconds. That is a much larger gap than what we saw before. Going to guess that some of that has to do with the lap traffic, because it is quite mixed up, especially this early in the race. I think some of the pit stops that we saw maybe has changed that around. In the meantime, let's go down to Sloan, who is on pit lane.
And here down at 69, Open Throttle, they were having a temperature issue. The car was getting too hot in the straights, and when they went into the corners, it was dropping faster than the car could handle. They're currently in pit lane still checking it out. We've got our mechanic talking now. They're saying some words that I currently can't hear, but we're not sure if it's going to be something that's going to need to go back to the garage. But we do know that it is a temperature issue.
Well, we'll try and
Joe,
check back in on. Go ahead.
That's another question mark, right? Because it could be several things. It could be mechanical problems failing, right? It could be radiator leaking. It could simply be an air bubble in the system that's causing that massive fluctuation in the temperature that they see between corners and straightaways. So just another tail to chase for these crew members here in an endurance race.
Speaking of chasing, we were talking about Dakota Dickerson's speed. He just set his personal best last time by at a 2:22.4. We watched Bellman cross. That was a 2:23.1. So that's about 6 tenths slower that last time by. Dickerson just getting ready to cross now. Let's see if this is another personal best. No, 2:22.5. Still quicker than Bellman, though. In fact, quicker than Pease, up in second. So the Stratus Racing 59 is on the move.
I see the 94 is in pit lane as well. Wonder if they're going to be doing a driver change on this machine. This is Ian Barbary behind the wheel of the BMW M4 GT4, currently sitting in what is 4th place in that ZR2 class. Just in front of, I believe it's AJ Alsup, or I'm sorry, just behind AJ Alsup in the number 41 Retro Rockets machine. Everything looking pretty swimmingly down there right now. Fuel going in the car. You see the driver assist making sure that the driver is okay, probably with any water bottles, any cool shirts, anything like that. Does he need anything? Make sure the radio's plugged in, everything's okay for the driver. And you see this next can of fuel just get chugged into the car. Does it get one more? Yes, it does, Joe. It's a thirsty car.
It's not surprising at a track like this. There have been a lot of pit stops lately as well. 41 has been in and out. Alsup returns from Retro Rockets. There is the 95 in the meantime. And Million... Oh, okay, so they're sharing the pit stall, apparently. So had to wait his turn. Thankfully, since they're not actually competing for position today, that's not going to be the worst thing in the world. But a very patient Matt Million coming up for service.
Interesting to see the difference in the fuel layout between these two cars, the 94 and the 95. So the 94 car was right side fill. And just when it comes to endurance racing, look at how many multiple seconds this fuel man is having to take the jug out, carry it around to the wall, grab the new jug, carry it back over to the left side. Now, obviously, track dependent. Here at Road America, it's the right side on the side of pit lane that you fill up with fuel. But depending on other racetracks, it might be the other way around. But definitely in the case of here, a little bit longer just to be able to put fuel in the car.
And a reminder too, that extra length that you have to carry it, those are not lights. You're not getting a gallon of milk out there. So they have to lug that thing around and plug it in. So probably not fun having that extra distance to go.
It's about 7 pounds, 7.5 pounds per gallon, and I think they do about 6 gallons in those jugs. Yeah, so it's a good 40 pounds.
Meanwhile, let's go down to Jonathan on pit lane. Jonathan, what you got?
Plenty of front runners in, including that baby blue number 95 that we just saw. That pit stop was held up a little bit as well. Actually had to wait for service to complete on the sister 94 car before fuel could begin on the opposite side of the track. Meanwhile, Round 3 Racing brought one of their cars in. And further up, we've talked about the pace on board that number 40 Medusa Motorsports car. It is still stationary in pit lane with the driver's side door open. Interestingly, they took 4 sticker Michelin tires. I have heard from the team that is likely the plan throughout the day. Those tires at full chat can do a little bit over an hour. Remember, there are penalties, significant penalties for changing tires and not completing the full race, but on those Michelin slicks, that's not a tire that's meant to last for a full 7 hours, although it is built for endurance racing. You can double stint them. There has been testing for that specific tire at this specific track in other sanctioning bodies and other series, but that might play into the hand of the number 40. If they can get back out expeditiously, we know that car is quick, but is it quick enough to overcome the impending tire penalties?
And Joe, I saw a waving yellow here at the exit of turn number 3. It says car 69 stopped on course. I don't see it stopped, and I saw that the yellow came back in now, but an observation for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking at track map. They're showing us down at turn 5, so they got it going. They're currently running 7th in the ZR3 class. Abdallah's still in that car. We saw them in pit lane shortly ago. So maybe some continuing problems for that machine. Also, should point out, round 3's number 3 car has swapped drivers. Gorshkov has hopped into that one, is back out on track now. Starting to get a few driver changes. 7 hours of racing, remember, and there are no limits on the drive time for the drivers. So it is all up to the team on who gets in when, who do they feel is best suited during different parts of the race.
I've been taking my notes over here. It certainly seems that ZR2 is the thirstiest of the bunch. Seen a handful of the ZR3 cars come in as well, but like we had noted from the 96, maybe a little bit more trying to figure out what's going on with the car is, that's the number 3 car that seemed maybe a little bit slow out of Canada corner that it seemed. Hopefully not an issue with that round 3 racing car.
Oh, man. So
it seems like they're back up to speed.
Oh, sounds like Sloan has some more information. Sloan?
Yeah, here at Open 69, they're going to try and swap their cooler pressure. I didn't say that right. I'm so sorry. But they were having that same type of temperature issue, so they're going to try and swap it on pit lane. They don't think they need to go behind the wall, but it's still reading like the same thing that they came in for earlier. So I'll catch you guys up when they swap that out, and we'll see how it goes.
Thanks, Sloan. Been a lot of technical problems today. A surprising amount for me compared to what we've seen before, because it has happened, but it seems to develop much later in the race at the previous tracks we've been to. Joey, is Road America's long straights one that tends to try and pull these problems out quicker?
So there's certain tracks that you can circle and just say, you know what, these tracks are hard on cars, whether it's hard on the motor, whether it's hard on the suspension, whether it's from the bumps over at Sebring, right? Road America is notoriously hard on cars. The curbs, especially the exit curbs, which the drivers are using and abusing, they're heavy alligator stepped curbs. So lots of vibrations if the driver is trying to extract the most amount of speed. So heavy abuse there. Heavy abuse on the engine, right? So much full throttle time. You are literally 100% throttle for the majority of this racetrack. So it's hard on the engine as well. It's hard on the brakes. You're jumping on the brakes, threshold braking at least 3, maybe 4 full times here. Am I surprised by the attrition? Yeah, maybe a little bit. But like I said, Road America, notoriously difficult and hard on cars, as our overall leader is on pit lane.
Also hearing from Sloan that the 14 is getting fuel as well. So this was our overall leader. Now handing over to Pease for the first time. Carter will lead the way by a pretty healthy gap as well. So they'll be happy to have all that clear air to try and circulate. Fuel starts to go in. Looks like no driver change. Thomas has been doing fantastic here today, so not a shock that they're going to just keep the car out and rolling.
Call it an hour, 10 minutes, maybe just over an hour and 10 minutes in terms of that fuel length. Maybe a little bit shorter than what I would have expected given how long we had that code 60, but I was just talking about how hard Road America is on the motors, how much full throttle time. So I guess I shouldn't be too surprised that naturally our fuel stint lengths might be a little bit shorter here than, let's say, at Sonoma or Barber that we saw already earlier this year.
Back over the wall, and he is free to go. He'll return in 5th place, not too shabby, and get back out on the track. In the meantime, Sergio Ramirez, our leader for the ZR3s, also pitting. Tom O'Gorman stays out on track. He'll inherit that lead as they now approach their stall for Harrison Motorsports.
You see the fuel already going in the right side here, so 392 getting to it immediately on pit road. And I was just about to point out something, Joe. As we watch these pit stops, we were talking about the 18 car earlier, Kingpin Racing in that GT3 Cup car. I think that they have had the full roller coaster experience in the first hour and 15 minutes from starting on pole, getting penalized a whole lap, and now here we are an hour and 15 minutes into it, back leading the class.
Well, for now, I assume they still owe us a pit stop as we watch on board.
Remember that Aston Martin has taken 4 tires.
True. Yes, good point. So a bit of good call on that one, but that's going to change the complexion. Now, the thing is, who else should the 18 should still have a few others ahead of him? As I try to figure that one out, let's head down to Jonathan, who's got info on pit lane.
Yeah, I went back down and tried to have another chat with the Medusa Motorsports folks. They're trying to work on an intermittent power steering issue that they arrived here and unloaded at Road America. And talking with Hunter this morning, one of their drivers, he said it's a very strange feeling. You go into a corner with power steering working and it can cut out. They've also been dealing with a shifting issue where gears would appear to skip, something that you don't typically see with a sequential transmission, especially not one built for a GT4 car. Remember, this was the engine, the brand new engine from Aston Martin that was overfilled with oil. The team had to burn that off in a dramatic plume of smoke yesterday. That didn't seem to cause any inherent problems, but the power steering issue is the one that they're battling now.
Thanks, Jonathan. Watching O'Gorman and the blue 177 continue to lead the way. When will they come in for a pit stop? Hunter Yaney, another driver that comes with a lot of open wheel background, Formula 4, Formula 3. He's also run in the Indy Pro 2000 and the USF Pro 2000, but has done plenty of sports car racing on top of things. In fact, that whole team comes with open wheel backgrounds. Sebastian Saavedra, which IndyCar fans may recognize, has raced as well in Indy Lights and the top IndyCar series, but also competed in the LMP2s here in North America.
You were just talking about this car, Tom O'Gorman here in the 177 for Camburn Performance. They owed us a pit stop, and here they are trundling down pit road, and This is a good example of why pitting under a code 60 can be so beneficial. Just look at how long they are on the pit lane speed limiter before they finally reach that pit board, pulls it into his stall, and now they can finally get to work. When it's under a code 60 situation, literally everybody is doing that same speed. So here at Road America, you want to try to stay off of pit road as much as you can.
Interesting, the apron as well that they've put there for the Pacelli Motorsports car. Gonna get the first can down. Next jug up.
I will say, Joe, that apron, that blanket, knows its job. It is staying right where it needs to, doesn't it?
It's maybe it's held on by magnets. Yeah, I'm not sure, but
Maybe.
it's doing a very good job. As one more for good measure. Looks like Cardiff P's our latest to take service. The 5 from round 3 racing is now down and in. We're hearing that we might get Stratus having some pit stops as well in the near future. So keep an eye out for that team taking their next service. O'Gorman should probably be giving the lead back to Ramirez unless it's a very, very fast stop. So I'm keeping an eye on when that 392 sneaks on past back into the ZR3 lead. In fact, O'Gorman has handed it back to some of our ZR2s. In fact, they're done with the pit stop now. Where is that 392 car? Because they're still not showing ahead. Maybe they won't hand back the lead.
Yeah, I was trying to find it as well, and it's a great problem to have. There's a lot of cars going around on the Marching Ants map to be able to try to separate them. The growth that we've had in ZRS is fantastic. The addition of the ZR4 class is great to see, just putting more and more cars on the racetrack. We are looking at the Kingpin Racing Machine, driven by Pat Wilmot. This was a GT3 Cup car we've mentioned a few times. Started out front, qualified on pole, had that one-lap penalty based off of the code 60, and now they find themselves back out in front of the class. But to your question, Joe, I wonder when they do owe us that pit stop.
Surely it's got to be soon. They do have a limit on the fuel cells in all the classes, so you can't run willy-nilly on that. Update, Ramirez did go by, so Sergio's back in the lead. Gap is actually pretty healthy. I'm showing somewhere in the range of about 27 seconds when they cross the timing line at the end of that first sector. But Patrick Wilmot also well ahead of everybody else in that ZR2 class by about 41 seconds. And in the meantime, I think, Sloan, you have some information. What's going on? Oh, nope, never mind. Sloan's still doing some digging down there. I do see that Stratus Racing is in pit lane now. So the 59 is handing the lead over to Kidd.
So this is an hour and, call it 18 hour and 19 minutes into it. I think maybe a little bit more reflective of what we're expecting to see out of the fuel consumption out of the ZP2s. And now I do understand that Sloan has got a little bit more information for us down on pit road.
Down on pit road, I was trying to do a double pit stop over here, but it does look like that we do have 59 that is just fueling for right now. It doesn't look like there's any driver swaps or anything going on, but I do expect that we're going to have the Nimbus 77 coming in here soon as well. So just a fuel stop for them right now. Looks like it's going well. They're taking, I think that was 3 gallons of fuel we're on right now. So yeah, I mean, it looks like it's good so far. When 77 comes in, I'll update you guys, but seems like it's a good clean stop for 59 so far.
There we see, and already off and away. Very good stop for Dakota Dickerson, and returns what looks to be about in third, unless Thomas Belleman has managed to go by. In fact, yes, he has. So it's going to be 4th place for Dakota Dickerson when they get back out on track. Continuing to follow the progress of Patrick Wilmot's Kingpin Racing Porsche Cup car, and it is looking like it's pretty good on managing that fuel the way it continues to carry on.
Not just the fuel, Joe. So I know that, let's just say if they have to take a full service stop here and really pack this thing full, and it'll take them a little bit longer than usual on pit road, maybe another 15, 20 seconds, whatever, because currently 45-second gap between first and second. That'll get eliminated, probably drop down to second. Look at the lap times between first and second place. Pat, 222.4. AJ in second, 225.4. So even if they pop out in second place, this car has plenty of race pace to go out there and get it on the racetrack.
It's going to be music to the ears of the team. We do have confirmation on race control about the penalty for the 40 car. My goodness. You were asking if they could overcome that penalty, Joey. You have to remember, with the 3 tires, 3 laps, they are going to have to be insanely fast, I think, to make that one up, even with so much of the race and fresh tires left.
Which just goes into the hands of the 18, right? If they're not going to... I should say it goes into the hands of the 18 if they don't change tires. Now, if they go on the same plane as the 40, it kind of evens everything out. The problem the 40 is going to have is just going to be the lap time. We'll see what kind of lap times they can actually do on the racetrack with those Michelin tires that Jonathan was telling us about. But it certainly seems like, in terms of pace, that Porsche certainly has some good stuff.
In the meantime, we've also got the 77 in pit lane. Sounds like Sloan is coming up on that. Sloan, how's that going? Oh, we got a stopped car. We'll come back to that in a moment. And this is just underneath the Sargento Bridge. This is, again, the 69, who we did have come to a halt in a very similar area, Joey. It was at turn 3 before.
Okay, that's not damage on the front. I thought that there was maybe damage on the front end. Was that fluid coming out of the front end of that car? You see the puddle from where it was sitting stationary just past the bridge there. I don't see anything smoking. I don't see anything that's dramatically wrong with the car, but you're right, Joe. This could certainly bring out a code 60 in the case of some of these ZP2 cars have just made their pit stop.
Now, keep in mind, they are allowed to come in and stop during that code 60, so they can still try and capitalize on that.
Yes,
Debris
it is
on
fluid.
track turn 3 as well. Oh, no. Code 60 absolutely going to be starting then, as they're trying to pull the car off to an opening, I would imagine, as it's able to get going under its own power. But, yeah, we'll need some oil dry, and we'll need to clear that up.
And thankfully, just where that car was kind of parked off of the racing line, you know what? Code 60 right now, we are officially getting it. So we are under that code 60 situation. I was just going to say, thankfully, it's not really on the racing line per se. However, an extremely high speed section of the racetrack. You want to make sure everything is okay.
Yeah, any sort of 2 wide, 3 wide moment could easily cause somebody to have to run through that. Maybe not spin on the straight, but once you get down to the braking, could be bad news at turn 5. They did find an opening there, did the 69 car, Abdallah, trying to get out of the way of everybody. And like Joey was saying, a lot of teams had just finished their pit stop, so they're not able to pick this one up. But those that had managed to push it that little bit longer now get a nice, cheap stop to top up on fuel and maybe change drivers. We'll see who does. We're about an hour and a half into this one so far.
Excruciating for the 77 of Nimbus Racing, right? Because they were just in maybe a lap prior. I think they were in pit road when we saw that car come to a halt in between turns 3 and 5 there. So if they were able to make it 1 lap further under that green flag situation, they could be taking advantage of this code 60. Kind of a similar boat for the 59 car of Stratus Racing. Here you see the pair of ZR4 machines. This is the 66 Corvette as well as the number 12 Porsche. These are our 2 class leaders down in ZR4, taking the opportunity for that cheap pit stop.
Working out well for them. Our second place in the ZR4 class. Been trying to chase down the 66, which is probably going to have to be on strategy. There you see both of them on pit lane at the same time. Let's go to Sloan. She's got a little bit more information on what's going on with the 69 car.
Oh my goodness, a weekend for the 69 car. So they swapped out the coolant sensor for the last time, and now the car is stopped because I think that the temperature just went too high and they told him just to cut it. So I think he might need to tow back into pit lane, but that is what it is. Again, it's just a temperature issue.
Yeah, they'll definitely need a tow. Granted, I say that the car was under its own power to pull off to a little opening in the track, but from what I can see on our track map, it is still on the moraine sweep, waiting to be recovered as we ride on board with the 59 Dickerson for Stratus Racing, currently running on the podium. And we see the 290 now getting the penalty for changing all 4 tires, which means a 3-lap penalty for that team.
That's that ZR2 class, which is going to do nothing but help out that number 18 car once again. Remember how we said that they owed us a pit stop? Well, it's kind of fallen into their lap with this. They are currently on pit road. I see the fuel going into the front end of that number 18 car. So perfectly executed when it comes to the strategy now for Kingpin Racing.
We see one of the safety vehicles.
I guess other than the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Safety vehicles on the track. Now, I know this is out of the final corner, but obviously they cannot go counter to the track direction. And since I believe that was parked up just before or just after turn 5, they'll have to come back around here along the main straight to go retrieve that car down on the moraine sweep. Thankfully, was able to stay out of the way of that 59, which decided now as good a time as any to try and top up on fuel. And that's becoming a bit of a theme because we saw them do that at the start of the race as well, giving up track position when we had a code 60.
I don't blame them. Go ahead and see what it can do in terms of opening up some doors a little bit later in the race. We're getting the shot of the 18 right now. They've already taken their full fuel fill, just making sure everything's okay, and pull up the air jacks on the thing, drop the car back out onto the ground, and Pat Wilmot will be back on his way here. Maybe a little bit of a stall getting the thing going. Some of those sequential transmissions and dual triple plate clutches, whatever is in there, can be a little bit tricky. But he finally gets the way back out onto the racetrack. And you're right, Joe, that car that's currently stopped for us out there, call it on the moraine sweep, is far driver's right, and everything kind of bends around to the right and then bends back around to the left. So thankfully he is far driver's right, pulled it way off where most of the race cars aren't actually raced. When they get down to turn number 5, they're a little bit more in the middle of the road through that section and then finally back to drivers right onto the racing line. So hopefully it won't affect us too much once we get back going.
Let's go to Jonathan, who's down at round 3 racing. Jonathan?
Busy for round 3 racing. Had 2 of their cars come at the same time, both the 4 and the 5. The 5 before the 4, the other way around. 4 stopping first, that's that yellow car. Fuel, no driver change. The 5 then came in and had to park a bit sideways to get the 4 going, to roll it back so they could get the engines fired. Both pit stops were clean. It was executed well, but chaotic down here. It's always tough when you're trying to fit multiple cars into the same little pit boxes. And for some of these teams like Round 3 Racing that are running multiple cars, it's challenge of enduring an endurance race like this. Stratus is dealing with much the same thing as we see the 77 leaving its box. It was just in a few laps ago. Also saw 59 make its way past my commentary position here on pit lane, just about 20 or 30. 60.
Thanks, Jonathan. It looks like they're having to get the flatbed for this car pulled off to the side. So driver out. I thought maybe they'd be able to just kind of push it back into that opening and get this race going quickly, but it's going to be a little bit more of an extended cleanup. We're watching as we go by that scene here on the other round 3 racing machine of the number 4. Thomas Belleman, who has been leading a good chunk of this race so far, but as we've seen, leading some of the race does not always mean you're going to be leading at the end. Strategy has been such a prominent part of trying to take victory in these races. So they can't count their chickens quite yet. And with everybody else taking those pit stops with them, it seems like everybody is trying to really maximize what they can out of it. Joe, you talked about it how topping up seems to still gain you a little bit, even if you're going to lose a little bit of track position around here.
And I'm sorry, I think I see the round 3. The 4 car did pit again during this code 60, correct?
Yes, they're on an out lap
and
now.
The 59 car also pitted. Same thing with the 77. So they've all kind of taken this opportunity to come down and potentially open up some more strategy doors later. It's just worked out far better for the 59 because look at in terms of track position. You were just mentioning Bellarmine, who we're riding on board with right now, has really led the majority of this race. But now it's kind of turned over to the 59 just because of the code 60 early on, because this code 60 that's happening right now, the way they have decided to pit has actually put them in front of the number 4 car.
Yeah, so it is interesting how some have really been able to use this to their advantage and some have not, even though it's kind of evened them out. There's only one car in the ZP2s that has not pitted, and that is the 3 car of Gorshkov. Actually, he may have. I'll have to double check on that. See if I just missed that and they've already gone past the line. But they're the only one I'm seeing that does not have an out next to their name on our timing screen. A lot of other cars have as well. The 18 Applegate, now having hopped into that ZR2, has taken advantage of it. AJ Alsup in the 41, Ian Barbary in the 94. And then it looks like the 66 has also changed driver. They've now got Ethan Tabb in that car. And then I believe Oakley is hopped in for the number 12. So teams also utilizing this opportunity to switch the drivers out.
A little bit extended here under this code 60, just making sure that all the fluids are cleaned up and whatnot. The other thing I was just thinking about, right, with the swap around between the 59 and the 4, the 4 car pitted about 7 minutes, maybe 8 minutes before the 59 car did, which means more green flag fuel burn. I don't think that it would have equated to 16 seconds of fuel burn. However, it is a green flag situation versus the code 60 situation that definitely can convolute some things in terms of the track positioning on the racetrack. But yeah, just one other kind of variable to add to it.
We had mentioned it a little bit earlier, about an hour and a half into this, so still lots left to go. You can see in the clock in the upper right, 5.5 left for us here. And I do love, we can kind of see how the race has evolved in terms of these code 60s. If you look to the left-hand side at the top of the tower, you see those purple sectors. That's when we've had code 60 during that portion of the race. It's only the second one that we've had so far in today's event. Not too bad of a strike rate, but we could see cars continue to start to fall away and more mechanical issues play out as this race goes on. So you can't count out anything at this point. And I'm starting to see motion on the 69 on our marching ants. So I'm pretty sure that's a good sign that once that vehicle's off the track, we're going to be back to full pace.
Just got to slowly be patient out there, and I think it's the most excruciating for the drivers that are inside these cars. And it doesn't matter if you've been inside the car or just have freshly hopped in the car from the code 60. I think that if you have just freshly hopped in the car, it might even be a worst case scenario because we just hopped into the hottest sauna known to mankind, and you don't get to use any of that adrenaline that's going inside the body. You just kind of have to putt around under code 60, and this car is now taking the opportunity to enter pit lane as well. Joe, did you grab the car number on this one? Looks like we will get that green flag shortly.
Yeah, this is Max Ocaranza, and I'm pretty sure they must have pitted recently because Max is new to the car, if I'm seeing correctly. So they are unfortunately, green flag is out. They're not going to get the best of this. They got just a few seconds of being in pit lane, and then suddenly it is taken off. Granted, we have to remember that it takes a while to get around the track at 60 kilometers an hour. So it may have been that they had to circulate at 60 kilometers an hour that whole lap and finally got back around, and suddenly the green comes out.
Yeah, just excruciatingly bad timing, unfortunately, for Max out there. But good news is they'll get that service done and at least get back out on the racetrack momentarily. They were at least able to utilize some of that code 60 during that pit lane speed limiter section. As we check in on some of these BMWs coming up out of turn 13, this is approaching turn 14, the last corner that we've got here at Road America.
Anybody is curious about the 95, they are done with their testing, so won't be seeing them anymore this race. And if you're wondering where they disappeared to, in fact, I think, well, I thought maybe we'd have a little bit more information on that, so it looks like we'll just call that as that. In the meantime, we're watching the 4-car of Belton go by what was our leader in the ZR2s, but Applegate falls back down to second as AJ Alsup, now our leader in the number 41 for Retro Rockets.
Yeah, Retro Rockets has kind of been gifted that lead, and I just think, unfortunately for them, Kingpin Racing Porsche just has that outright pace, so unfortunately, they are going to be looking in that rearview mirror. There goes that white BMW. That white and black 41 is that Retro Rockets machine. This is the 59 of Dakota Dickerson in the Stratus Racing car. Then we get the 41, and then not too far back, going to be that number 18 car. And I actually do see that there is a new driver inside that 18. It looks like Chris Applegate has now taken over. I'm sorry, it's Aaron Applegate. There's 3 Applegates in there, and it's Aaron in it.
We're going to get confused by that, without a doubt. Aaron, Chris, and Jared are scheduled to be sharing the car with Patrick Wilmot here this weekend. So we'll see when any of the Applegates hop in after Aaron here shortly. And third in that class, it is Juan Carlos LaRue as well. Apologies if I get Jorge and Juan Carlos a little bit mixed up, as they're going to be sharing the track in 2 different cars, but show up only as Jay LaRue on our timing and scoring. So they're going to be a little bit confusing for us up here. We'll try and keep you abreast as we watch the 908, our new leader, Brandon Kidd. Now, they looked quick earlier on. Are they quick enough to take this lead and run with it?
Find out. I think that the 908 has had plenty of good pace, because remember, he was challenging Ethan in the 77 earlier on, got around that Nimbus Racing car. So it hasn't just been clean and easy sailing here for Brandon Kidd. He's had to race for it. He's had to make up positions, and now he finds himself in the lead. Doesn't have anybody to worry about. Dakota Dickerson is well down the order when it comes to the track position. We'll just see about Automatic Racing's strategy. I've got the notes already taken on Stratus Racing in the 59 car, so I've got a relatively good grip on when they are going to be hitting pit road now.
Okay. A little bit more intrigue thrown into this. We see the beautiful views looking up the hill of the main straight. There goes Brandon Kidd on by, as Joey was mentioning. A healthy gap at this stage, just starting lap 33 of this event, having completed our second code 60. Sounds like we're hearing the 67 car is in pit lane, and I can confirm, I can see that they have the P next to their name now.
I actually think I see it down on pit road. That's that open throttle racing car. We've talked with them about the other machine that has had a couple little issues, the number 69 machine. So hopefully nothing wrong with their other car, the 67, that ZR2 class, that has just taken some routine service, and we'll get back out there. I got to admit, Joe, I'm looking at it on my screen over here on pit road. Definitely one of the more wild paint schemes that we've got.
Kyle Herlitsky in that car right now from what we're seeing for open throttle. Yeah, I'd have to get an eye on it, because I'm trying to recall how they had painted that machine. Something we do appreciate here up in the booth is a good livery, not just for the appealing eye candy, but also to help us figure out who is who out on track. A little bit of more simplistic approach from the 290 team with the black and white Janetta. Ari Baylog currently in that car, still circulating. And that is the 444 chasing them on track, but is technically ahead with Michael Tosi currently in that car. They're running in 5th. A lot of mixed up track position for these cars and number of laps completed because of those early penalties on that first Code 60. The good news is, at least so far, crossing fingers, I haven't seen any penalties pop up for the Code 60 that we just had. We'll hope that that stays as is.
I'm in agreement with you. I don't see anything over here on race control, knock on wood, that everybody was well behaved. Have we had a Code 60 with 0 penalties yet? I don't know if
well,
we have.
The answer's no,
Joe.
Because they just popped up. Car 18,
no,
sorry for laughing at the misfortune. Oh, wow. That is unfortunate. The 74, the only other one. Much fewer cars. Again, we've got some new teams out here this weekend, so they're just kind of getting adjusted to how this is. And it is Juan Carlos LaRue. So that's actually 2nd and 3rd, 2 of them on the podium. Ian Barbary in the 94 for 94 Motorsports is going to get promoted to 2nd.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to echo as well. So really unfortunate for the ZR2 cars. I think that the 74 probably should know the process a little bit better, but maybe a little bit more understandable for the 18 car. And I understand that Jonathan down there on pit road has some more information for us.
I do indeed, guys. I'm down here with Nimbus Racing's Gavin Vaughn. Your teammate is in the car. We saw the timing of the last couple of Code 60s and the pit strategy be a point of interest. You and the 77, your teammate, and the drivers in the 59 came in kind of in sequence with each other. Your last pit stop came in right as the Code 60 fell. Did that hurt or help you at all? Because you're running 6th at the moment.
Yeah, so at the start of the race, all of our opponents seem to have just a bit more pace than us. We think maybe the way we set up the car is faster at the end of the stint. So we gambled on coming into the pits, taking a splash of fuel so that maybe at the end of our stint we could catch a Code 60 and save a bunch of time in the pits. Unfortunately, we had just caught it maybe 30 seconds before, and we left the pits and the Code 60 came out. But that really shows like anything can happen super quick, and those risky strategy calls can really pay off.
Fuel mileage has been a topic of discussion. We know that this is not a track that is good for fuel economy with the log straights. What are you able to do as a driver in the car to mitigate some of that and get the most out of your fuel stint?
So currently we haven't talked much about fuel saving, but when you stay in the draft or LICO or lift and coast, you can save a bunch of fuel. And again, like we said, taking the splash, you can sacrifice some time to make a bunch in the pits. For Code 60 or whatever may happen. This place is definitely not fuel efficient. You're flat all the time, 120, 130 miles an hour constantly. But yeah, just staying in the draft and lift and coast is a strategy to save fuel here.
You said to me quickly before the interview, you're not quite in a rush. We know that you'll hop in the race car. Still plenty of racing left. Your teammate has done the lion's share of the driving so far. When do you expect to hop in?
So me and my teammate, it's just me and Ethan Barker. So all the long races will run double or even triple stints. At VIR, we ran 4 triple stints. So him, me. Here we're doing double stints, plus Ethan will have an extra one today, and then I will have an extra one tomorrow. So I expect to get in the car in about 40 minutes when the car gets a fuel cut and we have to pit for fuel.
We'll let you get ready. Thank you very much for the insight. Best of luck in your stints.
Thank you, sir.
Car setup, that's something I don't think we've talked a whole lot about, Joey, that not only do you have to deal with the car changing the fuel levels, the weight of it, but the tires obviously not being able to change. Normally, in most races, you would get the tire change from the start to the end of the stint. Here, it's going to be a change from the start to the end of the race. So as we watch them come through turn 1. Once again, it is still Brandon Kidd leading, and the gap still showing as a wide one up there. Dakota Dickerson still trying to play catch up in that number 59. And then how about Thomas Bellarmine as well in that 4, being demoted down into third place because of some of these strategy calls in the code 60s. Actually, just set a personal best first sector, did the number 4 car. So clearly flying. Some of that will probably ebb and flow with the traffic as to when and how they start to make that pace. But doing well, at least in the first stage, trying to play catch up, Joey, this number 4 car, and move themselves back to the front.
They were running so good early on, and I mean, it's not like they aren't running good right now, right? They're sitting inside the top 3, hanging out, and they have proven that they have the race pace, and some of the fastest race pace. I don't know if you caught that, but that was a pretty big slide out of AJ Alsop here in the BMW at turn number 8 section of the racetrack. Back to the long-winded point about the ZP2s. One thing that round 3 racing has going for them is the multiple cars out there. We haven't necessarily seen them work together in terms of drafting pairs, but just the data, right? The fuel input, everything that you're getting back from the driver, the more, the merrier. So I wonder if some of that information will kind of help them along, and especially down the hill in the closing stages of today.
Got to be thinking big picture. The very notable arrow on this number 41 has been the feature that we've seen much of the season. Not sure how much it's helping them here today, but certainly doesn't seem to be hurting them all that much. While everybody else around flounders getting penalties, the 41 just running away with that lead of the ZR2 class. In the meantime, the 94 of Ian Barbary, as we mentioned, with the penalties now applied, is in second place. Granted, they're about a minute behind the 41, so they've got a ways to go to catch up to them. And there've been so many penalties in the ZR2s, actually, right behind overall in terms of his overall position is Sergio Ramirez in the ZR3s. Now, again, a long ways behind Barbary, but that just tells you how much the ZR2 class has been suffering from making mistakes that have cost them laps today.
I'm going to add on to your ZR3 talking point over here. Yes, Sergio Ramirez is currently leading. Yes, there is a ZR2 class in between himself and what is second place in that ZR3 class. However, Tom O'Gorman in second place in ZR3 just set his personal fastest lap of the race, a 2:29.7. That was about 2 seconds faster. Actually, I'm looking at it 2.2 seconds faster than Sergio Ramirez. Now, he has got a long ways to go in terms of making up a lot of seconds on the road to catch Sergio Ramirez. However, that Ginetta is looking pretty fast right now.
Things getting interesting in the ZP2 class as well, because Belleman looking a lot quicker than Dickerson. Last lap, I'm showing it about 1.1 seconds a lap faster, and he's only about 2.5 seconds behind Dakota. So the 59 team has got to get on the radio, let him know that he is coming, and that is going to be for a podium position.
Riding on board here, I believe we are on with the 908, who is our overall leader with automatic racing here. Brandon Kidd behind the wheel. And Joe, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe Brandon has been in the car the entire time. So he is yet to have a co-driver hop in. We kind of have seen that out of the majority of the ZP2 cars. However, some of the ZR class cars have opted to do their first driver swap here in the most recent round of pit stops.
Exactly. So getting some fresh blood in there as things start to heat up more out on the track, maybe. You see Brandon Kidd. Apologies, had called it as Belleman a little bit earlier. So Kidd with the yellow and white on the nose. Once you hop off, though, you start to see all the darker colors towards the back of the car. He's actually catching up to our second place driver in the ZR2s right now. So hence why we're seeing him not gain as quickly as you'd expect, especially down the straights. But look at how much he closes here through the carousel. This is where those ZP2 cars are so much stronger. And this is the number 3 of Gorshkov, who still runs in 7th. This round 3 racing car sadly been a little bit anonymous compared to the other two who are running 3rd and 4th right now.
The pace in the number 3 car isn't necessarily matching the 4 and the 5. You're right, and I think that's kind of why it's fallen back in terms of the order. Jump on board this Aston Martin here. A little bit of a wiggle in front. You saw him have to get all the way out of the gas not to run into the back of that BMW directly in front. Now, this is the number 40 car. I believe that Yaney has hopped behind the wheel of this Medusa Motorsports machine. There goes the number 3 car to the inside. Let's see how they navigate through this fast section, as it always gets a little bit difficult to read back here, but it certainly looked like it was almost side by side. Now the Aston Martin going to use a little bit of that horsepower past that slower class, call it ZR3 based car, and now go down here into Canada Corner. This car, ever since it has taken tires, does have good race pace in comparison to the other cars in class. A 221, fastest car of the class that last time by. It's just several laps down.
Yeah, that's been kind of a theme in those ZR2s. They are very, very spread out. In fact, they're behind this number 40. They're behind all of the ZR4s at this stage. Tab up in the 66, still leading in that class. We haven't touched on them in a little bit, but there hasn't really been any changes over there of the 3 still running in those cars. There you can see the number 3 go by, being chased by Dakota Dickerson in the 59, and slowly yet surely being caught up as well by Thomas Belleman. Although I say that, Dickerson has been given the hurry up, and last time he was 4/10 quicker than Thomas.
I always question the pace in the 59, and I'm not surprised because it is the fastest car out there, right? And it is proven to be the fastest car out there. It's just, when do they decide to push the button? And Stratus Racing, historically through this season, has been extremely smart on when they decide to show the speed. So I think, Joe, that they're just kind of holding cards close to the chest right now, getting through the majority of the race.
So as we watch from above, it's going to be another lap put on that number 3 machine. Down into the braking as they start to run through the carousel. This is going to be hard to follow this closely with this car using that downforce grip. And you can even see, this is a good example watching from above, as the 59 just kind of hangs slightly off center of that car in front to make sure to get the air flowing over the front. Uh-oh.
Oh, no, and we got another
Mission
BMW.
Motorsports. Yeah, this is off track. This is the 777, slightly off track, actually on the racing line heading up to turn 6. This is not a great place to be.
And it's tough because it's uphill. Okay, there he goes. He got it fired up. And now the car will continue on. I was just going to say it's a little bit of a tough place to be because it's on that uphill. You would have to roll backwards, which is never what you want to do on the racetrack. So great to see that it got refired.
Good stuff. Glad to see the car is able to get going quite quickly. And, you know, we were talking about how the Code 60s have been kind of a revelation for us. We've really enjoyed the way they smooth out the racing. The nice thing is, if they did have to throw one because that car was not moving, there's no safety car to bring back in. So with the Code 60, if it is thrown a little bit prematurely, it's very easy to end it quite quickly, as long as there's no safety vehicles already on the track.
It's pretty cool to be watching those kind of unfold and develop themselves in real time with those Code 60s. I'm behind the scenes right now watching onboard of the 59, trying to get by the 3. There they are side by side here on the screen. Was a little bit nervous there going through turn number 3 for that number 3 car. Got pretty sideways, and now Dakota Dickerson is taking advantage there. You see the number 4 flashing the lights. A little bit of a team game being played, trying to make sure that the 59 doesn't run off down the road. How aggressive does the number 3 get now? Yep, he lifts off the throttle for his teammate.
Belleman almost able to capitalize on that. He got very close to taking that second place away. Since that has died down, let's head on down to Sloan, who's got a little bit of an update on the 9-4 Motorsports 96 car.
Here with Colin Garrett, who was the driver of the 96. It went behind the wall just a little bit ago, but I wanted to get some more information for you guys on what actually was happening. Colin, what can you tell us?
I don't really know. We're just kind of sputting out on fuel. We still had like 10 gallons left, so about half our fuel load, and it just kind of died. So, we came in, and it's when you guys saw us come in there early, and we couldn't get the car back started and whatnot, but it just wouldn't start again, and then we got it back out on a full fuel load, and it ran well, and we were like, well, it's kind of a catch-22 because, yeah, it works now, but that means we had a problem when it got half fuel, so had to come back behind the wall and get that figured out, but yeah.
Do you guys think you're going to be able to get back out there?
Yeah, I think so, probably. We're not here to race, per se, with this car. We're here to do some fuel runs with it, so our goal is just to get one full fuel run for the series and call it a day, so yeah.
Okay, well, hopefully the mission gets accomplished later. Thank you for your time, Colin. Hope to see you out there again.
Yeah, thank you.
Starting to see some headlight flashing out there, Joey. I think Thomas Belleman has got a little bit of a fire lit under him right now because the battle for second in the ZP2s has suddenly picked up again.
223.5 from Dakota, 223.2 out of Belleman giving chase. The fight is definitely on. You see how much they've already gapped that number 3 car that they just went by less than a lap ago. Definitely the race pace extremely good inside the 59 and the number 4. How aggressive does Stratus Racing get in trying to defend what is potentially the overall lead once Automatic Racing is due for their pit stop? Or does he let this number 4 car simply go through their door-to-door right now? The 4 car is on the inside. Dakota is not defending it too hard. They are still next to each other at apex, and now they drive off up towards turn number 6.
Good bit of momentum from the 59 car, but he's still on the outside of this left-hander. It's so off camber, so hard to keep it up, but he manages it. Dakota Dickerson, you said he's not going to defend hard. I'd say he's defending pretty darn nicely as he retains P2 over Thomas Belleman. So he's not moving to cover off the inside, or at least not very quickly at first, but he is definitely fighting back.
Honestly, in my opinion, this is the racing that I like to see. Don't necessarily have to defend in the middle of the racetrack. If you feel like you got to run, go ahead. See if you can pass me. See if you can outbrake me going into turn number 5. That's exactly what Dakota did. Left plenty of room at the apex of both 5 and 6. And the respect was shown also out of Belleman in the number 4, not taking up too much racetrack on exit. And yeah, I absolutely love to see it. I'm smiling over here. This is a great duel.
Thought maybe Thomas had another run here because it looked like that car is quick in a straight line. Well, I think we'll get a better answer down the main straight here. Both the times he's been getting close, it's been the end of those long runs. And the longest straight of the track is from 14 to turn 1. They'll head up the hill now. And Dakota Dickerson going to be watching those mirrors once again, no doubt. Will we get another flash of the headlights from Belleman? No, he's given up on that tactic. But doesn't seem like he's gaining as much as we saw before.
Not as close into turn number 1. You said he gave up on the tactic, but I definitely saw some flashes of the lights once they got down into turn number 1. So maybe he was trying a new strategy. Don't flash him on the straightaway. Flash him going into the brake zone to take his eyes off of it.
Exactly. Whatever you can do to psychologically get an edge over your competitor. 2 hours into this race now, we still got a battle for what is currently second, but as Joey mentioned, could be for the lead. This is a good exit once again. Seems like turn 3 is a confidence part for Belleman, but unfortunately this time he's being covered off. Dickerson is not going to be as nice. He's going to cover the inside, and he'll hold on to the spot. Will we see the over-under from Belleman? No, doesn't get the run.
I'm watching on board on my side of things on the 59. A little bit of a slide there up and over turn number 6, but I can tell you the driver inside the cockpit completely calm, cool, and collected right now, even when he's battling door-to-door with his competitors out there. Every once in a while, he kind of takes a glance over to the mirror going into that next corner to make sure there's nothing coming up the inside, but he's just running his marks right now. And even though the 4 car is attacking, certainly seems like Dakota's unfazed.
You can see him trying to hold off the racing line a little bit as Thomas tries to keep the arrow on the car through the carousel. And I wonder if maybe that's what's costing him a bit on trying to get closer down into Canada Corner. They'll head through the kettle bottoms, and pretty similar to last lap, just a little too far back to attempt anything this time through the right-hander. Things remain close between the pair of them. Dakota Dickerson doing well to withstand this pressure. We hop on board now with the round 3 racing car versus Stratus Racing for P2 onto the main straight. This is where Dakota Dickerson does a little bit of a better job. He does so once again as he pulls a couple car lengths over the 4.
You can just see how much vibration goes through these machines. It's not just over the curbs, but even on the straightaways. The camera mount, of course, can be tightened down just a little bit, but Road America, such an aggressive racetrack. You run over all these curbs, and it just seems to rattle everything inside these cars. That's what you have to be careful about getting up to hour 6, hour 7 later in the day, is how much have you really shook this car going over all of those exit curbs up until that point.
The P2 car in ZR4 at an unfortunate spot for the number 4 car rather, who tends to be very strong off of turn 3. So he doesn't have the run that he had the last 2 times and has to sit and wait patiently. Also, Juan Carlos LaRue has brought the 74 of AOA Racing down to pit lane. Not sure if that is scheduled. Looks like it might be scheduled because they're now back out on track. So nothing too dramatic from what it appears on the outside. In the meantime,
this battle still, I was just going to say, the battle still rages on here. Bellarmine has not let go, and we also have to remember these 2 cars, they stopped pretty much identically in terms of that most recent Code 60. So in terms of the fuel levels, right, how much weight is inside the car, they're pretty similar at this point.
And Dickerson has got a little bit more of a buffer at this stage. Seems like maybe Bellarmine backed off a bit. Oh, maybe not. He coming out of the kink, shows himself in the mirrors of the 59, at least briefly, then comes back to the racing line, deciding now is not the point where he can attempt it into Canada Corner. Watch out for it later the race if it comes to this closer racing for a valuable position, because that is going to be really the last best opportunity into that braking of the right-hander. Meanwhile, on to that main straight once again. Joey, you said earlier, corner exit is going to be one of the crucial parts in these ZP2 cars, and it seems like Dakota Dickerson's got a pretty good handle on that.
Not just a good handle, but he's also not abusing that racetrack, those corner exits. Here's the slipstream in full effect. Call it in the last 20% of the straightaway. Number 4 car really closes it in. Let's see how much exit curb these cars use. See, Dakota and the number 4 car, maybe not so much there at turn number 1. It can get very aggressive, but you can always use it if you absolutely need to. What about turn number 3 here? There was the difference that I wanted to show you. The 59 barely over those exit curbs. The number 4 car, a full half a car width over those exit curbs. It tells me that the 59, like I said, just calm, cool, collected. He knows exactly what he's got underneath him, and there goes the number 4 car down into the brake zone. So I think maybe at this point, Dakota says, you know what, I don't want to abuse my stuff any more than I absolutely have to. If you feel like you can go run that pace and abuse the car in the racetrack, let's see what you got.
And that was a pass many laps in the making. Great job by Thomas Bellarmine to continue to hack away at that until finally the right opportunity showed itself. But now that he's got the track position, we saw earlier he was catching him. The pace seems to be better in the round 3 racing car. Does he start to run away, or does Dakota use the toe of that car ahead to kind of ride his coattails a little bit from here on out?
And also, just a note between these two cars, earlier in the race, there was about a 7 or 8 minute fuel difference between the number 4 and the number 59 car. So that could also just play into how much they are using the loud pedal today.
Exactly. We have seen that play a little bit of a part, both with teams taking alternate strategies due to the code 60s, but just fuel consumption in general seems to be a little bit varied. There was our leader in the ZR4s flashing past us, going by the 769 of Atleta, I believe, in the Powell Racing Miata just a moment ago. So putting another lap over that third place car. There they are on screen now as well, but they'll also be overtaken by, I think that was one of our ZR2 cars sneaking on past. So lots of different cars. And we saw the 777 slow before. Looks like Jenkins has hopped into that Mission Motorsports BMW and just returned to the track after a pit stop.
Pretty busy section of the racetrack right here that we're riding on board with. There's going to be a few cars that going to be going by us here, probably on this straightaway. I saw the number 4 car, our second place runner right now. The 59 was kind of involved in this schmozzle. I think the Corvette down there as well. So lots of stuff going on here going into what is turn number 5. There goes the number 4 car. I was kind of waiting for him. You can't really see out the mirrors. But trust me, this is a busy section of the racetrack. As we see, there is the Corvette that we were riding on board with, and here's the 59 car going to get by him. Oh, gotta be careful there.
Yeah, you do not want to lose grip up and over that corner. It's already hard enough with that crested entry, but the 66 keeps it going, thankfully. Emil Tab currently inside that cockpit and has been putting in good laps. Actually worth noting, and some of this may be due to traffic, last lap by, Rockwell was 0.8 of a second quicker. They have a long ways to get to them, Joey, but not something we've been seeing a lot of, that Porsche has been faster than the Corvette so far this weekend.
It's the developing story of ZR4, right? It's the 66 versus the 12. What we saw yesterday was the Corvette seemed to have the edge on pace in terms of qualifying. However, that Porsche was right there. It wasn't like it was a second back. It wasn't like it was 2 seconds back. It was only maybe a couple of 0.1 of seconds. And then earlier on in this race, just how everything seemed to unfold, the Porsche was able to get out in front. The Corvette has been able to repass for the lead just purely based off of race pace. And you're right, ever since that they have gotten that lead, they've been able to hang on to it. However, seems like the pace has swung back towards that number 12 car. I think that the biggest change out of the whole story of the race, though, is that this is the biggest gap between those two cars that we've seen yet.
Just an update as well for fans. We've only lost a small handful of cars, despite a lot of technical problems out there. The 305 of the Myota team is out, unfortunately. The 333 of Bruce Innovations as well. The 178 of Camburn Performance. And then the 69 of Open Throttle is the latest to have problems. Not sure if they're going to be getting back out onto the circuit. I do have a couple cars in pit lane. The 95, we understand they are out for the rest. And then the 40 is also in pit lane. Not sure if they are going to be returning anytime soon. Otherwise, still have plenty of cars out and running at full tilt with 4 hours and 51 minutes left to go. This car, the 5 of Carter Pease, briefly led the race on strategy, but they've since been demoted down to 4th. They're trying to run down Dakota Dickerson, but I'm not showing the last lap is faster than them, and there's about 10 seconds between them. So toss up on whether or not they could catch up to the Stratus Racing car.
About 3/4 of a second in terms of that lap time difference in favor of Dakota Dickerson. So yeah, Carter Pease is doing a good job, and I believe that he has been in the car ever since the beginning as well. Most of these ZP2 drivers have not swapped out the driver. And I think that the goal for these opening couple stints, don't lose the lead lap. We've seen so many things kind of shuffle around in the last hour, last 30 minutes, last 20 minutes of these ZRS races. So I think that the main goal for these opening drivers is stay on the lead lap, keep yourself in a position that can put you into potentially podium spots at the end of the race. The 5 car definitely got held up pretty big in the kink there from that ZR class car, but now is clear of them.
Let's go to Jonathan, who's been keeping tabs on strategy. Jonathan, what's up?
Yeah, you guys brought up an interesting point about stint lengths, and a lot of drivers, especially in the prototype ranks, double stinting. And talking to some of the teams, it seems like that is the favorable strategy. We heard it from Gavin Vaughn, his teammate Ethan Barker, doing the lion's share early on, a double stint from him, and that seems to be the trend, especially amongst the top 5 or 6 cars. And I think the conditions are a big part of that. Yes, Road America is long. It is taxing on the drivers, but conditions compared to what we saw at Virginia International Raceway weather-wise are a lot more favorable. Even though this is a physical race and the NPO1s are physical cars to drive, it's a lot more survivable for the drivers, a lot more feasible to do a double stint when it's not approaching 100 degrees Fahrenheit out in the air. So I think a double stint is not only physically a little bit more possible, but strategically seems to be favorable as well.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about that, what the weather was like. It certainly seemed to be pretty toasty back at VAR. This farther north, of course, but I can tell you the Midwest in the summer still gets pretty steamy out there, but it does look like it's been a beautiful day so far out there at Road America. We're continuing to watch Bellarmine versus Dickerson, and I asked the question, Joey, on if Dakota would be able to hold on to him. This is looking like a pretty big yes.
Yeah. Oh, there, and that was wide out of Bellarmine in the 4. Look at Dakota Dickerson just eat up all of that ground. Puts himself literally underneath the spoiler of that number 4 car going through the carousel, lifts off out of the gas. Not sure if that was maybe a little bit of the aero wake, wanting to take care of those front tires, picking up a little bit of that understeer, but definitely a mistake. I think it goes to show how hard Bellarmine is pushing inside the number 4 car.
He's not letting this go by the wayside, is Dakota Dickerson. He knows that if he can hold on, he's still within a shout. It's early in the race. Yes, track position would be ideal, but you just want to hold on to that car ahead as, yet again, traffic at just a few inconvenient spots around this circuit. It's so known for its long straightaways, but as we've seen, there are some corners that if you catch it at the wrong place, it can certainly cost you multiple tenths, multiple car lengths to the car ahead. So as we watch them close in on a little bit more of the traffic, I think that was one of our cars that had problems early, should be able to get by soon. In the meantime, I understand that Sloan has a little bit of a scoop for us. Sloan, what you got?
So I don't know if anyone knows, but Gezert's is an incredible ice cream shop that's here in Elkhart Lake that I've actually been going to since I was a kid. We've gone every single summer, and last night some of our crew members went. We met Finn here, who made me the best brownie sundae of my life, and then he named it after me, which was really cool. But I have Finn here because I want to just show that here at Zenith you can get close and personal to the cars that are on track, which I think is something that not a lot of series get to showcase. So this is your first time at a racetrack, or just like tell me, do you have any history in racing? Are you interested in it? Because we invited him here against his will, but still.
Yeah, I love racing. Just went to Le Mans this year. I've been to the Daytona 24. I live just down the street, so I try to come to every race. But this is my first time at this event. It's really cool. I love to see all the different cars. I mean, you got Carrera Cup cars, Ginettas, these GT4s, the M2s, and it's a great race. So I'm.
Yeah, that's awesome. The sundae, it was a brownie sundae, and we added raspberries and cookie dough?
Cookie dough, whipped cream, cherry.
And extra hot fudge. So if you go to Gezert's, ask for the Sloan sundae. Is that going to be on the menu?
It should be. We're getting it cleared by the boss today.
Hey, boss, clear it for me, would you? Anyway, thank you so much for coming out, Finn. We're so happy to have you, and I'm so glad that we could give you this up-close and personal tour, and you get to talk to Colin, hear about the car. So I hope you have a great rest of your day here, and hopefully we'll see you at a Zenith race again soon.
All right, it was awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Back to you guys.
Great stuff. That sounds delicious, but this is a horrible time to talk to us about food, as we got a car slow out of turn 14. Looks like they're getting it going once again. My question, Joey, is if a dessert is named after you, does that mean it's free every time you go after that?
Ooh, I think Sloan would be very happy to hear that. I think she is going to be going back to the ice cream shop, not just to ensure that the name is on the dessert, but she also gets that deal.
Yeah, that'd be my question if I get naming rights on something. There we see the information of once again the 777 has been having a bit of a frustrating day. They're currently still running fifth in class, which is actually ahead of a fair few of the other cars in that ZR3s, but definitely have lost a lot of time coming to a stop a couple times already. In the meantime, on board with the 59. Still sitting behind the 4-car of Bellarmine, but a little farther away than what we had witnessed not too long ago.
Shows 1.6 seconds per timing and scoring currently. Can't really see him too far up the road there. Now, switching over to the TV camera, get a good shot of maybe call it about 25 car lengths between the two. So the draft isn't really going to be helping out that number 59 car too much. However, as with every single lap in endurance multi-class racing, you never know what's down the road, and you see one of those ZR-classed cars directly in front of the number 4. Gets through clean down into turn number 8 as a little bit of a battle here. This is the 109 getting by the 3, and shouldn't necessarily call it a battle. I think that's Shane Roberts just putting the lap on the number 3 car. So Shane in that Burgundy 109 sitting inside the top 5 currently. The round 3 racing machine giving chase 7th.
Yeah, I believe Gorshkov in that 3, the only car lap down right now in the ZP2s, which actually we should give a lot of credit. We've seen that class spread out a little bit either through penalties or through issues in the past. I'm knocking on wood now that I've said all this, though. But other than Gorshkov, they're all still on the same lap up there, 1st through 6th.
We've seen, like you said, we've seen them spread out. I think that VIR was probably our closest in terms of the amount of cars that were in that group. I think we had 3 cars literally on the lead lap the entire race long, all duking it out, swapping positions based off of strategy when they were hitting pit lane. Had some funky code 60s a little bit later in the race as well. So I'm with you. 6 of our ZP2 cars all in contention over 2 hours into this thing.
Bellman with a personal best sector 3 that last time by, as we watch our leader in the ZR3s, Sergio Ramirez, gap down to O'Gorman is about 20 seconds right now, so he's sitting pretty at this stage, but O'Gorman keeping them honest. They can't completely count this one done yet so early in the race. The Camber and Performance Ginetta is looking very strong this weekend. What we're really crossing our fingers on is the Ginettas that have taken part in this series so far have often run into mechanical issues throughout the season. So they've been fast but fragile, and so far they've been getting the fast part right. The reliability seems to be so far on their side. Let's hope that they can stay in the hunt, because it's been looking good for that Camber and Performance team.
The last lap was just over a second faster than Sergio, who we've got our cameras on right now. This is one of our, I think this is our overall leader actually going by.
Yes.
Sergio Ramirez is the 908. And we haven't mentioned him very much, have we, recently? They were the ones that did not take the opportunity under that latest Code 60 to come in. They opted to stay out on the racetrack, and they've got a, call it a 30-plus second lead over Thomas Bellman right now. And Automatic Racing has been around the block in terms of calling endurance races. They are no stranger to the multi-class format. They know exactly what they're doing. And right now, they are making their strategy work, as the 908 has been in the lead ever since we went back green flag racing.
Yeah, Brandon Kidd sharing that with Rob Pelosi this weekend. Rob has not been in the car yet in this race, hopping on board with Brandon Kidd. definitely impressed. Joey, do your notes say when they last took their last pit stop? Because I would think it's got to be getting close for them to need to come in soon.
So the last pit stop under the code 60 was at an hour and 30 minutes into this race. So I'm expecting the majority of the cars to come probably here in the next 10 minutes, right? The next 10 or 15 minutes, which, yeah, I think that this 908 would have to come sooner than that.
Okay, yeah, so there we see the teammates waiting to hop in on our graphic. The 908s having run this race pretty solidly so far, but getting good fuel mileage. I just saw that the 3 of Gorshkov is in pit lane as well, so they're probably taking their scheduled stop, and I think that 3 was the only car that did not stop during that code 60, so that does make sense that they're the first to be forced to come in to get a splash of fuel. The 777 also in the pit lane. The 40 of Hunter Yaney, unfortunately, despite the speed in that car, also sitting stationary taking service.
I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat a little bit here, Joe, because I love being a conspiracy theorist as the number 3 car hits pit road. So remember when that code 60 came out, we were making the comment of the 59 and the 77 had just hit pit lane, right? Only a handful of laps earlier, if not maybe 1 lap earlier. If the 908 was kind of in the same boat, it doesn't necessarily put them that much further back in terms of the fuel. Maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. So I wonder if that kind of track position swap allowed them to run a pace out there on the racetrack and make up for only a few minutes of fuel burn.
That could be. We've been watching a pit stop here as Gorshkov helps his teammate into the car. We'll see which driver has hopped in. Do love the care that is placed on those driver seats as he literally chucked it across the wall over the car. But you do want to try and limit the time sitting stationary here. They've got it all ready to go, but the car is not exactly rushing out of the stall.
Looks like... Oh, there exactly is the reason why. I think that the driver was probably on the radio saying, hey, the driver's left side rear view mirror is just kind of flinging around out there. Jonathan, actually, it sounds like you've got a little bit more info on it.
I was thinking back through my notes. That's something that plagued the number 3 car right from the very beginning. And remember, the race's first code 60, we had a couple early takers, the 908 among them. The 3 came in, not for fuel, but to tighten up that same wing mirror. It looks like in the turbulent air and some of the curbs and long straights here at the National Park of Speed, it has fully come loose. The mechanic, you can see him flick it to try to go righty-tighty, and it just kept spinning around. So that's certainly not going to help visibility. He'll have to rely on his driver's spidey senses in the car, but in terms of seeing what's behind the race car, it seems on the driver's left, that's certainly not going to do much good, is it?
I've heard of spinning rims, but I don't think that spinning rearview mirrors are going to be the next trend to hit car culture, unfortunately. Brad McCall, by the way, hopped into that car. It caught me. That's the first time I've ever seen a rearview mirror spin like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and just the mechanic hopping back over the wall and whatnot to just be like, I can't do anything. Look what happens. And just spins it around. That was great.
Our leader, AJ Alsup, is in. There you can see right now and being followed by the 178, I think that is, that we've got following them.
Yes.
Or is that the 177?
Yeah, I believe that the blue one is the 177.
Yes. Apologies. Get them mixed up at time, but both taking their service now. So as we thought, maybe a little earlier than Joey's 10-minute call, but that was, of course, for the ZP2s, and they still need to come in and pit. There goes the 41 team in a flurry of service around the car, and they're going to be taking the driver out. Let's go to Jonathan, who's at the stop.
Right, you are one. Difficult on these cars, kind of doing it NASCAR style, opting not to go through the open door, but rather through the net. Now that window net goes in, or at least trying to, buckling in the seatbelts, buckling in the transponder, the radio, the drinks bottle. There's so much that goes into the artistry of driver changing, and that's one of the beautiful things about endurance racing. Now that some of the opening double or even triple stints are done, we're seeing many more of those driver changes take place. Meanwhile, second tank of fuel, 6 gallons each with a one. And waiting about halfway through, about 9 or 10 gallons of fuel taken in, having a little bit of trouble with the window netting. And now we wait. It looks like fuel is complete. The catch can is gone. Full tank of fuel. Driver change complete. And now we wait. They get the go-ahead, trying to get the car fired. Still waiting. Or from that BMW engine, off and away for the 41.
Awesome.
With this trouble, had to wait. It was held up by the 177 guy. Sorry to butt back in, but the 177 Ginetta, that was one of the strongest class contenders, its way into its pit box as the 41 was leaving, so that's certainly not going to help its time.
And
Oof,
is there
that was a
it's
definite pause.
yeah. No, I was just going to jump in, Joe. I just saw something out of the right rear of that 177, but I realized it's the blanket that they put over the right rear of that car. So it's just something that I had seen.
Yes. Yeah, we'd covered that a little bit earlier on this race. Is that Ginetta over the Nimbus Racing number 77 looks very quick down the straightaways. Did you see him disappear?
It's the difference between, call it a production-based sports car and an entry-level prototype. And they just make their speeds in totally different areas. Watch the 77 just eat them up through turn number 6. And even into turn number 7, I bet you this little prototype is going to carry even more speed through there. The closing rate. Now the Ginetta, maybe a little bit more horsepower, squirts it out 1 or 2 car lengths, and on the brakes again. These little ZP cars just make up a ton of ground. So it's almost like if you were to picture a Miata versus a Corvette, right? The Miata is going to be hauling it through the corners. The Corvette's going to be hauling it down the straightaways. And that's just the dynamic between the classes.
Back on board with Kidd. Last lap was a personal best, 22.5. Looks like they've got a lot of clear air in front of them, so they're trying to capitalize on that while the running is good. And in fact, they were quicker than Bellarmine by about a tenth of a second, with 28 seconds between them right now. That's a good sign for them. Dakota Dickerson actually is regaining some of that time that they lost, because it was about 2.3 seconds between them at the line last time. But was quicker by about 0.6 of a second. We've got a code 60 going, though, and I do not see what that is for. 290 car, I think?
I'm looking around. I don't see any messages on race control currently. And I'm looking through the marching ants right now. I do see that 290. You're right, Joe. The 290 is stopped just after the kink. That is not a good place that you want to be at. It would be right around this camera shot, but I don't see the car.
And immediately the 109 and the 77 take advantage of it there in pit lane. We're hearing that the 59 is also going to be joining them soon. So this works out beautifully for those ZP2 teams. Granted, don't think it's going to do much in the way of separating them on strategy, but this at least allows them to lose less time. I think in the shot that we're looking at, it's that little spot on the wall that we can see. Because remember, I believe it's a white car, the 290. It's Kaufman and the Moorhead Speed car.
It certainly could be off a driver's left there. We see the safety workers, I think, just getting to the car. And I think to add to the complexity, too, the 290 was on an outlap. So that Moorhead Speedworks car, at least on timing and scoring, shows that it was on an outlap. Oh no, it lost it in the kink. So an accident for the 290.
So it wasn't what we were seeing. It was on the other side, out of view. And I worried if we would have any victims from this corner. Does look like driver's right on the track that the car is wound up stationary. So just a guess, but often cars will go wide off the corner, get loose, and then be spit back to the right-hand side. And that looks to be what likely happened here.
It shows Jerry Kaufman was driving the car per the driver ID. You see the corner workers already getting to the driver's side door there, having a chat with the driver, make sure it's okay. But yeah, Joe, this is a little bit of an unfortunate one, especially since it shows on the outlap and potentially with the new driver in the car as well.
It's always an adjustment period. You need to make sure that, yes, you were on it from the word go, but you don't want to overdrive the car and be aware of any changes it may have gone through over the course of its stints before you hop in. Checking with Brandon Kidd, who has not been in yet. I'm guessing, as they're coming through Canada Corner, they are probably going to be capitalizing on this very shortly. Both the 109 and the 77 did manage to get in and out already and take their pit stop.
Couldn't have worked out better for this 908 car, honestly, right? Because they skipped the previous Code 60, and now this one kind of just fell right into their lap. I'm with you. I think that they probably should be coming down here momentarily. I expect all of the ZP2 cars to be coming down here. So it'll just be pretty interesting to see how this one plays out, because he's got a lot of track position. And there goes the 908 into pit road. Here is the 4 and the 59 still all the way down in Canada Corner. Will be interesting to just kind of see where they make it on the racetrack, given that they're doing 60 kilometers an hour and the other team is going to be doing their pit service.
And it sounds like we're hearing that that incident with the Ginetta happened right in front of the 77. Now, Gavin Vaughn has hopped into that car. I believe it was Ethan Barker who was in before this pit stop that just happened. And then Pope as well in the 109 has hopped in. So Ryan Pope is now in that car. And there we see the 908 hitting their stop.
Looks like they're going to be doing a driver change. That is Brandon Kidd hopping out of the car. Going to be a new driver going in. You see the fuel also going in. You see the driver assist on the right side of the car. So you got both doors open. The old driver is going to be helping with whatever, the window nets, the radio ID plugs, cool shirts, whatever it may be. The assist on the right side is there to make sure anything else, whether it be lap belts, whether it be shoulder belts, the cam lock in the center, whatever it is, just make sure that everything is A-OK. Then they should have both doors here closed momentarily.
I don't know if we covered it, but Reed Garton had gotten in for the 41 when they had to stop earlier. And once again, this plays out great for the 18 team. The Kingpin Racing has Aaron Applegate in the car, but they're taking the chance to make a pit stop. Still working on this 908 is it looks like there's issues with the door. Remember, they all have to be back over the wall there. And they got most of them over, and the car now finally on its way.
So I had heard behind the scenes that the 77 car had a pretty good view of this accident. And I went back and found it myself. And it was pretty interesting, just a huge slide through the kink, and just lost it all by himself.
Meanwhile, Dakota Dickerson is in, and Sloan is down at the stall. Sloan?
Yeah, here with the 59 right now, Dakota is getting out. It looks like we've got Clay McGurk getting into the car. We're taking some fuel right now. Looks like first on our first tank, or it's gallon. I don't know. I was trying to remember that, and I kind of messed it up, but we got half. Oh, no, they didn't do that. Well, correct me later. So that's great. Okay, so Clay's getting buckled in. Dakota's helping him. It's going really great. We're hoping for a really good pit stop here. Looks like it's going well. We're going to finish it off by buckling him in. And we're hoping for a clean startup. Engine on. Engine's turning on. Engine's turning on. Perfect. And he's out of pit lane.
Meanwhile, a little further down, the 4 from Round 3 Racing also made its stop, has emerged from pit lane just ahead of the number 59. It would appear that bobble didn't hamper their efforts. Remember, the 4 and the 5 from R3R stacked their pit stops early on. They've staggered them beautifully, timed to perfection. No driver change on the 4. There will be a driver change on the 5, however. Both cars appear to be taking a full fill of fuel. That means 3 of the 6-gallon tanks. That would equate to 18 gallons if filled properly and fully, although the trend with the prototypes today has been to leave about a third in the tank, so about 12 gallons of fuel. Either way, the stint times have been about what we'd have expected, just under an hour. These are about an hour. It's still waiting on the driver change for the blue Round 3 race car, but either way, the front of the field, the 908, we saw it makes it pit stop. The 59 will run third when it all shuffles out because Round 3 Racing have beat them out of the pit stops.
That means all of our ZP2s have now taken pit stops and are on to the next stint. Carter P's last one we're waiting on to return to the track. With all of the outlaps that I'm seeing on our timing and scoring, it seems like a huge chunk of the field did use this as a good chance to try and affect their fuel strategy. Still getting a little bit of the driver change going for the 40 here, who are unfortunately way down the order compared to where their pace would show them if it wasn't for a couple of penalties. And the 777 back on course. So there was an off track recently for them somehow. That's Smith in that car now.
I'm not sure. I don't think that car has an onboard camera that I can go back and try to find that one. Interesting, though. You're right. Especially under the code 60 situation. It might just be an older message that has finally popped itself up. I do see that the 109 has also had a driver change. Ryan Pope is behind the wheel of that one, taking over from Shane Roberts in that Roberts Motorsports machine.
Yeah, so a lot of teams electing to get some driver changes in. The 4 puts Camden Hibbett in the car. I believe the 5 has replaced Kenny, replaced with Kenny, rather. So Gavin Vaughn, as I mentioned, is into the 77 as well. So Ethan Barker has hopped out of that machine. Been an interesting first stint for that team. Still looking to try and cycle their way back up to the front. But curiously, Brandon Kidd in the 908, who has been in the car since the very beginning, stays in there. That's going to make for 2.5 hours that he has been running and has been doing a phenomenal job, honestly.
I'm going to go check those driver IDs for automatic racing. It only shows that Brandon is paired with Rob Pelosi here this weekend. So I would assume, Joe, is that they're going to split this thing 50-50 just straight down the middle, or at least as close to down the middle as they can get, and just be done with the driver stint, right? Have Brandon do the first half and then have Rob hop in the car, do the second half of the race. And if anything goes wrong, you can opt to put Brandon back in the car because he should be relatively rested after being out of the car for, call it 2+ hours at that point.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I think that seems like the simplest call. Sometimes the simple calls are not always the best one or the easiest to try and make in racing, but if it does work your way, might as well give it a try as we ride on board with one of our Rue Racing cars. Trying to figure out if this is Juan Carlos or Jorge that we were riding with. We're going to switch over to the Nimbus Racing machine now with Gavin Vaughn in that 77 and running in the top 5. Going to restart just behind another of our Canburn Performance Janetta cars, obviously, when we get back to racing. Also worth noting, this is only the 3rd of our Code 60s that we've had so far in this race. So we've at least been keeping a good record thus far in terms of slowing the race down.
I was just going to say, tip of the cap to automatic racing in this strategy call. we talk about it all the time that you have to take advantage of the code 60s when you're out on the racetrack, right? You can't just let an opportunity for a potentially cheap pit stop pass you by. However, Automatic has proven to us there are times that you should stay out there on the racetrack, right? If you've only pitted 2 minutes, maybe 2 laps, maybe even less than that, and then all of a sudden a code 60 comes out, the other teams, the 59, the 77, everybody else took the opportunity earlier in the race and they stayed out. They opted for the track position. This next code 60 fell into their lap, and it couldn't be working out any better right now for Automatic Racing.
Yeah, they still got that track position. They've been holding at a steady lead over their rivals. So it's shaping up well in this middle part of the race. With some time during this slower code 60, we can head on down to Jonathan, who's got some more stories on pit lane.
Fresh out of the 908, and all smiles is Brandon Kidd. You've done a great job in the car, but you've spent a lot of time in the race car as well. We're seeing a split strategy between 2 and 3 driver lineups in ZP2, but just 2 teammates for you in the 908. That's going to be mighty physical around this place.
Yeah, it is, but honestly, it's awesome to just get more driving in. We got really lucky with that first code 60, but I'm going to credit the team because they kind of put us on a strategy to that. So the car's really good. We just put Rob in. He didn't get a lot of time in yesterday. I'm sure he'll do a great job. Just the 2 of us, so we got a lot.
You referenced that strategy call early in the race. Under the race's first code 60, you were the first taker of the ZP2 cars on pit lane, and you said that significantly helped elevate your 5th place starting position to now leading the field.
Yeah. At a couple laps, we wouldn't have been able to take advantage of that code 60. So honestly, we just followed in the Stratus car, and they're pretty good. Follow them and have it work out like it did. We're in a great spot right now.
Back to drive time, you've done about hours in the car with 2 teammates. You could split it down the middle. Are you going to do that, or are you going to get back in the race?
Yeah, I'm going to get in double. So he might have to get in as well. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to work, but happy to do it. The car's running great. It's awesome to finally have some good luck this year because we've had a lot of bad luck. But I know the race isn't over yet. Still a long way to go, and we'll see what happens.
This is a crew that seems to have a lot of fun as well. The Automatic Racing team, I can see behind me, all smiles, all slapping each other on the shoulders and laughing. It seems like a positive atmosphere. Win-lose. It's always nice when you're leading as well.
Yeah, well, this year we've been fast, but we haven't been able to put it together. So I'm just happy for the guys because they work so hard. And yeah, let's see if we can be on the podium today.
Is winning car today?
I was a little worried yesterday because we had to make some changes, but and that made all.
Thanks for your time. I'll let you hydrate and get back to rest. We're going to hop back in the car as well.
Yep, thank you.
So team sounding very confident. Just as good timing, green flag comes out and we go back to racing. They've cleared everything as we've had really what is our first actual incident out on track with the car going off at the kink. Pelosi leads the way, but look at the fight between P2. Now it has gone between McGurk and Hibbett as they've hopped in for their 2 teammates and carry on the battle.
Nose to tail as soon as that green flag dropped again. Kind of just how they were before we had that code 60. I think the biggest difference, though, is just the drivers inside those machines have changed in terms of the driver IDs that are plugged in. Camden Hibbett, like you had said, is in the number 4 car. Clay McGork is now in the number 59, giving chase. We know that both of these drivers extremely capable of those same lap times that we saw out of our opening drivers.
Got a few more penalties, unfortunately, for code 60 violations. The 12, the 94, the 14, and the 85. We know the 85's already had one. They were running in 4th. Gino Manley currently in that car. Max Ocaranza as well, who's in 3rd. He's going to get that one. And then, of course, the 12, that is Oakley, currently in the Rockwell Autosport. Now, I'm not sure how far they are ahead of third place, but that could put them closer to that 769, the battle for P2 in the ZR4s. And we got another penalty, Joey, for tire changes, exceeding number of limit for the car, 48 lap penalty. I think we can pretty safely call this one pretty done dusted for Medusa, unfortunately.
In terms of the race and the finishing position, yes. I do feel like Zenith Racing Series is a great opportunity to still go out there and put tons of laps, tons of test time, and maybe use that data towards later rounds in the series. So it's good to see that Medusa Motorsports is still out there and still running, and it might just be one of those test days for the Aston Martin.
Certainly seems like it's winding up that way, unfortunately. I think we're starting to get all of those updates from the penalties being applied. And it looks like in the ZR3s, it is currently Taylor in the 392 that is up at the top now. Swift in the 177 sits in second, and Max Ocaranza holds onto that third place since Manley also got himself a penalty. But couple teams obviously running into issues still farther into this race, trying to get the timing right as they want to slow down for that code 60.
Through one of the most iconic sections here on the racetrack, the carousel. I think that if you were to talk to people about Road America, the kink and the carousel are probably the two most iconic corners. An extremely long downhill banked right-hander, high speed to medium to high speed that feeds you out into the extremely fast right-hander of turn number 11, the kink. And you talk about just quality areas of racetracks around the globe. I think that specific section, one of the best. And no, Big Mission having more problems with the car. Same exact spot as we saw earlier. Thankfully, they got it fired up again.
Yeah, I was noticing that as well, that it's that run up to turn 6. No idea if there's something to do with the way the corner or the elevation is, that it seems to be causing the car issues, because that is a pretty steep run uphill. But whatever the case, it's been a frequent sight, unfortunately, today, that 777 car seems to be going slow up out of 5 and into 6. Meanwhile, Camden Hibbett back in the 4, his first stint for this weekend, and he is very much on the pace. Clay McGurrick back by 4.4 seconds, and they've only been running for about 2 or 3 laps now.
Camden's last lap at 222.4. Clay 224.5. So you're right, just a little bit of a pace difference. And I think the biggest difference is that 908 car with Rob behind the wheel. You know, we had kind of jumped the gun a little bit during that pit stop, thinking Brandon was still in, just the driver ID hadn't registered through that timing loop yet. So certainly seems like Brandon is going to be getting a little bit of rest right now while Rob takes over the 908, but still a very healthy gap between first and second.
Going by the third place car in the ZR4 class, Adleta currently in that 769 machine. And Andrew Adleta, rather, as they have been running a nice steady race out there. Unfortunately, haven't really been showing much in the terms of pace, but have kept the car going. And as we've seen, honestly, that's job one today. This has been a punishing track on these cars. But we're watching our second place driver in the ZR2s with Applegate in the number 18 currently, trying to play catch up on the 41 after they were penalized early in the race, and have been since trying to catch up to that lead with great pace, we must say. But Chris Applegate, currently in that car, has been doing an awesome job.
This is the number 21 Porsche out there. think that David Kim is currently behind the wheel of this machine. We're going up through turns 6 and 7. Here's the 41 machine, that Retro Rockets class leader currently in ZR2 with Garton behind the wheel. Doing a fantastic job. You were just given the update on the 18 and kind of where they stood. I really felt that the performance was swinging back towards that Kingpin Racing car, but once Pat got out of the car, it hasn't quite been there for the number 18, and it's definitely swung back into favor of Retro Rockets, and they're taking the opportunity and doing a great job with it.
Yeah, Reed Garton in that 41 at this stint. So watch them from above with that black and white BMW continuing to lead the way. Last lap actually was much quicker for Applegate, but again, sometimes that can be heavily influenced by the traffic. We'll see when they cross the line here after a couple more corners if the 41 is able to pick it back up and continue to stretch away. Another of our Porsches just trying to stay off to the side and avoid getting tangled up with the other classes. 41 now looking to stretch its legs as it gets to unleash the power down the main straight.
Yeah, that was the 21 car that they were going by. I have to check the lap time on that one because that seemed pretty far off the pace with these similar cars just kind of blowing by that ZR3 machine. I know that Retro Rockets is in the ZR2 class, but that number 21, a 2-minute 50 that last time by. So I wonder if they're trying to diagnose something with that NRG Racing Porsche.
I believe, they've been in and out of pit lane so far this weekend. I think they've been having a few issues. Haven't really shown much in terms of the timing tower, but at least they are still running. And last lap for the 41, a 2:34, so 2 seconds quicker than last time. But Chris Applegate, again, at that 2:31, massively faster. Just got to wait for the 18 car to cross as well, which I think we're going to be getting in a couple seconds here, so I can update you on if they're still cutting in on that lead in the ZR2. Boy, are they. Now down to a 2:28 for Applegate. And another 6 seconds taken off of the 41 car.
Yeah, so Applegate and that Porsche that you're talking about just went through turn number 1. We're talking about the gap to this car right here that is in turn number 8 on the racetrack. So the Porsche has a lot faster lap time right now, cutting into this gap. Oh, that was a car off. Going into the carousel.
I think that's the simple.
Thankfully,
777.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think that's the 777 again. I wonder if they're having some handling issues now on top of things, or if they were maybe put off by the other car.
I think that was more of a racing incident. You saw him kind of approach the back of the 41, going into the carousel on the outside most of the time. Not a passing opportunity unless you're in a Formula car. So I think that they just simply ran out of racetrack on the outside.
Sometimes that'll happen. A lot of gravel to the outside of that corner. It's more there for higher powered machines like the prototypes, or when IndyCar comes here to visit. These cars won't go as far without much of the cornering speed up through there. But watching, I think that was the 14 that we just saw go by and up the hill through Bill Mitchell Bend. Max Ocaranza still running in third for AOA Racing, trying to make up the lap they lost for the penalty last time by through the code 60.
I tell you what, Joe.
There we see the 40 as well. Go ahead.
Not immediately, but we're going to have to start keeping an eye on that overall class lead. That Aston Martin just blows by those cars on the front straightaway here. But was about a minute at one point that Automatic Racing had, is now down to, am I seeing this right, 15 seconds between the 908 and the 4 car. And another huge chunk of time taken out that last lap from Camden Hibbing.
Yeah. Pelosi was 4 seconds slower last time by, I'm seeing. So you're right. That is a big one. And the reason we're riding on board here with the 40, despite being many laps down, I mentioned it earlier, Sebastian Saavedra. How often do you get to say that your team has a driver who's running the Indy 500 competing with you? So very cool to see Sebastian join in ZRS and going to see what he can do inside this Aston Martin.
Yeah, and one of the fastest cars actually on the racetrack in terms of the potential lap time. And I'm going up and down through timing and scoring. The last lap from Saavedra, 2:22, was actually the fastest car on the racetrack.
Sloane's caught up with one of our drivers. Let's head down to her.
I'm down here with Aaron from Paragon Performance. Aaron is one of the drivers of the Corvette C8 in the ZR4 class. I know all of us had a few questions about the Corvette. Aaron was kind of telling me yesterday that you're not necessarily a new team, but the members here are from 3 different teams all across the country that came together for this race. So can you tell me a little bit about your journey getting here?
Oh, yeah, sure. So we've all been involved in endurance racing, sprint racing for a number of years. And we raced against each other as competitors. And then we, had complementary personalities, enjoyed hanging out together. Figured we'd do a little adversarial collaboration and go endurance racing together, see what we learned from one another. So it's been fun.
Yeah, that's awesome, especially entering in the ZR4 class. Can you kind of talk me through why you decided to enter in that class?
The main reason for entering that class is, one, it's a new class, so we want to come out and support the series, try to drum up some competition in the class, sort of set the standard for what a ZR4 car is going to look like, what that competition looks like. The other reason is the fuel capacity of the C8 is quite small, and so running at a higher power level, we need a larger fuel tank than the car has, and that gets into a relatively complicated auxiliary tank, which we have plans for, but couldn't execute in time for this event, so running at lower power.
Okay, that sounds good. How's the weekend going? Do you have any issues so far? Any strategy you can kind of tell us about?
Yeah, I think we'd be happy to divulge that we're having more left rear tire wear than we anticipated. It was something that was on our watch list, and we're seeing a lot more degradation there than we thought. So we were ready to do a tire change, thinking that maybe we wouldn't have to. We definitely have to.
Okay, well, that sounds good. Well, we're so happy to have you guys here, and we're wishing you luck for the rest of the race.
Great. Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Appreciate you.
Left-hand side, Joey. That makes sense to me. You've got turn 7, you've got the carousel, and you've got the kink, all quick right-handers. So I'm sure it is putting quite a bit of strain on that side of the car. And as we watch on board once again with that Corvette coming down through one of those quick right-handers, the 66 just plugging away at the lead of that ZR4 class. Current gap between themselves and the number 12 team is over a lap at this stage, I'm pretty sure, because 12, one of those that took that penalty. In fact, they are currently in pit lane, getting lapped by one of the quicker class cars. And the 769 also in pit lane. We're seeing the Miata come in. Lots of additions on this car, as you can tell, with that huge spoiler. And then the skirt at the front to help give it some downforce. They're going to hit their marks.
I also
start to go to work. Go ahead,
Joe,
Joey.
The modifications aren't just aero, but I guess it is still aero. They got lots of tape making sure that top is held on to the windshield as well.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. And they're examining some things under the hood. This is not a good sign. They've got a funnel as well. I wonder if they're having problems with maybe the oil inside the engine, the way things are going currently. They're going to start to wrench on it. So I hope they're able to get it back out and at least get to see the checkered flag. Yes, they're not going to be overtaken by any of the others in their class, but at least you want to be running at the end.
I found out why they have duct tape on that top is because it's not connected on the back half of the machine. So they at least have to tape it down at some point. Otherwise, that thing's going to go flying off.
I kind of wondered because I was looking at the back of it and noticed a similar thing there. So, yeah, very curious setup. I'm sure that doesn't make it very aerodynamically efficient down the straights, but it is what it is. You got to take what you can and go racing. But the car clearly a little bit sickly at this point. Also, can update on the 777 with all the problems they've been having. They are currently behind the wall, we're being told. So it is got some more serious issues that they need to address as we come back on board with Pelosi. And we wondered about them being caught up by Hibbett. The gap now showing at only 2 seconds between himself and Camden. This is looking like this is going to be tough for Rob to be able to hold on to the lead.
And the last lap from the 908, a 2:31. That's just pretty far off. Their best is a 2:22, so that's 9 seconds slower than what that 908 has been able to do a little bit earlier in the race. I don't see anything necessarily wrong with the car per se. It's not like it's shaking overly too much. I just think that it's Rob getting comfortable with all of the different cars out there on the racetrack. You combine that with how aggressive Road America really is. You have to attack at such high speeds, and I just think that the number 4 car right now has a little bit more race pace, and they certainly are going to be approaching that back end of this 908 here momentarily.
In fact, you could say that McGurk also probably going to be catching them. There, they are finally in the same shot. The 908 being hunted by the yellow and white number 4 and looking likely to lose that lead as Kenny is a little bit farther back than those top 3. Probably not as likely to start to run them down here soon.
Going to see about this number 4 and how quickly it's able to dispatch of the 908. You see him now in the same exact camera shot. I know that timing and scoring shows 2.2 seconds because that's what it was at the last timing loop. Let's check what it is this time. 0.6 of a second. That was a huge chunk of time that Camden Hibbett just ate out of the 908. Going to have to deal with the Corvette. That's the number 66 car in our ZR4 class. Leaves tons of room down to the inside. And I have a feeling right now the number 4 car is going to line up the launch out of turn number 3. And head down the straightaway. It certainly looks like the number 4 car has officially overtaken for the lead. Round 3 racing to the point, and we've been talking a lot about our newest class, the ZR4 class. I understand that Jonathan has a little bit more info on some of our competitors.
I do. Funny enough, the 2 pit stalls that are the first in line if you're making your way into pit lane. First for Rockwell Autosports and their Porsche Boxster. Reported steering issue during Eric Rockwell's stint. Had a brief moment to talk to him. They brought the car back into pit lane, and it's now behind the wall just behind me, trying to get that remedied to try to get it back out there. Just 1 pit stall up is the 769 Mazda Miata, that bright green car, hard to miss on track. Have been laying down some pretty good lap times, but noticed during the last pit stop a little bit of oil left behind when they were refueling the car. They saw the oil pressure start to dip just a little bit, not so much that it was concerning. The crew was calm and cool and collected when they refilled just a little bit of oil, but no problem for the time being, just fixing what looks to be a tiny bit of oil loss, but otherwise smooth sailing for that team.
Thanks for that update down there. And attrition is just kind of a name in the game here with endurance racing. Sometimes you can prepare, over-prepare, think you've covered every single checkbox out there, and then all of a sudden the race car, the racetrack, whatever it may be, throws a new knuckleball at you. And that's just part of the team game, being able to adapt and conquer those problems when they do arise out there on the racetrack. Well, earlier this lap, the number 4 car of Camden Hibbett was able to overtake for the lead going down the long moraine sweep straightaway towards turn number 5. Let's look at the gap here at start-finish because he has certainly pulled out one. The last lap time of 2:23.4 and is now 3.4 seconds ahead of Automatic Racing and Rob Pelosi in that 908. He's going to have more company talking about Rob there. I see Clay McGorrick in the 59 car is only about 9 seconds behind him now, doing lap times approximately 2 seconds faster. So give it a handful of laps, and I have a feeling that Stratus Racing is going to be entering the picture once again. I do see that the number 5 car, it's kind of a 3-car breakaway right now in ZP2. The 4, the 908, and the 59. The 5 car has dropped back just a touch. We were reading off the lap times of those couple of other cars, and the 5 car is just now crossing the start-finish line. And I mentioned it, has a handful, a rear view mirror full of the 77, and Vaughn takes a look down to the inside. Can he outbrake his competitor door to door in turn number 1? Tons of room being given by the number 5 car. It certainly seems like Gavin Vaughn there in the number 77 is now through to what is 4th place. So lap times up front, 2:23 from our leader. We had been documenting the 908, maybe a couple seconds off of that. Clay, 2:24. Gavin, 2:26. Ryan Pope, 2:26. Kenny down here, still side by side. I thought that the 77 and the 5 had already kind of duked this out in the first couple of corners, but the slipstream effect down into that big brake zone definitely brought the 5 right back to the rear bumper. Now I think that Gavin Vaughn, since he has entered this, call it turn 6, 7, 8 complex, maybe has kind of put out the stiff arm distance just a little bit more to prevent that number 5 car from trying anything in some of these brake zones. Now I say that, and the carousel and the kink could certainly change everything. Seems that Gavin, though, has got a good grip on this Nimbus racing car. And kind of, while we've got the cameras on him, this 77 car, I just want to reiterate how fast they were in qualifying yesterday. It was definitely a shootout between the 59 and the 77. As soon as the 59 was able to put down a lap time, it seemed like the 77 had an answer to get right back on par with it. So I really expected that Nimbus Racing to show a lot of speed here in these 7-hour races at Road America this weekend. I think they're just buried a little bit in terms of the track position right now. But the lap times reflective of definitely a front-running car and one of the fastest on the track. I was also just going through some of the other classes that we've got out here. ZR2 still led by Retro Rockets in that number 41 machine. Got a healthy gap over that number 18 of Kingpin Racing. They have a lap over 3rd place of AOA Racing in that ZR2 class. To hop down to the orange ZR3 class, Harrison Motorsports still leads the way. That's the 392 car. Sergio Ramirez was driving it a little bit earlier. He did a bunch of those stints and now has handed it over to his teammate of Taylor out there. So they are just along the way. Daniel Taylor in the car right now. And I'm seeing about a lap, maybe just under, is what they have got in terms of the lead on 2nd place to Camburn Performance in their Janetta, the 177 car. Tom O'Gorman had started that car, and John Swift has now hopped in it for, call it, stint number 2 of the drivers, right? More on the fuel stints, but drivers just kind of swapping around at this point. Talk about our ZR4 class a little bit briefly as well. Now, Jonathan gave us an awesome update on some of those cars just a few moments ago, but it really has been the 66, that Corvette C8, that has led the way the majority of this race. Right now, it shows Emil Tab the 4th in the car. I believe it was Aaron Lichty that had started the car, qualified it yesterday, and had done the majority of the racing up until this point. Handed it off to his co-driver, and now the lap time still very, very reflective in terms of the performance that we saw out of the car. I think the biggest difference in that ZR4 class is now that the number 12 car of Rockwell Autosport that had been doing so well had their problem. They're still on pit road, so that has promoted Powell Racing in the 769. I know there's a lot of Powell fans out there on YouTube chat, so the 769 officially up into what is second place in their ZR4 class. About 20 minutes shy of halfway through this thing, we've done just over, call it 3 hours of racing, a 7-hour race, I just said, to 7 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow, for 14 hours of total multi-class endurance racing with Zenith Racing Series here at Road America. This is our overall leader that we've got on the screen right now. Got a 10-second gap over his closest competitor. So right now, Everson's Camden Hibbett has hopped into this round 3 racing machine, has just put the foot to the floor, and has been doing an excellent job running their own race pace and just kind of figuring out exactly where they are on these fuel stints, but doing a fantastic job out front currently. And as we watch the number 4 car go around the racetrack, it sounds like Jonathan has caught up with one of our local celebrities, Tom O'Gorman, one of our veterans here at Zenith Racing Series.
A local celebrity and veteran indeed. You certainly know what you're doing behind the wheel, and I think we could see that here in the Zenith paddock if qualifying was anything to go by. You did a ton of driving early in this race. I want to ask you first about drive time. Are you going to hop back aboard the 177?
I don't. Fortunately for Cameron and Pacelli Racing, we have 2 cars, 4 drivers, and one of them's currently not running. So we may try to combine things a little bit, even things out. But I definitely will be driving more this weekend. I just don't know about today.
Certainly a nice feeling to be
for commentary with to make a living, and a little bit we're grateful that they got the opportunity to be here driving a car. It's tiny little steering wheel, fine inputs, no ABS. It is kind of a lot of work for a race like this, but it's so fun. It's totally worth it.
How have you enjoyed the Zenith paddock so far?
Really fun. I think I'm really impressed. The combination of professional aspects that I've seen from pro racing and the amateur aspects from grassroots racing combined here. So little hospitality touches and things like that is really, really nice to see. I hope it keeps running strong. I hope it keeps bringing in quality teams to keep the quality of racing as high as it can be, because it has something really good going.
We saw you in the 177 to start the race, started from the class pole position. What type of a race car have you handed over to your teammates?
It's this racetrack is hard on cars, so there it goes. It's also loud. I could say it's this racetrack always develops little vibrations and things that you're always kind of tuned into, but it felt fine. The track had just started to deteriorate a little bit, so the pace had dropped a little bit as well. But for the most part, there's not a whole lot of cars on this racetrack for how long it is, so it's kind of ended up being a bit of an HPDE session interrupted with some traffic here and there. My goal for these races is always to end up side by side in the braking zones and the corners as little as possible. And, everybody else is always on their own strategy. So sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. It's all about minimizing the time lost in those exchanges and then, of course, your mistakes.
Tom, always great to share a commentary booth with you, but it's really nice to see you back behind the wheel.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Always great to see Tom behind the wheel of a race car. Definitely one of the best to get it done out there, as we have a fight for second place on our hands right now. Stratus Racing has caught up to the back of the 908, deep on the brakes into Canada Corner. And Clay McGork gets the pass done. So move the 59 up into what is second place overall. That's been a move coming for the last handful of laps. Just the pace out of the 59 car has been a little bit stronger in this driver stint that we've seen out of the number 908. And now I think Automatic Racing is probably going to monitor how much fuel they have left, right? So it was about 45 minutes ago when we had our last Code 60 that all of these teams, drivers, cars took the opportunity to come down pit road and fill it up with fuel. And traditionally what we have seen so far is they make it about an hour. Some of them just under, some of them just over. And of course, it depends on how much that driver is using that right foot, just how much fuel they're using at Road America. Of course, you're going to be using a lot of it down these long straightaways. But yeah, just a little bit of a question mark right now to see where the 908 is going to pop back in for their next fuel stop. And Joe Peak, it sounds like you have rejoined us here in the commentary booth to kind of catch you up on everything that has happened. The number 4 car, Camden Hibbett, was able to overtake the 908 pretty easily, and ever since he has had that clean windshield, he has been setting some terrific lap times out front. And we just saw Clay McGorrick in the 59 pass Rob in the 908 for what is second place. So now Automatic slips down to third overall.
Yeah, it does have the feeling that maybe Rob is just trying to survive this stint a little bit, not as comfortable in the car as we saw with Brandon Kidd earlier, already 18 seconds behind the overall lead. But it's a long race. They still could catch that back up. We saw that Brandon Kidd was able to do excellent work out there. So I don't think this one is over for them. Still, Camden Hibbett in that 4 team, we know that they are always a threat to try and take the win as that round 3 racing team seems to manage to find their way to the front pretty much every single round. But the 59 with Clay McGurk in that car now has to try and hunt down that number 4 as they leave the 908 in the dust.
Camden's just been doing a fantastic job. Same thing with Clay, right? Ever since that Clay hopped in the car, has been extremely consistent lap times, just knocking out these 224s, 224s, 224s. I bet you that this lap actually might be just a touch faster, given he had a little bit more clean air, 223.5. So yeah, there's that reflection that I was just talking about. Give that 59 just a little bit of clean racetrack, and it will respond with the lap time.
Also find it interesting that Andrew Adleta has managed to overtake Oakley after they've been stuck in the pits here. Heard you talking about that Rockwell has unfortunately run into some problems after they were doing so well with a very solid second place all race long. It's kind of gone sideways for them, but credit to the 769 team, who we saw have to do some work on the car in pit lane themselves. Has steadily moved themselves up at 1. Car 14, we're hearing, had a spin at turn 11 and continued. That's actually quite lucky because 11 is the kink, Joey. So if they got away with that one, they've used up one of their 9 lives, apparently.
100%. That's Max Ocaranza in the car for AOA Racing. We were covering some of their stuff a while back. But I'm with you. If you spun in the kink, there's no code 60, nothing like that, and we just are resuming green flag. You got away with one.
I don't know if we'll have any sort of replay on that, but I would love to see what happened because, my goodness, it sounds frightening, but we'll see what we can do on that as we continue to watch the second place ZP2 car put the laps down. Has not been quicker than Hibbett, unfortunately, on recent lap times, so not expecting them to start to close that in anytime soon. But we'll watch Clay and see what he can continue to do with this. Is Pelosi also just carrying on, at least with what appears to be, for a while, a third place, since they're not anywhere close to being caught up by Gavin Vaughn in the number 77. They'll come around to complete another lap after that latest code 60 that really kind of reset almost our entire field onto the same strategy.
It really did. I think that the gaps are a little bit bigger between third and fourth from what we've seen earlier in the race. But in terms of the level playing field of how much fuel is in each tank, yeah, definitely pretty much the same. And Joe, I was able to dig up that replay of the number 14. Thankfully, it was in the carousel versus the kink. And it just was a gentle off into the gravel. Basically, like the car hood couldn't hold the inside line and just kind of drifted wide off into the gravel, lifted off of the gas, and came back on.
Yeah, really glad that Okaranza not only was able to keep going, but he's actually still in third place. Manley didn't catch up to him with that spin, so Max can thank quite a few lucky stars on this one. Gino still trying to chase him down. Last lap was significantly faster because of that spin, but we'll see what it looks like when they cross the line once again. Our former leader now sitting in third. We watch on board with the automatic racing car take its way through turn 6, back down the hill. One thing that we should point out, because I know we talked about it during qualifying, this section in the hurry downs, the elevation drop really doesn't show well on camera. It is a massive plunge down into turn 8. There's a reason they call it the hurry downs. And if you don't get your braking point right, you're probably going long there.
I'll get a little bit nerdy talking about the brake zone of turn number 8. And you are 100% spot on correct with it. There's a lot of big brake zones at Road America. Turn number 8 is the trickiest of all of the brake zones. You're not hauling the mail, right? You are at a good clip of speed, but it's not like at the end of the front straightaway. It's not like going into turn number 5 or going into turn number 12. So I'd call it more maybe the 4th biggest brake zone that we've got on the racetrack. So it's not necessarily way high up there on the radar factor. However, it is so steeply downhill. If you go in just even 5 feet too deep, it carries that momentum. Gravity just continues you down the hill well past the apex. So if you're looking for the trickiest brake zone at Road America, it is turn number 8.
Been riding on board from time to time here with Taylor of the 392 of Harrison Motorsports, still leading in the ZR3s. Let's see, how much does he have? I think he has a full lap over Swift in the 177, and it's actually just being overtaken by Sanfilippo in the ZR2 class. We'll get a direct comparison here shortly once our time and scoring updates on exactly where the 392 is in relation to the 177, because it is looking like they have themselves an incredibly handy margin. Worth noting, not sure if Joey covered this, but the 777 car did take an extra tire at one point during their recent visit to pit lane. That gives them a 1-lap penalty. Honestly, mostly just adds to their woes at this point. They've not been having the best of runs with what seems to be a lot of technical or mechanical issues throughout the race. The car seems to go slow mysteriously at some times, and then they've had a number of offs as well. So add to that now a penalty, and just about everything that you could ask to go wrong has gone wrong for them at this stage. See, the 40 also has been in pit lane, so Saavedra's brought the Medusa Motorsports car back in. This is the top of that ZR3 class with the 392 of Taylor, having taken over for Sergio just a little bit ago. We're going to hop on board in the meantime with the 18 of Chris Applegate, our lone Porsche in the ZR2 class, and kind of on his lonesome, it looks like. He's got a number of cars in front of him, but I don't think he's going to be catching most, as it looks like on my marching ants. That's mainly the ZP2 class. There he is now, the red, white, and yellow Porsche. Gap at about 28 seconds up to Garton ahead of him. Last lap, definitely a lot faster, looking at about 7 seconds that they made up that last time by, trying to catch up to the 41. It has been certainly an admirable run from them. I think the fact that they are still in the hunt for the victory says a lot, not just about the speed, but the tenacity of this team, the way they've been able to handle this. They'll fly through the kink once again, and we can see the tire tracks left, unfortunately, by the Ginetta that is now out of this race. So far, the only incident that we've had that has caused a DNF, otherwise it has been mechanical issues bringing out our code 60s. I think that is the 444 of choice that they're coming up upon from the ZR2 class. A little bit of dirt being kicked up. You often will see cars go a little bit wide at this part of the track, as well as off of turn 14. Both that and 13, often we'll see cars just push the limits, but you got to be careful because you can easily lose control through there. This time by Garton with a 2:31.6. That is much quicker, but Applegate with a 2:29.8. That's going to put them about 2 seconds quicker on that lap. They continue to chop away at the 41 to see if they can get back up to the top spot after a wander in the wilderness due to a penalty on the first code 60 that put them a lap down. And again, this is not for position in front of them. This is to try and put a lap on that 444. Looks like they're not really going to fight it. Yep, they're going to brake, allow that car through. And the 18 of Chris Applegate has one less car between himself and Reed Garton. We are 5 minutes away from hitting the halfway mark in today's 7-hour race. So everything the teams have done, they just have to do all over again to get to the checkered flag. Just past noon local time here in Wisconsin. So the sun high up in the middle of the sky should be some of the warmer temperatures that we're going to be seeing. Might still heat up the track a little bit. There was a big bobble, though, from Chris as he had to catch the car coming through the carousel. Thankfully, did not send it off track. That is not a place where you want an unsteady car. And we have to remember, these are the same tires that they started this race on. You are allowed to change one without penalty during the race. Usually you save that for emergencies, obviously. If you need to, you could pop one on right at the very end if you got a quick pit stop and get away with that. Although it'd probably make the handling of the car somewhat odd feeling. But I'm sure, especially through some of those faster corners, those longer corners around the lap, the drivers probably now starting to feel the rubber give way. You have to make it last so long in this series with them needing to go from beginning to end of the race, as well as we have to remember, do your qualifying too. So the drivers that put more laps in during that qualifying probably feeling it just that little bit more with a few laps added on to the wear and tear. Last time by, let's check the lap times once again. 2:32 for the Retro Rockets car. Kingpin Racing, 2:28.9. 3.5 seconds difference between them. Do you see Juan Carlos LaRue bringing the AOA number 74 down pit lane? Service going to be taking place. Oh, was that a car stationary? That was. I think that's the 96. That's Colin Garrett, who was doing some work on the car. The team having, yep, and there we got confirmation, stopped on course at turn 4. Now, turn 4 is really a straightaway. It's the Moraine sweep. But they have some weird numbering systems here at Road America. But I wonder if this is some leftover of the issues they thought that maybe they fixed, brought the car back out. And now the 96 is having to suffer as this is going to bring out our 4th code 60. I think this is probably the quickest we've had between code 60s in this race. Last one, all of maybe 30, maybe 25 minutes ago. We come to a bit of a crawl now at this stage, as safety workers will try and go and pluck that car. Not been the run that 96 team has been wanting. Running in 6th currently, but they've at least overtaken a few cars. The 21, the 69, the 333 all behind them. Granted, the 333 of Bruce Innovations is out of this race. Looks like the 69 just had a pit stop with the Leary hopping into the open throttle machine. Round 3 Racing currently leading this race. We're on board with them now. This is Camden Hibbett, who made the pass over Pelosi some laps ago. Did a good job dragging this car back to the front after they went a little bit off strategy. Camden, one of those drivers that comes from the sim racing background, and another Ohio driver, obviously a little farther north than me, from Westerville, raced in quite a bit of different stuff, including quarter midgets, so has gone on the dirt side of things, but then also raced in Miatas. And if you're just joining us, this code 60 again is for the 96 coming to a stop along the Moraine sweep. So we'll hopefully get that cleaned up shortly. Looks like we're getting a pit stop from the 77. Let's head down to Jonathan. You've got some more information. What's going on?
Yeah, just wanted to add a little note, actually, on Camden Hibbett, the young superstar, young rising star. I think it's safe to say. You mentioned some of his sim racing background. I had a nice chance, actually, to speak with his parents yesterday and just how proud they were of his development so far. The racing lineage goes back quite a long ways in the Hibbett family to Camden's great-grandfather, actually. And you'll see, if you look at his car closely, a tiny 90 sticker on the car. That's a sticker that, or was painted, rather. His great-grandfather always ran under the tiny 90 banner, and so they've carried that in to all of the race cars from some of the dirt racing world, the quarter midgets world, all the way up now into where he is at this stage of his career, and I don't think they have any intentions of slowing down, but they were finally able to put that sticker on the race car this weekend, and I think it's a little bit of family pride with mom and dad watching on to do so, but for him, they said he spends so much time in the sim racing world, he's found a way to make that a paying part of his career. It's obviously great practice, and it's helped his way to continue rising up the real racing ranks as well.
77 has left the pit lane, so Gavin Vaughn back onto the track. And yeah, Camden even has a few ties to me as well, as he raced for the Williams Esports team. I did a lot of coverage for Williams Esports in the years past, so been very cool to see some of the talent, and boy, is there talent on that team, be able to make their way into the physical racing world. So it looks like not only did the 77 pit, but Kinney in the 5 also pitted. Pope in the 109. The 41 took the opportunity to pit during that. Applegate in the 18 also still in pit lane. Should be wrapping that up soon. So a lot of teams taking the chance to try and fill up. And as we can see, a little bit different from the BMWs, how they refill these Porsches as it goes into the nose. Rear engine car. So, of course, it's going to see itself have a little bit of a different layout on where it all is. You can see the fuel quickly emptying into it. Look at that. Of course, they have to be gravity fed. There's nothing you can do to force feed these cars as per the rules. This one taking a little bit longer. Oh, looks like it was full up, so didn't need all of their jugs. And then that should be it. Now, going up on the jacks. They are going to change a tire at least. We'll see how many it is in the end. It's looking like more than one, so they are going to take the penalty. Interesting. Can they make that up in terms of lap time? They had already given away some of it very early in this race due to speeding during the code 60. This is a fascinating strategy call from them. And as we can see, there are stickers as well. So fresh rubber going on this car. And that was after they had been gaining hand over fist on the 41 BMW of Retro Rockets. So they're going to have to do that all over again just to get back where they were, let alone trying to get back into the lead. See a little bit of the throttle applied, so car must be pretty much done. Team goes back over the wall, and slowly but surely, the Porsche Cup car is back underway. They did stay ahead of LaRue in the 74 for what it's worth, but that is before the penalty is applied. So we switch to the onboard of the 66 now. Following a couple cars around the end lap, Emil Tab currently inside that machine. Can tell you that the 908 is also in pit lane. Looks like the 59 and the 66 going to join them. And it's been maybe about half a stint, I would say, since our last pit stops for most of these cars. So not the worst thing in the world to come in and top off for them. Definitely makes sense, especially with how long of a stop it has been. Code 60 it has been. Now I'm trying to see if I can find where that 96 car... Looks like that 96 car should be... Yeah, they are showing us off the track right now, so I would think this should be ending shortly unless they're trying to do some cleanup. Not sure if there's maybe a bit of fluids left behind from that car. Let's watch, since we're on board, this is coming down to where the car would have stopped. This is exit of turn 3 here. Once we get through this corner, onto the Moraine sweep. We're on board with Clay McGurk. Welcome back, Joey. Glad to have you here with us.
I was just going to get in here and say, I understand it was, the 96 car that was stalled on track, like you said, right about here or so?
Yes. It was past, it should be just past the bridge here on the left-hand side. So if there is cleanup, then we'll see it over here. And I don't see anything right now.
I was trying to remember, was this the same car that had the same issue in that same area of the racetrack a little bit earlier?
I don't think so. I think it was somebody else, but yeah, it was. We did have a car stop on the right-hand side. Let's, in the meantime, go down to Jonathan, who's caught up with Max Ocaranza.
Max, fresh out of the car, you were quite literally jumping for joy, high-fiving your teammates. You're grinning ear to ear right now. Tell me why you're so happy hopping out of the 14.
We found the problems in the car. We are fast. I'm enjoying my stint. I was complaining this morning about the Guinera because that's a pretty much CR2 car, but the Guinera stayed behind me the whole stint. He can't pass me. We fight a lot. It was super fun. Now I'm not complaining about the Guinera. He can stay in our class because we can beat them, and the team is fantastic. The car is the car drives by itself. I mean, we're great. I'm happy, man. I'm so happy.
We'll let you keep celebrating as it looks like we're gone back to green, guys.
You're gonna have to calm him down a little bit there, Jonathan. It sounds like he's really enjoying himself, and curious to hear that maybe there was a few people not as happy about the Ginetta being in class, but maybe no longer an issue now that they've got that BMW sorted, Joey.
Any time that you have, call it a new car coming in, and all of a sudden it's really, really fast, you got to question. You're like, hey, why is he in this class? I feel like he should go to his own playground. But no, it seems like they were having a fantastic fight out there. That's what racing really is all about, and especially Zenith Racing Series. Be as inclusive as possible out there. You want to promote the smiles. You want to promote the wheel-to-wheel racing. You want to promote those battles, and that's exactly what we're seeing develop here in 2026.
We had some more penalties after that Code 60. Only one of them was for speeding during the code 60, and that was for the 69 car. In the meantime, the 74 of Juan Carlos LaRue, as the 444 seems to have had an off at turn 13. That's Bill Mitchell Bend. It's another very dangerous spot. Glad to see they're able to continue on. But the 74 exceeded number of tire changes. They get one lap. We were watching on screen as the 18 was changing tires. They changed all four, so it is a 3-lap penalty for them. I believe, no, that has not updated yet. We're still waiting for that to complete on our timing and scoring, but that should promote the 94 up into second for that team.
It can be so difficult to track how these things are going to end up because we simply don't know what the tire strategies are going to be for these teams. And when they opt to change all four of those tires and take a 3-lap penalty, it certainly throws a giant wrench in everything. So very interesting to see the number 18 opt for that strategy. I can't say that I'm too surprised. I think it's very impressive what ZRS does with call it the limited tires that they have on a weekend and making these cars run these endurance races on a set of tires. In my racing career is you better have a sticker set every hour. So the longer you can make them last, honestly, the better the racing gets.
Back on board with our leader, the 392 of Taylor. Now that we've seen some changes in the ZR2s, actually gets promoted ahead of Applegate and LaRue. Having a little bit of trouble with lap traffic, though, in the meantime, as that car defending the inside. This is, of course, not for position, because this is our leader in class that we're riding on board with. So this is just trying to put a lap on one of the other cars out on track, but certainly is not pulling off to the side to wave them by.
See about the run coming out of the carousel. Not quite enough grunt there to get the pass done before the kink, so has to slot back into the slipstream, fight the way all the way down into turn number 12. And I'm with you, Joe. I think that the 392 is there. He's presenting the nose. He gets down into the brake zone, probably feels like he's not close enough, and given his current position, doesn't want to be too risky with any sort of move, so he's just kind of stuck right here.
And this is the 14 that they're racing against. Alex Pollard in the car, hopped in from Max Ocaranza. That was who we were just hearing. Was super happy with how the car is running. So interesting that they're making a little bit of a hard time. And there we go. Now finally are waving them through. And a little bit of a thank you as he finally gets ahead and is able to carry away.
I was just going to point that out. The 392 here, Daniel Taylor, put the hand up. So even though that we thought maybe he was getting a little bit frustrated, I think that he was just biding his time, just being patient.
Yeah, and glad to see that as well, especially since they are in such a good position at this stage over the 177 car. They don't really need to do anything risky at this stage. Just run your race, keep putting the laps in. If you're keeping decent pace, no need to fret at this point, because now we're past the halfway mark of this event. And hopefully from here, it should be all downhill to try and bring it to the checkered flag. By the way, I was looking up at the lead. Camden Hibbett still holding it a full 25 seconds over Clay McGurrick. So he obviously was a little bit farther ahead when Clay took that second place, but Clay unable to reel that in so far from what we've seen. And then Pelosi still remains in that 908 machine running in third.
I just would be patient and still keep my eye on that 59. Because, Joe, you know, the driver who we haven't seen yet inside that car is usually the guy that hops in and is just an absolute rocket ship, Jason Alder.
Yeah, we can't forget about Jason. Every time he gets in the car, it is lightning in a bottle. There's a little bit of a cut underneath from Nimbus Racing. One thing that I do find interesting from this view, too, that I just noticed, Joey, look at how much lower you sit in these cars compared to the GT cars. It is almost towering over you where the camera is.
And where this camera is roughly at the eye level of the driver. Now, the driver is sitting farther back in the car, doesn't quite have the forward vision that we do, but it just kind of shows that this is where the head of the driver sits. It's literally just under the taillights of that BMW GT4.
Yeah.
So you got to think the roof line, right? When you pass them, they maybe see the roof line depending on how high the door is and how low they are sitting in their car. But I will tell you, it probably provides a monster slipstream down the straightaway sitting behind it.
I was just kind of watching that too, as they were struggling to get by that GT car, which we kind of expected today, not having as much power underneath the hood on these prototypes, certainly making life a little bit frustrating at that part of the lap. But we switched from Gavin Vaughn back up to Camden Hibbett now as the round 3 racing car weaves its way down the kettle bottoms. You can see there's a beautiful path alongside there that's been built over the last decade or so that you can hop on and get to see the cars fly down. There used to be a lot harder to get good visuals through that exciting part of the lap.
Yeah, you really had to get adventurous to get down into that section of the racetrack. So, yeah, I think that there's been a handful of North American racetracks that have made everything so fan-friendly, right? Kept up with the times, increased their facilities, their infrastructure, and Road America is definitely one of those that's leading the way.
I tell you what, whenever I've visited, one of my favorite spots to go and watch from is just a little bit up from that Kettle Bottoms area. If you head to the go-kart track and go behind it, there is a beautiful viewing area above the kink. And you can actually stand over top of the cars practically, watching them fly through there and see them push the limits of that portion. It is a thrilling place to sit. But it's not as thrilling as being on board with Camden Hibbett, who we ride with now, flying down the Moraine sweep, hitting about 130 miles an hour. Let's see where he hits the brakes here.
Deeper than probably what you would want to, but he is able to get the car slowed up. It's just an example of how extremely performing these ZP2 cars are. They can take it so deep into the brake zone and then carry that entry speed all the way through the entire corner.
A big shout out to the folks at Sebico that have been running these cars. The NPO ones have been the basically spec class of this series and have been doing a great job now that they had worked out a few of the bugs from early in the season and have put on some incredible racing too. That's the other thing. You talked about how we had that battle for the lead with all three on the lead lap and close together on track at VIR at the end of such a long race. They've really proven to put on just incredible wheel-to-wheel racing.
I think the rule set combined with the cars being so similar to all of the teams really helps with that, and great to see too, right? Because when you get super spread out, it's not necessarily a yawn fest, but you wonder, okay, is there going to be somebody maybe on an alternate strategy that comes up? But I think that the combination that we have here at ZRS, the great drivers, the fantastic teams that are familiar with multi-class endurance racing, it has provided us an excellent racing product.
Very much so. I think we saw the 21 of NRG Racing who we were talking about a bit ago. One of the Porsche Caymans that is out there running. Looks like they're still on track, so that's a good sign because I know they had a little bit of a visit to pit lane for a while. Unfortunately, they are quite a few laps down from the lead in their class. In fact, they've only done roughly half the laps of Taylor and Harrison Motorsports. So that tells you how much they have lost during their issues earlier in this race. And the opposite end, Camden Hibbett continues to run away Last lap, only about 100th quicker than Clay McGurk, so not huge chunks, but wonder if some of that is the team just telling him, run your pace, don't need to push at this stage, just put the laps in.
I'd be happy if the driver was doing that. I think that Camden hopped in the car, and not only did he immediately get up to speed, but immediately got the track position, the lead, right? That's exactly what you want out of your driver, and ever since then has been able to at least match, most of the time, be far better than any of the other drivers in class. So he's continued to grow that lead, and as long as he is taking care of the car, that's exactly what you want out there. See the note, the car 109 is stopped at turn number 9. Joe, we're going to get another code 60.
Oh no, Pope in that 109, who looked like he was actually having a pretty decent race early, finds himself stopped now. And I hope this isn't an incident. Yeah, this is just past the kink. That's why we're watching this section. So I'm hoping that it is okay. We don't have any information right now. Last time it did involve an incident, which is not a good sign. Don't have pictures yet to really give you much more than that. We'll go slow for a brief while. While we wait for that, one thing that I was thinking about as you were talking about how Camden has been performing. We have to remember, he's 17 years old. He is a young driver, and I have to admit, is putting in very mature drives whenever we see him on track.
And he's not the only one. There's a lot of these young drivers in the ZP2 class that, have been proving themselves this year, not only in wheel-to-wheel competition, but we got to remember, in the top class here at Zenith Racing Series, these ZP2 cars are not necessarily easy to drive out there, and the young drivers, they get in there, they are so fast, and in this season, at least, and this is what we've been watching, they have been very, very clean as well.
Yeah, and that's what I love to see. This series, you talked about the rule set, does have very explicit rules, no contact between the cars. There are penalties handed out. Even if nobody spins off or does anything like that, you will get a penalty if you touch another car out there on track. Naturally, round 3 racing, going to bring Camden in to serve another stop. Another very quick green for us. So this is just to top off, most likely. But yeah, I'm very happy to see that the teams have all taken that rule to heart. Trying to think, I think there may have only been 1 or 2 incidents we've seen in the whole season, at least on camera, where 2 cars actually made contact. And I think it was more between classes than it was between 2 cars fighting for position on track. So Camden obviously going to take advantage of this. Is McGurk going to do the same?
Yeah, that'll interesting question about the pit stop strategy. See how all that plays out. So the number 4 car stops in their box. They're going to be taking on a whole tank of fuel, or I should say what remains of that tank of fuel, and then get back going out there. I've been trying to watch some things on my side, Joe, just to kind of see what this incident was, just see if we can get a few eyes on it. And it does seem that there are some safety vehicles on the right side of the track after the kink, very reminiscent of what we saw from a Code 60 earlier.
Oh, no. So that's not a good sign, but like we've said before, the safety team here at Road America is among the best in the nation, so I have full confidence in them. We watch as Clay McGurk is heading up the hill. He is, in fact, going to follow in, take a pit stop. Now, wonder if they'll keep Pelosi out or if they'll bring him in, and if they'll swap the drivers. We were hearing a little bit earlier that one of the issues for them is that, well, they only have the 2 drivers, and I think this is probably a little bit too soon to switch him back out.
I think that you could probably do 2-2-2 and then just decide who wants to finish the race, right? Talking about 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, but I think we'll just kind of have to patiently wait and see See the number 77 going through the kink right now. I was just watching on my screen. I can tell you that the 109 is pointed the proper direction. It's not like it's spun completely around. It doesn't look like there's any bodywork hanging off of it. It just kind of looks like it's parked on the right side of the racetrack.
Maybe there was another technical issue out there and just had to pull it off. Oh, spoke too soon. Incident between cars 109 and 14 under review. Now, Alex Pollard was the one we were watching as the leader in that class was having trouble lapping him. So I wonder if this is similar where maybe there was a miscommunication.
Okay, so here is down at the scene of the incident. So you're going to see the 109 car on the right side. You see the safety vehicles, but and that was a little tough shot there, but it's not like there was any skid marks. It's not like there was any impact zones or debris that they were cleaning up. So I'm hoping for the best. Like you were mentioning, maybe a little bit of a mechanical issue that put him on the back foot and then 14 kind of got into him. I don't know, but hopefully nothing serious.
That's a good point that it could be that the contact may have happened after the car ahead lost power or something. We're speculating at this point. We just don't know. And so we'll see what sort of information can be gotten in the meantime. But this is definitely, as I said before, the shortest green flag stint that we have had, other than, of course, the very start of the race where we got maybe about 2 or 3 laps in, and then suddenly things had to slow down briefly. But we've hopped back on board with the Kingpin car, number 18 of Chris Applegate, still running in 5th, still with many laps to try and make up to get to 4th. I think 2 laps most likely to get to Juan Carlos LaRue.
This is down, just kind of patiently waiting for everything to get cleaned up from our most recent Code 60. And Joe, it seems like everybody in ZP2, given the length of this Code 60, is taking this opportunity to top it up with gas. So it's really just going to be a matter of what's the track positioning going to be like once everybody actually gets through those timing loops when we go back green to see what the track position gaps are going to be.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we can see the distance on our marching ants, but that doesn't tell us how many seconds it's going to be until they're up at full speed, since it's going to be slightly altered, going at, you can see about 36 miles an hour for those that aren't sure how to calculate the kilometers transition. But it should clear up hopefully shortly, because we saw they already had the vehicles there, and the flatbed of the truck was already down and waiting for the car to be pulled up. So it should be shortly done, I would imagine, and we should get going racing. Our leaders, just for those curious, Camden Hibbett still up in the ZP2 at the top. Reed Garton for Retro Rockets leading in the 41 for ZR2. There is Camden Hibbett on your screen. It is Taylor in the 392 car, who is leading right now in the ZR3 class. And then finally, you've got Emil Tab in the 66 leading for Paragon Performance down in the ZR4s. There's your 4 class leaders at 3 hours left to go into this race.
You see the hand out the window from Camden. We talked about it being a beautiful weekend, and it's not excruciating temperatures that you can have at Road America. However, it still gets toasty inside the cockpits of these race cars. So he's just relaxing and sticking the hand out the window, try to point and direct some fresh air into that very, very warm race car.
You mean he's not waving to the fans?
Well, he is. He's making
Yes.
sure that he's got all of his fans out there,
Yes.
I was actually wondering if our producer is listening, if we could jump on board the 908, because we are still under a slow period here at Code 60. We were wondering, what is the track map in the top right corner of the onboard of the 908? Because it's clearly not Road America, and we could not figure it out. So maybe if we get the help of everybody on the stream, we can actually identify what is this racetrack.
Yeah, I am a bit of a nerd for racetracks, and even I am just not familiar with this one. So all of you in YouTube land, let us know if you are familiar with which track this one is on the screen.
Oh, I'm getting some info behind the scenes. I don't know. Is that the kart track?
I feel like
I don't understand why
feel like
they
that's
would have
a
the
joke.
kart track uploaded. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's a joke. So
Yeah, Burb was
thankfully,
laughing at us.
we've had Jonathan running around, and he has got info on the 14. Jonathan, do you know what's happened out there?
The team is still trying to make sense of it themselves. We saw the note come in from Race Control about the interaction with the 109. I think the phrasing of that is telling, because they will obviously have access to much more data, telemetry, onboards, and things like that. So I won't speculate as to the cause, but what I can relay from the AOA crew is that the 14 car felt a tap in the rear, the right rear specifically, through the kink, and they now have a little bit of yellow paint transfer on their car. So do with that what you will. Race Control will pour over the data, the onboards, and all of the information they have at their disposal to make a judgment that they see fit, but that is the message from AOA.
Okay. So there was, it sounds like if there is paint on that car, then that seems almost a certainty, Joey, that there was some contact. Now, the question is what kind of contact then at that point, because that could absolutely change who and if anybody gets a penalty for that.
Just kind of have to wait and see how it all plays out with Race Control. I am getting a word that the car feels fine. So in terms of what the driver needs to know, he's got everything right there in front of him. Just put that entire incident out of the mind, and whatever happens from it. But as long as the car feels okay, then they can go back racing.
We've been shown an overhead view of the kart track. It is, in fact, the kart track that is on screen here. So, again, doesn't completely solve the mystery, because I'm not sure why they put... I guess maybe when they selected the track map amongst the information on the camera, they just chose Road America and didn't check which Road America they put up on there.
I mean, I have said that these things are pretty much big go-karts. I wonder what kind of lap time it would do on the kart track.
I would love to see that. I'm not sure if Road America would let them try that, but maybe we can get a petition starting. Might be a little bit too unsafe at those speeds around there. Regardless, the 90 is going to get going back to racing here shortly, but he's going to have a lot of cars in front of him, because Pelosi sees an absolute train of GT vehicles that he's going to have to try and overtake shortly, as we get the green flag now, and everybody gets on the throttle. Probably not going to be catching them down the Moraine sweep, or will he? Oh, and it is a mess in front of him. Good luck trying to navigate who is trying to go where. Thankfully, the slower cars stay off to the right-hand side, gets at least 3 of them, and that worked out way better than I would have anticipated for Pelosi.
Definitely. You always wonder about the restarts and how quick everybody's going to be back to the gas, but the 908 car lucked out with those other ZR class cars giving way on the straightaway. You couple that just with the acceleration factor, he's able to clear everybody. Now he's only got to worry about this number 18. This is in the hurry down section. You were talking about the elevation change through this area of the racetrack. Definitely dramatic downhill. See that the car number 69 has a penalty for the code 60 violation. We're starting to narrow it down, Joe. We started with a handful on the code 60s, and then it got down to a few, and now it's just a single car on the most recent.
Yeah, last restart, it was, again, a single car, so past 2. I've only seen one. In fact, it may have been the same car. Let me double check on our messages, but the 69 getting that. And yeah, I'm not seeing that past. Yeah, they did get one the last time as well. So team apparently not learning that lesson at this stage, or maybe just being a little bit too trigger happy, getting back up to speed at this point. Now, the bad news for AOA Racing and Blevins, who's currently in that number 14 car, is that they are on the podium. So if they get a penalty, they are probably going behind Gino Manley in the 85 because they're on the same lap right now.
Yeah, no, that's I think 3 hours of racing remaining. There can still be a lot to happen for sure. The other thing too to consider about those cars that you were just mentioning, the 14 and the 85, they're both AOA racing cars, right? So they're both team cars. I wonder if they will strategize exactly how things will unfold if they do need to.
Yeah, they're going to have to maybe get a little bit tricky on that one. But like you said, it's not over. You got to stick with it. 59, actually trying to get away from the 908. Now, we said all the cars came and stopped during the code 60, correct? Because if that's the case, Pelosi gained a lot. Oh no, and we've got the 177 clearly having a big moment coming down into Canada Corner. And we're going to bring out another code 60. Now the car is starting to roll, and it looks like they stopped before the barrier. That's the good news.
There's John Swift in the car. Like you said, we are getting this code 60, and now it is active, so we are under the code 60. I wonder if it was just a pretty large off going into this section. Down in Canada Corner, it's the highest speeds that we get to at Road America. So I think, yeah, and see, we're going to be going back green. I think that this was the right thing to do to make sure that everybody was okay if it was a pretty big high-speed accident. And turns out that the car can get back going on the racetrack.
Exactly. Yeah, they don't always know the whole story there in race control as to what put that car there. But like you said, it's where you typically don't have small incidents, and just being safe. Now, I was trying to figure out, because we could actually see the tire tracks of what looked like a spin of some sort. I would almost posit that maybe clipped a little bit of the grass on the way in. That can happen with the way it kind of curves in the braking zone of that portion.
I see some people out there asking if we've got an update on the 109. I do not have an update on exactly what happened to the Roberts Motorsports car. All we know is that under our most recent code 60 that they were parked after the kink, after turn number 11. And we had to go and basically retrieve that race car. It is stopped behind the paddock wall right now, but I don't have any more information on what exactly happened down there. And it certainly seems like from the number 14 camp, it's a little bit of a question mark as well.
Yeah, we're going to send some of our crew down there to see what more they can find out as things start to develop, because no doubt driver will be able to feed info as well and give a little bit of a clearer picture as we watch the 41 continue to lead in the ZR2s, but our leader in the ZP2s is going to go 3 wide briefly before turn 8. Camden Hibbett makes an easy peasy move round the outside to carry on past the lapped cars. Still sitting at a handy gap over Clay McGurk, who has been trying to play catch-up while also staying ahead of Pelosi, who seems to have taken advantage of the stops during one of the recent Code 60s and cut down on the time. Only 10 seconds now between the 908 and the 59, whereas before it was upwards of nearly half a minute.
I got to jump on you a little bit, Joe, because I love the easy peasy, right? And Camden is making it look easy peasy, but isn't that more the driver, the number 5, Carter Pease? Wouldn't he be making it easy peasy?
Well, now I got to hold on to that one for later, because that's just too good to let go. But well played, sir. Carter is not as good today. The 3 and the 5 of round 3 racing well down the order in 5th and 6th. And in fact, the 3 is off the lead lap currently. In fact, I'm looking and I think, the 5 also, I'm pretty sure, is off the lead lap. So round 3 racing, known for having multiple cars at each race, is suddenly down to one bullet left in the chamber and for a realistic shot at this one.
And I think that the positive news about that is that it has been their fastest car all weekend, right? In qualifying, it was the number 4 car that was in that draft train that was always sticking it up inside at the top 2 in terms of those times. Then eventually it got to be the battle between the 59 and the 77. But of the round 3 cars this weekend, it certainly seems that the yellow machine has had the pace.
Sun glinting off that number 4 as it comes down into the braking of turn 5 once again, and then heads up the hill. They're also chasing down their sister team, I think getting close to that number 3 car bit by bit to put them another lap. And I think we finally have some more information on the 109 as well. Let's go to Sloan to see what she has found out.
Hey guys, just speaking with the 109 team. Can't report on too much as they're still figuring out what was going on, but basically there was a try to following the round 3 car through the slower class, and the round 3 car got through, and when he followed, he ended up not making it fully heading into the kink or the carousel. We're not entirely sure right now, but it was a very high speed hit. Unfortunately, the driver is okay, which is great. Happy to report on that, but it does look like there is a significant amount of damage. When I do get a more in-depth report, I'll let you guys know, but for right now, high speed, trying to avoid a crash, and ended up kind of taking himself into it with it, but no hitting any walls. Just tried to ride it out as best as he could.
Thanks for that, Sloan. Great work, and mostly just happy that the driver is, in fact, okay. Sounds like Jonathan has also been talking to some of our strategists down there. Jonathan, what you got?
Yeah, a little bit of an update as far as the 66 car, that C8 Corvette that has been a fan favorite, I think fair to say, and our ZR4 class leader. It's been the dominant car since we started its practice times in qualifying, and it certainly led that way today. One of the concerns, though, was tire wear, specifically on the rear left of that race car. We talked about that a little bit earlier. The team did, in fact, make a tire change. You're allowed to do so with one tire without penalty in that class. Here is the tire that came off the race car, and I can show you why. This is that Bridgestone Potenza. It was this band on the outside of the tire. This is a 3,800-pound race car, including the driver, when all said and done, with fluids and things like that. And in a track that's as high speed, as high load, with as many high-speed right-handers as this one, you're going to put a lot of abuse into that tire rubber. If you look at the rest of the tire surface, it looks pretty good. As expected, they think it would have gone the distance, and the team thinks maybe if they come back here, a setup change would fix some of that banding. We can actually compare it to a set of tires that is, I would say, fresh with an asterisk. It's had one heat cycle through it. This is what the new tire, newish tire that went onto the race car looked like without that band. So they say the new tire that went on with the one heat cycle in it should go the distance, no problem. Otherwise, everything has been very, very comfortable for the 66 Corvette.
Well, I'm glad it's comfortable, Joey, but as we all know in racing, comfortable does not mean that you're guaranteed anything. So I'm sure they will not relax. Emil Tab is still putting in great laps out there. They've got, in fact, multiple laps over the next nearest car, which is still Escobar in the 769. But glad to see that they were on top of that. You could definitely see what Jonathan was talking about with the tire.
And great calls all around, right? From the driver providing the proper information, the crew to know exactly what to look for. And so I think just high fives all around for that entire 66 team, that Paragon performance. They're new with the Corvette here with the ZR4 class, brand new at Road America, and they seem to be executing on all cylinders.
Yeah, there it is, coming through turn 1 now. It's actually 15th overall, I am seeing. Pretty good as they started. Let's see, where did they start overall? 27th, I am seeing. So have gained a lot of positions here today. Just kind of climbing their way up the overall order as others fall by the wayside. We've now gone up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe, that are out of this race, at least possibly 8, as I see 2 still in pit lane and waiting on service to be finished.
Yeah, those 2 in pit lane, I see the 40 and the 95 down there, and they've been down there for quite some time. So I think that it would be beautiful to see them back out there on the racetrack. They have officially not stopped, but you never know. Maybe get a little bit more testing and data information before tomorrow, and we'll just kind of see how the second race of our 7 hours at Road America goes. I see that the 109 car, unfortunately, ever since the incident, is officially dropping down timing and scoring. So you're going to see a few of those overall positions change as the ZR2 and ZR3 classed cars officially overtake that lap count.
Yeah, and Brad McCall, by the way, you can see on your screen, has been in the pits for the number 3 team. So I think that is going to put them in a bit of a different strategy from those around them. So interesting.
But
and
they're on a few
now that I say that,
they're a few laps down, though.
That's right, yes. And I think they have been the one that has kind of been running a counter strategy much of this race, if I'm remembering correctly.
They have been a little bit off strategy, and you combine that just with being a couple laps down, and I think that the goal for that number 3 car would be to identify what the drivers want to accomplish, whether that means stint length time, whether that mean learning how to save fuel, whether that learning mean just how to go even faster. But I think that's going to be the goal for the number 3 car, is get to the checkered flag and make sure that you're prepared for tomorrow.
Yeah, we always have to remember that there is a tomorrow in this series. For that first round, that you want to hold onto the equipment, keep it nice and safe. Don't want to have the team to put the car back together overnight to send it out for the second race. So just try and get that data, like Joey was saying, and do what you can for now. Of course, both rounds give equal points too, so that's another factor to consider in this. Worth just as much to make sure that you collect some decent points, especially as we carry on into the season. You get closer and closer towards the end. They do have some drop rounds, 4 drop races that they are allowed, so you can afford a bad race here or there. But you do need to start considering, where am I finishing? What is our goal for the season? And what do we need to achieve on the track itself to get that goal?
So the 444 car chasing the 66. That's that black Bruce Innovations BMW, and was pretty squirrely putting the power down coming out of turn number 5. Big lunge down into turn number 8, just showing off the performance from that BMW. Doing pretty good lap times out there right now, reflective with the rest of their ZR2 class. And of course, going by that ZR4 machine. Look at the Corvette eat it back up in the carousel. I was not expecting that. Pretty cool to see the grip level out of that car.
They did say that they expected that car would be very good through some of the twisty bits based on the layout of the car, the mid-engine, with it being the C8 instead of the C7, of course, has that little bit of a better balance. And this 444 right now has Will Choice in the car, not to be confused with Bill Choice. Now, I haven't gotten the story behind that, but I'm glad that they've at least differentiated on that front. But knowing that Bill is what is a shortened form of, I have questions.
Is this what was his name? What's Max's alter ego? Franz Hermans, just a slightly different first name, right?
That's true. It could be. Maybe just a way to get around to having the same driver in twice.
Let's put me in twice.
Yeah, there you go. I like the theory, Joey. Put you up on the strategy box. You're clearly a genius. But 2 hours, 41 minutes left to go as we get a little loopy up here in the booth now. And that 444 is just outside of the podium, worth noting. Trying to chase down San Filippo in the 94, but they're about a minute behind that car. No, I take that back. They're showing at about 14 seconds behind that car, so a lot closer than what I initially thought. The 94 definitely can't rest on its laurels in that case. Now, I had said that Brad McCall had brought the 3 into pit lane. Are they? Oh, wow. It's been 5.5 minutes now.
I see that as well. Still on that same pit stop. I wonder if the number 3 car has an issue, and that could have been the reason that they were slowly off of the pace all race long and have finally tried to diagnose exactly what is going on with the red round 3 car.
Does seem to kind of hint towards that at this stage, but they're not obviously losing a lot. Now, we're hearing that the 3 is actually not on pit lane, so maybe this is an error with timing and scoring somehow. Transponder maybe having a bit of a glitch, but that's relieving to hear, because it'd be sad to see them have yet more problems while Camden Hibbett attempts to try and put another lap on Will Choice.
The drag race up the hill. Oh, just barely clears that BMW. You saw how wide of an arc Camden Hibbett took into turn number 13. Just wasn't quite sure where that black BMW was, and so he wanted to make extra positive sure that he knew that he wasn't chopping the nose going into that high-speed section there. So that was good heads-up driving. Sometimes in endurance racing, especially multi-class, it's about self-preservation. And it's not always avoiding other people, but just making sure you don't put your car in any unnecessary situations.
I would say racing is risk versus reward. What is this risk actually worth? Do you need to take it? How much will it gain you? And a lot of times with that traffic, especially multi-class racing such as this, you'll have to make split-second decisions, especially when in the heat of a battle, on how you want to handle that. So drivers have been doing an excellent job, especially considering we have a whole nother class out here. Granted, only 3 are currently running. Well, actually, I should say 2, because I don't think we've seen the 12 car back out on track in some time. But still getting more different classes out there, and with what is a very healthy field. We also have to point out, Joey, that the numbers of cars has continued to climb each and every race in the Zenith Racing Series. And the more cars that are out there, the more tricky it can be to be quick through traffic.
100%. Couldn't agree with you more. And the addition of even more classes, talking about ZR4 here at Road America, it just adds to all of those potential variables of even more cars out there. Not just more cars in the class, but even more classes. Just something for the drivers to handle, as if they didn't have enough to control navigating their high-speed machines around this 4-mile facility here in Wisconsin, but just add some more fun to the party out there. And hey, you know what? I'm okay with it until you start reaching, call it 60 cars, maybe 70 cars or so. Then it starts getting a little crowded, but I think our 35 on the entry, even if we get 45, 50, I would absolutely love to see that growth.
Same here. I think that sounds good. Speaking of having a party, Camden Hibbett is certainly having one inside that number 4. He just set a purple second sector. Remember, we are, 3.5 hours into this race now? And he is still, in fact, he set his personal best lap that last time by at a 2:21.1. So the tires clearly lasting for that number 4, even in the heat of the day.
When he got in this car, I think that it was kind of right around lunchtime, and he immediately got past. It was the 908. And ever since he got in the official lead of this race, He's been unstoppable. I think that there has been some other cars that have been able to match the pace, but not consistently like Camden has been. He's been consistently the fastest car. The only times that he has slower laps is when he gets held up by traffic. And you see here down the inside of turn number 5, plenty aggressive, not just to pass the one ZR2 car, but to pass the other, I believe that was a ZR4 classed car. And yeah, has grown that gap. We're up at turn number 6. For reference, second place, Clay McGorrick in the 59 is in turn number 1 right now.
And it does sound like we have another leader ready to chat with us as Sloan is caught up with the Retro Rockets team down in the ZR2 pits. Sloan, what's the story?
Currently down here with Retro Rocket. I was about to call you Nipper, but that's not your name. And here's the thing with this team. They switch out their suits every race, so I never know really who I'm talking to. You guys are currently in the lead for ZR2. Tell me how you're feeling.
One more time.
You're currently in the lead for ZR2. How are you feeling?
I'm pumped. I'm super pumped. This is my dad's suit, and I'm Eli. And yeah, no, it's super exciting. This is a blast to be here with friends and family and to be in the lead. It's awesome.
Yeah, I love that. There was someone was wearing AJ's suit the other day or early this morning, and I was like, AJ. He's like, no, I'm not AJ. And I was like, well, maybe don't keep getting confused. But that's a me problem and not a you guys problem. So
What we really need, I think, is a full-time laundry person. That's what we need to bring along, you know. I think it's more of a battle of who gets the best-smelling one at the start of the day.
that's disgusting, but that's good to know. How are you feeling for the rest of the day?
I always choose the same one just because I think there's good luck in my dad's suit. That's always how it's going to be. Yeah.
No, I love that. Well, you guys are great. It's always fun watching you out there, and for a good race for you guys.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. Joey, did you ever share racing suits in your career?
No, haven't shared racing suits. You know, and it's not an unfamiliar story, but in endurance racing, most of the time you're sharing cars with other drivers, right? Or have multiple team cars, so there's multiple driver combinations. And let me tell you, sometimes when some people get out of hot, sweaty cars, they do not smell very pleasant. I do not want to share a racing suit with somebody like that.
I wouldn't either, especially knowing what happens in some endurance races in that cockpit. So, yeah, no, I'll pass on that part.
Look, if I had to get in that situation, I'm not even going to mention that, Joe. If a driver in an endurance race had to hop into a squishy seat, I don't think that the driver getting out would ever hear the end of it.
These are the joys of racing. And right now, as we heard from that 41 team, they lead by almost a full lap over the 74 808 racing car, who are continuing to be chased by the 94 of San Filippo as well. Now, continue to watch some of our Ginettas keep racing. We were asking about how good they are at keeping from breaking down. Well, right now, the 177 of Cameron Performance is running second in class, Swift behind that wheel, so that's good to know. And then as far as down behind that, let's see, where's our next Ginetta? Actually, is that the only one still running right now?
Yeah,
that might be the only Ginetta still out there.
Yeah, the 177, and remember that was, I believe, the pole sitter in that ZR3 class. Briefly had that code 60 come out almost instantaneously. What was that, about 30 minutes ago or so, when they had that incident down in Canada Corner? But thankfully it didn't look like a racing incident involving another car. It just seemed like maybe a little bit of an oopsie and back onto the racetrack. So the 177 still running strong in second place in ZR3. The only real uphill battle as they have is down one lap to the leader.
Now, I was talking earlier about how the 14 was on the podium. They've since lost that, and that actually looks to be a pass on track, as the 85 of AOA Racing is only ahead of them by less than a second right now. So must have missed an overtake for possible podium position there in the ZR3s here late in this race. We hop on board with the 77
I believe
right
this is
now.
the battle.
Oh, yeah, good call. So this is actually the 14.
Yeah,
pardon me.
Yeah, no, I think that we were coming to this. The 177 was also conveniently in the shot, miraculously, as we were talking about it. But yeah, I believe this is the 85 that had just gone by the 14. You see the 77, and there's the confirmation of it. 14 going up the hill out of Canada Corner. There's the Nimbus Racing ZP2 car just trying to pick and choose the right open spot to get his way through.
Which unfortunately did cost a little bit of time to Pollard. And he's going to try and stay steady here as he's overtaken by that 177, who is in the same class, but it is a lap ahead. So he comes up the hill, and past the 14 has maybe been a little bit of a thorn in the side of some of our lappers. Let's see if this one's more straightforward or if they're going to fight it to try and simply stay on this lead lap.
And it is still Alex in the car. That was who you were mentioning a little bit earlier. That was just making life a little bit difficult, but that is his prerogative out there. As long as he feels that he's got the speed, and it is up to the passing car to make the move safely. And it doesn't seem like Alex is doing anything erratic. He is simply turning laps in his race car.
Absolutely. I mean, like you said, he has every right to keep running where he is. Does not have to pull over. We don't have Formula One rules on these blue flags. And it is up to that 177 to make his way past. He is creeping a little bit closer each and every corner, but it certainly doesn't look like a massive advantage over that AOA Racing BMW. Let's see what happens at turn 8, because he's starting to get within striking range. Gets a good exit out of 7. Could maybe try and dive one up the inside, but he decides to stay patient here and will sit behind as we watch above from the drone.
I don't think that Swift wants to get too aggressive with it. Yes, he is sitting in second place in the class, so I know that if I was behind the wheel of the blue 177, right, these are two cars that are in the same class as you, however lower in position. I would be making my voice heard on the radio saying, hey, where are, call it blue flags, where's notifications, just to let these guys know that I'm actually in second place. I have the faster car. Let's just make sure that they are aware that I'm actually back here.
I think now it's both their turns to get lapped by a different car. Didn't quite see who that was that they were allowing through, but they stay as they were, with Jonathan Swift still trying to get by Alex Pollard, not for position, but for just trying to get another lap down, carry on his speed. Very good off the final corner, and gets the throttle down as one car ahead pulls up into pit lane. I think that may have been the 74. Indeed, it was. The 74 takes his stop.
Yeah, the BMW in second place in that ZR2 class. So that's a pretty important stop there for AOA Racing with one of their entries. I should say that I keep saying AOA Racing. They've got the two cars in the ZR3 class. They also have the car in ZR2. They actually have a pair of cars in ZR2, but only one of them still running.
Sadly, we quickly lost, or actually, no, excuse me, the 75 did not start, it looks like, actually. So that car, obviously, not able to take part in this race. We had a few of those that weren't intended to try and run. There's some of those blue flags you were talking about. Maybe use the other prototype as a pick, and that's exactly what he did. Nicely done by Swift. That was an interesting angle of the pit stop from our drone. Had me confused for a second how our camera operator actually got on pit lane.
I think that Colby was getting some interesting shots over there, always providing us the great action from that overhead drone camera. But yeah, it was a little bit of an interesting one. And check this out. So it's going to echo what you had mentioned earlier. And this is what I was just talking about. Our drone pilot giving us some pretty cool live pit lane shots from over on the hot side of pit wall. But going back to what I was just mentioning, certainly seems like the number 14 car is here to race, isn't he?
Absolutely. Alex Pollard in particular has been the one that's been creating these scenarios. And to their credit, they're still running in fourth place in class. So it's not a bad showing from that car. By the way, for those that were here that heard us mention the 109 and the 14 are under review, there has not been any information since then. So we haven't forgotten about it. It's just we don't have anything more that we can report to you on that front. As soon as we do get it, we will relay if there's anything from race control on that one. Meanwhile, a very patriotic car shortly after America's 250th coming around to complete another lap here into turn 8. That, I think, is the 69 machine.
They've had a little bit of an up and down day and filled with a couple penalties as well. Talking about that open throttle racing 69 effort, they are currently 6th in class. I show about 21st overall. Lots of cars that are kind of in and out of pit lane as I see right now. I think the AOA racing car that we had mentioned, that ZR2 car that had made the pit stop out of second, they are on an outlap right now, and it looks like they have rejoined the racetrack after losing a couple positions, being stationary there for so long, getting fuel, and have returned in what is 4th place.
So the 444 of Bill Choice moves up into the podium with that one. Some more fantastic views over the track. I think it's from a second drone, it looks like. So we've gotten a secondary aerial view. And just as I was bringing it up shortly ago, the 109 is given the 1-lap penalty for incident responsibility. Now, that said, the 109 is effectively out of this race as far as we know. If they come back in, obviously they'll get that added in, but it's a bit of a moot point.
Yeah, and I think one of the cool parts with ZRS is the way they do the code 60s and these penalties, right? They don't even have to come back out on the racetrack. They just simply dock them that 1 lap and the penalty is served. And so that way it's not kind of hanging over the head of the team for tomorrow or anything like that. But there was the answer for anybody wondering out there. The responsibility at least lays with the 109.
We don't have anything more than that for the time being, but does at least let us know how race control feels about that situation. That's the 94 heading through turn 8 on our screen currently. San Filippo currently in that 9-4 Motorsports machine. He, of course, is sharing that with Ian Barbary. And then Juan Carlos... that's the 74. I was looking at the wrong thing on my sheet here. Brian Peel potentially with them as well. And John Sanfilippo currently in that car running on the podium, but a lap down from our leader in the 41, Reed Garton.
I'm still impressed that the track map was the go-kart track map. America. I was really scratching my head. I was like, what track is this that's displayed? And I thought for sure it wasn't the go-kart track, but I'm impressed.
To our producers' credit, this is Mike's home circuit. So if anybody's going to know, it's probably going to be Mike. He's probably well familiar.
That's true.
With a lot about this place. So we check in on our leader in the ZR3s, the 392. Just leading the way currently. That is Taylor currently behind the wheel of that car and also leading by a massive gap. We've got another car stopped on course. This is the 18 down at turn 10. That is the exit of the carousel. I see them moving right now, so it looks like they've already gotten going.
Thankfully, that 18 car, another one of those that has had an experience today, right? Had a little bit of a penalty early on from those code 60s that dropped them down, and then just through other people's misfortunes in that class, they were able to get back up there into the lead, led a good portion of early on in this race, and then they took those tires, and that's what has really dropped back the 18 from, call it contention with the podium. It doesn't necessarily reflective of their lap time and their race pace out there. It's just simply the penalty from taking those tires.
And I'm just glad to see that car able to carry on. You can often have some big problems coming out of turn 10. The walls can get awful close on either side because there's a bridge, there's a pedestrian bridge over top of it. So track kind of narrows up to allow for the structure supports on either side of that one. And it's pretty much just concrete wall on both sides of that one. So if you hit, it's going to definitely feel it inside the car. Meanwhile, we get back to that 908 as Pelosi still running in third, but unfortunately has not been making up any ground on Hibbett or McGurk, who have just been running away up at the front. Seems to be, if we stay green, honestly, it's their race to lose in comparison to Rob Pelosi.
There's the 18 getting around the 41. That was up into turn number 6 here at Road America. 18 car, I was just talking about it, at least not too long ago. Just kind of been set back in terms of that track position and going by the Retro Rockets machine, who is currently leading in class. So there's a good example of how fast that 18 actually has been all day today. Just the track position, like I set them back a few laps. The 7 on the wheel. Only the 2 drivers have been in that car so far. This is Ethan Barker to lead this thing off, and then Gavin Vaughn picking up after that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and it is a full lap because the car directly ahead of the 18 is LaRue in the 74, so that spin actually cost them the actual lap from them. In the meantime, it sounds like Sloan has a little bit of a piece on our podiums here. Sloan, what you got? You might not have Sloan
you guys,
at the ready then.
No.
Oh, there we go. All right, apologies. We'll do that in just a little bit. So we'll head back down there shortly here to hear about what kind of setup we have. Very fun podium ceremonies that we do every race at the end. Also, San Filippo looks like just brought the 9-4 motorsports car into pit lane. That temporarily promotes Taylor in the ZR3 class up an overall position. So he's obviously not getting anything within class, but he's going to work his way up to 8th overall. Impressive from the ZR3s. Last time we almost had ZR3s and ZR2s win the overall. In fact, I think we did have a ZR2 win the overall in the sprint race itself, but that was unique circumstances as that was a non-points race back at VIR. So as this carries on, Barbary able to get back out on track as somebody kicks up quite a bit of dust. That may have been the 59 of McGurk, actually, just really pushing the limit. They do have that new runoff over on the left-hand side that they since added this year, and I'm sure it tempts drivers to try and go that little bit more wide through there, but you cannot straddle it too much because you're going to find yourself in a bit of a spin back across the course. The only good news on that is that you'd have the pit entry right there if you can manage to limp the car back to your pit crew. Getting close to only 2 hours left to go in this 7-hour race. It's certainly getting into quite a bit of a rhythm here at this point. Now that we're getting a little bit more green flag racing. 59 getting ready to overtake a couple more of our BMWs in the ZR classes. Somebody forgot that their turn signal is on, though, apparently. Just trying to make out which car that was. 77 having an off now. That's Gavin Vaughn. They have not lost a position due to that. They stay in fourth place. That was down at turn 11. Another one at the kink. But as we found out, sometimes they referred to 11 when it's the exit of turn 10 at the carousel, which is probably a little bit more desirable than trying to have your spin at the kink. Watching from above down through that portion, it's the 85 that we are watching. Gino Manley. This is for position. This is Manley versus Pollard. These two having been racing one another a fair bit. And it's Gino who has lost track of where that turn signal stalk is inside the cockpit, we're seeing. Letting him know that it is a clockwise track that we're running. Looks like our leader in the 41 for ZR2, though. He is now in pit lane. Reed Garton going to get service. It has been steady as she goes for the Retro Rockets team. They seem pretty pleased with how the race has been unfolding. Will we have a change for the podium position as Pollard gets to the inside? He's got the speed down the main straight only initially, though, as he falls back a little bit more grunt underneath Gino Manley, but he's on the outside coming into turn 1. He carries the momentum extremely well, although he's way off the circuit, and he is going to stay a nose ahead. But again, he's on the wrong side of the track. Gino Manley really wants to hold on as Alex Pollard trying to get him to step off of that podium. Will they carry on this side-by-side action down the moraine sweep as they start to pick up speed? Yes, they will, although once again, it looks like Manley is just ahead of Pollard, and now he is finally able to slot in just in front. He goes defensive, coming down into turn 5. You can see the rear of the car squirming just a little bit. A turn underneath from Pollard in the red and white 14, trying to see if he could overtake the sister AOA car, but no dice there. Fantastic battling between these two. An awesome job from Manley with the less desirable position to somehow retain that third spot. Sounds like the 178 had a bit of an incident now as well. So that was Clark Camburn in the car. Currently running 28th overall, 10th in the ZR2s. Been having a less than stellar day, but are trying to see if they can bring this car to the finish now that they've gone many laps down. We're going to ride on board with Alex Pollard through the kink as he glances over the inside curb. Just hits the rumble strips on the outside. Starts to pick up speed, but not enough of it as they'll hit the brake zone into Canada Corner. He got a couple opportunities at the beginning of this lap. Will he get more again in the same spot? Is that where that 14 car is strong? So as they work their way to the exit of 14, again, this is where Alex managed to get side by side, probably using a little bit of that slipstream, a kick up of the dust as the two of them come up the pit straight. Joey, you've missed a fantastic battle here between the 14 and the 85 for third place. Last time Pollard able to get next to him, but unable to complete the pass. He's going to try and do the same here as he looks to outbrake him, but he's hit a little bit of debris.
Yeah, that's exactly what I caught as well. Just a little bit of debris in the middle of the front straightaway there, and when the number 14 car popped out for that clean vision to apex, that clean air, ran over whatever that debris was down there on the front straightaway. Hopefully it's not going to cause an issue with the car. I also saw that the right turn signal was on the one of the machines. I wonder if that was just kind of flipped on the stock by mistake, or if that was a signal for anything.
I had made mention of that, and I think it is a mistake because it's been on for many laps. I had teased that he was making sure everybody behind knows that it's a clockwise circuit, but they'll go by the Miata and still holds on to that spot. Going to compromise the 14 up into turn 6 just a little bit.
Well, your brain
and our
and
leader
my
in the
brain
ZR3s
think
is in.
pretty much, yeah, exactly the same. And I was thinking it was a clockwise circuit as well. That's an interesting seat pad. That looked like a big squishy inflatable thing that a magician would pull out of a can. But yeah, driver swap going on right now for the 392. Our leader in the ZR3 class, they had a good healthy gap over second place by at least 1 lap. I'm showing potentially 2 laps over the 177. So as long as they execute their stop properly, they should resume back in the lead.
In the meantime, sounds like we do have Sloan ready this time. Sloan, what's the story on the podiums?
Joe, I'm not copying anything that's happening down there, so I think just a couple little issues going on with the microphone with Sloan, but hopefully we'll be able to get back with her here shortly.
Indeed, there goes the 908 of Pelosi, followed by this battle, able to get through without interrupting it too much. This has been just wonderful watching the pair of teammates trying to decide this position. There's some more of that debris getting kicked up by a car coming off of pit lane. I think that was the 392 going over that. Ooh, there's a good run from Pollard. Could have a chance on Manley into turn 3. You can get a sneak attack into there, but he's not going to try that this time through. Needs to maybe focus on setting up the exit of turn 3, getting himself the run down the Marine sweep, and that's exactly what he's doing as they approach the ZR3 leader. This is not for the lead. They're a lap down from that car, but he could play a part in it. Has to stay off to the side as he gets those tires back up to temperature after being stationary, and is going to sandwich himself between the teammates.
Yeah, the 14 car didn't feel like he was going to get the room from the 392, so had to back out of it at turn number 5. You're right that Daniel Taylor in our ZR3 class lead has now put himself square in the middle here between the 85 and the 14. And trust me, folks, this is okay. You got to remember that the 85 and the 14, they're battling over 3rd place in this class. That is our class leader in the 392. He is A-OK to just go ahead and race wherever he needs to, overtake wherever he needs to. He doesn't need to yield to this fight.
Also very fascinating to see the differences as the leader in the BMW M3, while these other two in the M2 CSR both racing. Two very different BMWs, and even by their silhouette, you can tell with that huge rear wing on the 392, who's finally getting his speed back up, creating an opportunity for Pollard potentially. He just can't get in there, at least for the time being. They're going to be side by side up through turn 13. This might be what he's looking for. It'll switch to the inside of turn 14, but no, he cannot quite use it as a pick yet. Coming up to the break into that final turn, I think we can say that Taylor has finally got himself up to running order and is able to leave them behind to deal with each other.
Agreed with you. And I was looking at that 14 car because this is as close as he's been during the battle that I've seen. I know you said it was duking it out pretty good, call it a few laps prior. But because that 85 was compromised on the narrow line up in 13, that certainly gave the exit advantage to Alex Pollard there and used the slipstream all the way down the front straightaway. And now it's back to the teammates, the two AOA racing machines, just fighting it out for who's going to be that last step on the podium.
Some good respect shown between them as well. Really liking what I'm seeing as we get a couple more stops. Both of them, I believe, are ZR4 cars, if I'm seeing correctly. The 21.
The 21, ZR3.
You are right. Thank you. So that is a ZR3 car.
I'll give you credit. It's the 12, right? It's the other way around. That's the ZR4 car.
Also a Porsche too, but looks completely different. So
yes.
You can't give me too much credit on that one. Anyways, they had problems very early on. That said, the 66 has not really had problems that we've seen so far. So I'm hoping this isn't anything too dramatic for them, because the 679 is still out on track. Granted, they're 3 laps down. But this race is not over, and I think Paragon Performance needs to make sure they get that thing out and running quickly.
Agreed. They've been having a fantastic, call it 3/4 of the race so far, and it would be a shame if it just kind of fell apart in the last couple hours. However, not going to say anything specific or any teams or any names or anything like that, but we have seen the closing stages of the Zenith Racing Series just erupt all of a sudden. Check this out. The 14 car officially has position down to the inside. Can he outbrake his teammate? Once again, extremely respectful racing. Room being given at the apex. And now the 14 is going to have the head of steam going up the hill, but still door to door between the two teammates.
Heading towards turn 14, we ride on board in the 14 car with the inside line. Might not necessarily be able to track out. Yes, he can. He's cleared the pass. And that has moved Alex Pollard up into third after he has been trying for a good 5 or 6 laps.
I think maybe instead of the right turn signal, it needs to go to the left turn signal. Maybe see if there's a little bit better luck over with that side.
Well, we had confused the 12 a little bit earlier. Well, they were off course recently. Didn't we realize they had returned to the track? They had been working on the car for a long time themselves. Oakley currently in that Rockwell Autosports Porsche. They run third in the ZR4s. And good news for the 66 fans out there. They have returned to the track, and they've had another driver change that is now Smedgard, who is currently hopped in behind the wheel.
Yeah, you're right. I see that driver change as well. So Andy now has overtaken in that C8 Corvette and will do his driving duties behind the wheel of the class leader in ZR4. Powell Racing is still second place with their 769 machine in that same class, ZR4 class. As we get a look at our overall leader, actually 2 class leaders right here in the same shot on the same corner. Camden Hibbett in the number 4 car, our overall leader. And then we got Alce up there with Retro Rockets and that white and black BMW leading ZR2.
59 team is in, coming from second place. Clay McGurk had hopped in the car a little bit ago. Will he hand it over, or is he going to try and carry on a little bit longer? We're just about at the 2-hour mark, and we've been saying that it's a little over an hour for that these cars can go, maybe a little less than typical on a track like this. This lines up to being able to do it on one more stop.
Granted, if there's no more code 60s, right?
Well, if there is a code 60, they probably still need one more stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they could save fuel during that period as well. So I think it'll be interesting to definitely watch out the last, call it 2 hours, and really who the first one to fall is here in terms of the strategy cards being played.
I think Sloan might have some information on this 59. Let's head down to Sloan on pit lane.
Pit stop has just finished up. As far as I knew, I didn't think that there would be another driver getting into the car besides Dakota Dickerson, but we just had Jason Alder climb into the seat of the 59. Looks like they took a little bit of fuel. I'll try and get some insight on the strategy, but it took 2 gallons. 2 gallons of fuel. I got that right this time. That's so exciting. Tanks. Oh my God, it was tanks. I didn't get it right. I'll get it right at some point. 2 tanks of fuel, but it will be Jason Alder that looks like it'll taking them to the finish.
Oh, that is great stuff to hear. I know you and I have definitely been made fans of seeing Alder out on the track in this series. He is going to be starting from 3rd on his stint, even though the car pitted from 2nd. And he is going to try and get that back from Pelosi. Now, granted, Pelosi still needs another 2 stops as well, as far as we know. So, still on the same strategy, should switch back around. But also, what will the 59 do in terms of trying to catch the 4 car?
And we know that Jason has so much pace whenever he is behind the wheel of that 59. I think that he is going to be running all out from here to the end. On my notes that I had earlier, like I said, we had some code 60s, so things were a little bit convoluted, but for the most part, it was just over 1 hour is what these ZP2 cars could make it on fuel. So given what you were saying, it's going to be down to 1 more stop. I'm looking at 2 hours remaining. Yeah, you're 100% right. It's going to be 1 more stop. And if you know that you can make it to that 1 more stop, why not run as fast as you possibly can?
Oh, and there we see the 21 back out on track. So that's a good sign for that team. Geddes is hopped into the NRG racing machine. So Matt taking over. Are we starting to see more of those drivers that are going to wrap this up? 2 hours, definitely doable, even in the heat of the day. Shouldn't be too difficult to try and bring that car to the end. I say from the comfort from the commentary booth, but regardless, should be a standard stint as we follow the 5 car of Gorshkov down, still running in that 5th spot. May have lost a number of positions, but it is at least still running, even if they're ways behind the 77. Oh, is that a slow car?
It looks to be one. Yeah, it certainly looks to be a slow car going down towards Canada Corner. It might be the 67 is what I'm seeing.
It is.
I think this.
That's Browning.
I think this is Browning, and he is officially pulling this car off of the racetrack. I have a feeling this is going to force us to come out to a code 60 here momentarily.
Coming to a halt unless he gets that car going, then yeah. It's definitely way too dangerous for that car to stay there. There we go. Code 60 starting in a few seconds. And they'll have to go and retrieve that machine. I believe this is one that did have some problems. As the lights on the front go off, I think he may be trying to cycle the car, see what's possible. Because remember, we can't get this started once again without much delay if the car gets moving, but that's a big if at this stage.
Who takes this opportunity, right? Who has not hit pit road yet that is looking to do this on 1 more stop after this one right here? This could be that opportunity to essentially put yourself on a strategy like you were talking about earlier to force yourself 1 stop to the end and maximize the stint.
So looking at my track map, the 94 is close to pit entry, so they could take a nice, easy stop here. That's Ian Barbary for 94 Motorsports. 444 as well, following them, could take advantage of this. And then the next one down is the 908 of Pelosi. Now, that I think is a bigger one, because remember, it was the 59 that stopped before this. So the 908 could regain a ton of time on Stratus Racing.
One of the Code 60s certainly fell into the lap of automatic racing earlier in this 7-hour race, and it could be that it just happened to fall into the lap again. We'll just kind of have to be patient, wait and see what the strategy cards from each one of these teams is going to end up being. Of course, we are under Code 60 for the call it stranded car down there. No incident, but car down in Canada Corner that is going to have to be retrieved. Something else that I wanted to point out, the cars are decently spread apart. You had mentioned the 94 and the 444. They are in a position, 94 is coming up the hill right now to potentially get into pit lane. I'm looking at second, third, and fourth in that ZR2 class. They are all on the same lap, right? And we know how much action can happen in the remaining 2 hours of this race. There are several players right there that are fighting for podiums in ZR2.
Now, the 94 did not pit. I can tell you that. The 444 is coming up to pit entry now. I'm watching to see if that car veers off to the right. Safety crews there to try and retrieve the vehicle. Might have to put it on the hook here. And I don't see the 444 going in pit lane either right now. However, does look like the 908, as I expected, is absolutely going to take advantage of this. And indeed, they just crossed the line there in the pits.
I wonder if it is going to be a driver change as well. Rob has been behind the wheel. What about a couple of hours now? That's a healthy double stint. We're going to see if they swap back around to Brandon Kidd or what the strategy is going to be, because it is only those two drivers that are available for this team.
There you see him heading towards it. We'll get the answer on if there is a driver swap here shortly. And yes, yes, it looks like the driver is getting in. Sorry, I lost track of what I thought was the driver there. So now we'll see which of them is going to be replacing to bring it home. Let's get a nice view of the work being done. Is Brandon Kidd going to be taking back over? I would assume so, since there was just two that were signed up for this team. Don't think you can have any late substitutions in this series.
I like the vent that they've got on the fuel fill bottle. So most of the time, at least on a basic fuel jug, it's a screw-on vent to allow any air to escape if you need to quick fill it in these situations. However, they had adapted just a simple 90-degree fitting. The 908 is back down onto the ground and onto pit road, exiting out onto the racetrack. But they had call it a fuel sponge. They use them to limit the amount of fuel inside a fuel tank. So they're very, very good at limiting fuel flowing through it. And it just allows air to escape. That way the fuel man doesn't have to worry about unscrewing that tank to quick fill the car.
And here comes the 4. Let's go to Jonathan, who's there to bring us the call.
This is your leader in P2. Oliver Piatek looks primed to hop aboard and does. Camden Hibbett, a sterling job, wearing his tiny 90 stickers on the car for his family lineage in racing. They should be very proud of his job over these last couple of hours. In goes Piatek, the young American, just getting strapped in by his teammate. Meanwhile, one tank of fuel is in, now waiting on the second. A visual inspection of the car looks clean as a whistle. Tires look to be in decent shape as well. Remember, we saw these ZP2 cars, if they were driven properly, be kind on their tires through a very taxing race at VIR over 12 hours. So 7 hours here should be job done. Camden Hibbett hops over the wall. His stint is done. Door is closed. The race leader, with a squeal of the tires, is off and away. I turn to my left and see the 41 car getting a tank of fuel. Although there's a little fuel spill, I can see it trickling down off the right fender. I can see high fives for Camden Hibbett. I turn back to my left, still waiting. First tank of fuel for the 41. There's one. Handed off over the wall. There goes two. The 77 has made its stop, off and away. And there's the 41 car now, still waiting. Took a little bit left. Fuel comes out, now back in. Just a little bit of an issue getting that fuel nozzle plugged in. Not quite full 2 tanks of fuel. A lot of spillage, but that engine fires. Can be really hot with that spilled fuel over the exhaust. No issue. Fires, clean stop. That car is off and away with no driver change.
And just as I think we're going to be going back pretty shortly, because I saw one of our safety vehicles heading back to its station, and that worked out wonderfully for automatic racing because now they got Brandon Kidd back in the car and they have track position over Jason Alder. Joey, I am looking forward to the fight between those two.
And it's on. The 59 car did not come down pit road this time because remember, they had just stopped pretty much right at 2 hours remaining. So by the math, they should be mathematically good to go on one more stop. They did not need to come down, top it up with maybe a gallon or so. So they opted to stay out on the racetrack, and that has leapfrogged them up a little bit in terms of that track position. And you're right. It's going to be the 59 on full attack mode. Can they go catch the 908 and the 4?
I think that is the big question that we're waiting an hour and 51 minutes to try and answer. Still under code 60 right now. See if anybody else is able to come in and take advantage of this situation. Some have already gone by. In fact, the 94 was the first one. So we've just about completed a full lap under the code 60 because the 94 is just where they were when I first spotted them, trying to figure out who is going to be pitting in. And as is typical of the Midwest, you can see there have certainly been a few adventures with the fauna around here, as the windshield is certainly not clean as it was when we started.
No, I'm pretty surprised that they don't have any tear-offs or anything like that, just to rip that thing off, give the driver a clean view. If people are wondering why this code 60 has taken a long time, so can't for sure say this is the reason for this code 60, but we did get information a while back that if it's going to be a relatively quick cleanup process, I think Race Control wants to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to get to pit lane. And so I think that is why the code 60 is taking a little bit longer, even though that car is already cleared from 12.
Well, Piatek has hopped in for the number 4, but what a stint for Camden Hibbett. I'd love to hear from him as he's talking to Jonathan.
What a stint indeed. You have to be absolutely exhausted. That was a long time in the car. I think you were telling me 2 hours and 40 minutes out here in the Wisconsin heat.
Yeah, that was a long time. There was definitely a lot of traffic, but also there were times where there was very little traffic. It was very, I feel like everybody was packed up into groups, so it made it an interesting stint for sure. Ended up going purple, I think, with the help of my teammate and owner Brad in the red car. So yeah, overall, really solid stint. Hopefully we can bring it home with Oliver in the car. And I don't even know where we're at in the race. I know we're leading, but I don't know any of the race situation. I think we got 2 hours to go or somewhere around there. So hopefully Oliver can bring it home.
Help or not, you were mighty quick. We were marveling at your pace in the car. Did it feel as good as it looked?
It's interesting because with how this track heats up, and ever since the repave about 2 years ago, really once the track heats up, you almost have to back off your pace, and really to find the fast lap time, you have to run 90 to 95%, just because of how this track and pavement is. So to be honest with you, no, some of my slower laps where I felt like, well, I wasn't really pushing that hard were some of my 21s and 21 lows and stuff like that. So it's a very strange dynamic here, very different than any other track, especially in the heat of the day like this, but it's definitely not any less physical with how fast this track is, with how much downforce these cars have. So yeah, overall solid stint. We'll see what we can do in the final 2 hours.
I did a quick visual inspection of the 4 car as it was making its pit stop, and I noticed the nose of the car, the rest of the car looked remarkably clean. How important is that in a race that's not only 7 hours long, but is filled with as many stoppages in Code 60 as this one has been?
It's critical. I mean, there's with the way Zenith does their penalties, with any contact that results in an incident being 1, maybe even 2 laps, right? You have to be super smart and super clean. Penalties, contact is detrimental to your race. Not only on the penalty side, but also the performance of the car. One of the big things we focus on is some of the big exit curbs and exit rumbles here. We really try and avoid and make sure that we don't abuse them over the course of the race. So trying to keep the car clean, but also finding that pace and keeping up with the guys like Stratus and Nimbus and Automatic, and finding the pace throughout a whole 7-hour race. That's the art of Zenith, if you will.
Congratulations on a great stint. We'll let you watch on with the rest of the 4-car. Sloan?
Can you tell me about that catfish you caught last weekend?
Exactly where it was last weekend?
I think so. Your dad showed me this photo of you holding a ginormous catfish. So he told me to ask you about it.
Oh, and that's one of my big hobbies besides racing. So yeah, it was fun. It's something that I get to do to kind of relax and not really worry about the stress of this whole business and industry for a little bit. But yeah, I'll have to thank my neighbors across the street for that one.
He said to mention that to see what you'd say. So that was a very big catfish. Congratulations. And you've had a crazy day out there, and we're hoping that you got a good finish coming up.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Back to you guys.
Thanks. Says, wonder if he's planning on fixing up that catfish, because I'm certainly a big fan of having a nice fish fry. As we watch them carry on with the green flag that happened just recently, Oliver Piatek, your leader in the number 4, Brandon Kidd back in the 908, who is trying to chase him down, and then Jason Alder in the 59. Also, our leader in the ZR3s, you noticed this, Joey, Barry Zerbuchen has hopped into that car.
Yeah, new driver there for Harrison Motorsports to what I assume close out the race in that BMW. So they've been in control pretty much the entire time. Oh my goodness, look at the list of penalties that we've got. Car 5, Car 21, 69, 444, and 777 all receiving a 1-lap penalty from a Code 60 violation. It's going to be a lot of cars out there that are going to want that one back so close to the end of this one.
I think the highest amongst them that it's going to hurt is the 444. Heffring has since hopped into that car and was within about 10 seconds of the podium with Barbary, but it's going to be 10 seconds plus a lap now, unfortunately, that they're going to have to make up with less than 2 hours to try and regain that. And yeah, I can confirm, looking at the track map, they were about 10 seconds down the road, so that is accurate. Unfortunate for them. But you see that 4-car of round 3 racing. They have not led this whole way. They had a temporary stint that was a little bit farther back. But, man, since they took the lead away, this has been the car to beat, that number 4 up ahead of us.
It has. He's got a little bit of an interesting situation on his hands currently, because that's Ethan Barker directly in front of him. See the number 5 car there slipped down to the inside of the car we're riding on board with. I believe this is the 66 Corvette we're riding on board with. But back to my point is that Oliver Piatek right now has a healthy gap over the 908. The problem is the car directly in front is Ethan Barker, who is fighting for his life right now to stay on the lead lap. I was actually expecting a little bit more performance out of that 77 throughout the entire course of today. It just hasn't been there in comparison to the other classed cars.
So we'll get some full lap times for most of them here in a second. Brandon Kidd not showing as having updated yet, but Piatek the 226 last time by. Remember, these cars were going as quick as 221 before, so I think there's still some more pace in it, unless they're just trying to manage to the end from here. And it really is trying to simply both strategize and manage with so little left. As we keep reiterating, there's only a single pit stop left, essentially, for everybody from this point that they need to try and figure out. And it's almost a question of who's going to have the shortest stop in some cases, because you have to remember, that's the other reason you want to take advantage of those Code 60s, Joey, is if you have less fuel to try and stuff into the car there, that's a couple seconds that you can save sitting still in your stall.
Any time that you can shave out there is going to be good in terms of that track position. This is Smedgard, who's taken over in the number 66 machine for the ZR4 class. They have been leading this class pretty much the entirety of the race. Andy got handed the car with a nice couple lap lead, and his lap times showing pretty reflective of everybody else that are in that class right now. So I think that if Paragon Performance is looking at this first race, this first 7-hour race with this Corvette C8, I think that they have a lot to hang their head high on so far.
100%. This has been an impressive first weekend for them so far. Took pole position by a pretty decent margin. Have not been leading every lap of the race, but once they got back up to the front, it has been practically domination from that 66. And more importantly, I think the big thing that we've seen here at Road America, Joey, is I don't recall seeing any sort of penalties or issues with that 66 compared to so many of the other cars out here. Avoiding those one-lap penalties really is the key, I think, to so far here in Wisconsin.
And not just in that class, right? I think it goes to all of the classes. And it's one of the biggest rules when it comes to, call it endurance racing. Of course, it applies to sprint racing as well. It's just that there's more opportunities to beat yourself in endurance racings with pit stops and multi-class traffic. And you're right. The drivers inside this Corvette, they have yet to put a tire wrong on this racetrack, at least that we have seen. Hasn't been any incidents pop up on race control involving the 66. And like you said, hasn't been any penalties either. So they are not making any mistakes. And I think that's the easiest way to put the proper foot forward.
Also have a different Applegate inside the number 18, who is still working their way back up after taking a 3-lap penalty for changing tires. Jared is now in the car, but they are running in fourth. I think they're probably a ways behind Barbary, who they are aiming to try and catch up to. Now, Brandon Kidd just pit in the 908. Now, they stopped during that code 60. So why are they back in?
I am not sure. That is a great question. And you know, the other question that I've got is I could have sworn that the 59 was actually closer to the 4, but I mean, the 4 has nearly, 3/4 of a lap? The 59 is only down in turn 5 right now, and here's the 4 in turn number 3. So they've got a healthy gap on that 59 car. Jason's got his work cut out for him today.
Yeah, he likes working miracles, but this is going to be a real order because he's going to have to run an amazing pace for a huge number of laps to try and cut down him, or maybe hope that the code 60 will fall in his favor. I'm going to try and see if we can send Sloan or John down to the 908 camp, because I am very curious why they've come in so quickly. Surely that cannot be a scheduled stop, because like we said, by our math, they should have been in a much better position to only... and the rear is off of the car, so it is indeed something more than just a regular pit stop.
And it looks like they're going to work on the left rear suspension of the car. Not sure exactly what's going on, but you see the mechanic over there on that left rear corner. So evidently the driver felt something. There are so many aggressive curbs around Road America. You really rattle these cars. And it looks like Jonathan is actually standing by right over the wall. What have you got for us, Jonathan?
Absolutely. It's a tremendous effort for the camera crew to get down here, and a tremendous effort from Automatic Racing to get this car buttoned up as quickly as they did. Never a good sign when the engine body and bodywork and rear cowling comes off. It was a rear left camber block that seemed to be the issue, had wiggled its way loose. At least that was the report from inside the race car relayed by the team to me when I asked. So it looks like they're just getting the bodywork fastened now. We'll lose only a little bit of time. Nothing had to be replaced. It just looked like it was a matter of tightening that rear left camber bolt.
So they're telling the car to get going. Everything's good, and off we go. Oof. Had a little bit of a piece left as the catch can gets retrieved. Now, Joey, what exactly would the camber block do inside that corner?
Every race car is a little bit different in how they set up their alignment, but what I would assume is it's easiest way to think about it is a shim, right? And if the shim gets worked loose on the camber bolt, it is going to affect the camber on that specific corner. So whether that was too much positive camber, whether it was negative camber, whatever it was, the driver felt it. And like I said, Road America is so aggressive with the exit curbs. The more you can stay off of them, the more it can potentially prevent these issues where you're just rattling the car so much and eventually something comes loose.
This has got to be gutting for the automatic racing team. Like we said, we're looking like at least a podium, the way it had shaped up, potentially a second place, as they were going to be in a fight with Stratus Racing and Jason Alder. But now the 59 team has well jumped them, and even Ethan Barker in the Nimbus Racing 77 got by during the repairs, waiting to see what the distance is like between P3 and P4 to see if it is possible for them to fight back onto that podium. But this might be, speaking of going fishing, the one that got away.
Certainly seems to be that. I am watching our stream over on one of the monitors. I'm watching our live feed. I got a bunch of cars. I actually see is there another car with the bonnet off right now on pit road that I see. I think that might be the number 5 car. So not only the 908 having issues, automatic racing, but certainly seems like round 3 is also having their fair share of issues. But back to my point about everybody watching out there on YouTube land, the 769 car, Powell Racing, that car has a ton of fans and followers, so we'll have to find them at some point on the racetrack, as Jonathan is right there with the number 5 car. What do you have for us?
The engine cover is off on the 5, just like we saw in the 908, but for a different reason. It reported from the driver that it feels like an engine misfire. The laptop is open, the umbilical cord plugged in, and the crew with inches out. The engine is still off for the time being, but hoping it's a quick fix. Never an easy thing when you're trying to chase a mechanical gremlin and you're helpless as a race car driver inside, just trying to report to the team what you're feeling. That car had been running strong in a top 5 position all day. We'll lose a little bit of time here with the engine cover still off. Cleaning solution going on the front windscreen as the crew is just trying to button up some loose ends. But still, the engine cover is off, and the mechanic still leaned over the rear end of this round 3 racing car.
Joey, you said it a little bit earlier. Something about these ZRS races, every time we get towards the end, things start to go haywire, and it's leaning in that direction with 90 minutes to go.
And I don't get it, because every single one of our races has had a different time length, right? It's not that they're all been, call it 6-hour races, and we get to that point in the race and all this stuff unfolds. It always seems that no matter what the distance of the race is, it's always in that last, call it 15%.
It's some sort of magic that seems to happen here. And thankfully, the cover is getting back on very quickly. I think they're going to get that door shut for the driver. Then they'll send them back out. For Gorshkov, it sounds like he was experiencing a bit of a misfire on that one. Sloan, do you have any more information on what went down with that team?
I'm here with Brad McCall at Round 3 Racing. You said it was a misfire. Do you have any more information you can share?
I can tell you in probably 30 seconds when I ask the guys. But yeah, just a misfire, so he had to come in and get it fixed. Yeah.
Okay, well, it's back out on track. Do you presume there's going to be any more issues? You don't know?
My crystal ball isn't working today, so I'm sorry, I can't tell you. But having a great time today. Beautiful weather, track's fun, competition's fun. So having a great time.
That's good. All right, well, I'm glad you guys are back out on track, and we'll catch up with you a little later.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
So, Joey, you always tell me that a bad day at the racetrack is still a good day, and it sounds like the team's still experiencing that because, yeah, it's only a top 5 and they're a couple laps down, but I heard really positive emotions out of the team.
And you're right. I think that when you get to go to your happy place, whether that be the racetrack or wherever, you're going to have a good time because you're usually with your friends, you're with your teammates. And even if you do have adversity on the racetrack, or even if you do have difficulties, you guys get to work through it together as a team. No, and you're right. Even a bad day at the racetrack is still enjoyable, especially at Road America. I mean, just walk on over and grab one of those bratwursts. Oh, everything gets better.
I thought you were going to say a Mother Clucker, but we watched.
But it could go either way.
Yeah, true. I would be fine with either. We did see a message that Camburn Performance brought the 178 behind the wall. They've been many laps down for much of this race. So, and the 69 is stopped on course again. This is not the first time we've had this issue. This is turn 12. I don't see any tire tracks leading up to it, so it doesn't seem to be any sort of spin. He's waving something off to the workers of the side, it seems, and the car is thankfully creeping forward.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if he was trying to wave to the corner workers to say I need help, but it seemed to get rolling. It's not accelerating very well right now. Now it seems to gain a little bit of some head of steam, but definitely an extremely slow car coming up out of Canada corner.
At least this hopefully means we won't see another code 60 and having to stay well out of the way of these quicker cars. I don't think it's under its power anymore unless he's really given it time for a nice clear spot. That is a fast corner, so you don't want to compromise cars. Fortunately, the 444 does catch them through Bill Mitchell Bend. Just crossing fingers that BMW can reach pit lane from here because it is so close.
And I think that was the reason to try to get it back to pit lane. If this happened over at, call it turn number 3 or turn number 6 or something like that, that's a long time to try to limp back a very, very slow car. But at least just down there in Canada corner, it seemed to have enough oomph to at least get it back to the paddock. Nicely done.
Back to round 3 racing. Piatek behind the wheel. And actually riding behind, is that the sister car or is that somebody else that we're looking at here? Just trying to make out what car they're chasing.
I know that he's been
it is
locked
a
in the
lap
battle
car.
with the 77. The 4 and the 77 have been duking it out.
Yes. Good call on that one. So Barker trying to stay on the lead lap. The 59... Oh, man, they are still 2/3 of a lap behind them. Jason Alder's not been able to do much on that front, although last lap was 3 seconds faster from what I'm seeing. Even with 3 seconds a lap, that seems unlikely that they'll be able to get to them in time, because you think about 2/3 of a lap around here, you're talking somewhere in the realm of about a minute 45 to catch up.
If we're talking purely statistics and numbers, absolutely correct. However, we have one more pit stop remaining. That is a giant variable when it comes to the end of this race. You know, what if the fuel doesn't get plugged in perfectly and you burn 10, 15, maybe 20 seconds making sure you got enough fuel in the car? So still 90 minutes remaining, and crucially, one pit stop for the team to execute it properly.
As we've seen, things can absolutely go wrong, and that minute 45 could be eaten up by having to come in and just wrench on something on the car for a few minutes before you're finally able to get back going once again, and then it's a chase to try and regain that ground. So no doubt Piatek will want to try and keep things up and, of course, keep the car in good running order here at the end. We've had 6 different Code 60s up to this point at 5.5 hours into this race. We did have a spate of them in the middle where they all seemed to kind of clump together for a bit. But here's hoping that we can stay mostly green to the end. Let's head down to Sloan, though. She's got an update on the 69 car and what was going on with the slow vehicle.
just tried to compile some information about the 69. I know we've seen him in the pits a bunch this race, which you never like to see. But it looks like the driver who just came in said she felt a snap happen and the car just turned and started to wiggle. So we had Bassam get in the car, and he's getting ready to, hopefully pull out of pit lane. But the crew is under the car currently. Car is up on the jack, and we'll find out what happened eventually. But for now, driver felt a snap, car started to wiggle, thought it was best to bring it back into pit lane, and hopefully they'll get out there again soon.
That's Abby Lockwood, who was in the car. And Joey, credit to her, because if she felt a snap, remember, we saw it pull off to the side at Canada Corner. That's one of the fastest parts, and it's a bending part of the track. The last place that you want the car to lose control on you.
Absolutely. No, if you're going to have a mechanical failure, you do not want it in a high-speed section of the racetrack. You see the crew underneath there, making sure they had the jack stand underneath there so that way they could actually crawl underneath the car. I think that's exactly what they're trying to do, is get it up high enough, because the last thing you want to do is put your crew in danger. And it sounds like Jonathan has a little bit more information on what they're trying to chase on this 69 car.
Yeah, spoke briefly to Abby Lockwood as she climbed out of her race car, took the balaclava and helmet off, and the car went up on the jack stand. Says she was coming up on the main straight. Another class car was passing her. She felt a thud, heard a noise, and felt a little bit of a wiggle from the rear end of that BMW. Nothing else felt amiss, but decided, since she was close anyway, brought the car into pit lane for an inspection. Better safe than sorry.
Very much the way that you should go in these sorts of situations. The team still doing what they can. It's taking some time, and I don't think they're going to be losing too many positions. They do have Geddes out on the track in the NRG Porsche, but they're still regaining, looks to be about 5 laps. So they got some time to try and solve the issue before they're going to fall down another spot. And then, of course, we have one of the Ginettas that is still running. We mentioned that the Cambrian Performance number 178 was back in, but the 177 is still running in P2 right now, although there's nobody within their class even nearby to challenge them for that position.
Yeah, 2 laps to third place, and unfortunately a full lap up to the leader in class. So I think that Pacelli here is just going to be turning some laps, making sure this Ginetta can make it all the way to the end of the race. Lap times, though, looking very, very competitive. Last time through, 233.1. You compare that to Barry Zerbuchen, who is currently leading the class. Remember that Harrison Motorsports car that's been leading pretty much all race at 232.4. So only about a half a second difference between the Ginetta and the BMW.
We were giving a lot of praise to the drivers in the 66 team. I feel like we need to do the same for that 392. Zerbuchen doing a great job as anchor so far. Sergio, who started things off just fantastic behind the wheel of that 392. And, of course, hopefully when they wrap this one up, it will see itself in victory lane. And right now it's placing itself well to try and make that happen. We continue to watch second place do what they can to make it a race to the end, but they're actually split by one of our ZR2 cars. Heffering in the 444 currently running between them in the overall position. Every once in a while, we give a little love to the 769 of Powell Racing. The Miata and the ZR4 class is looking at a potential second place after it looked dire in the early stages, many laps down from everybody else in their class, and yet here they are sitting P2.
This is going to be a fan favorite on the stream. There are a ton of Powell Racing followers wanting to see the 769, so here it is on the screen. The Miata running strong still. Call it about 5.5 hours, almost 6 hours into this 7-hour endurance race. I think I even saw this being called the Skull Bandit Miata.
The green is slightly off, if I'm honest, on that front.
Right? It's a little bit more lime green than the Skull Bandit green, but hey, at least it's got a character.
Yeah, I would think it's the country time lemonade Miata, if anything. But whatever the fans want to call it, it certainly has won me over for going racing here. Like I said, some interesting modifications, and we'll talk about that a little bit more as we take a moment to head on over to Jonathan.
Crew chief for Powell Racing, Tim Hanrahan. It's been a up and down weekend for you guys, but today has been mostly up, chipping away good lap times, lost a little bit of oil. Other than that, across the running to date, it has been pretty smooth, although I know the days leading up to this event haven't quite been as smooth. Talk us about the journey to even get to the green flag today.
It's been quite a struggle for us. It was our second engine actually that we took out yesterday. So we're here until about midnight. Again, that swapped in, but everything's good, and hopefully we'll be on the podium in a couple hours.
The pace in that Mazda Miata seems undeniable, running second in class at the moment.
Yeah, it's been running strong.
Is it a race-winning car today?
Sure is.
There it is, Tim Hanrahan watching along as that iconic green of that Mazda Miata continues with just a little under 90 minutes to go, guys.
Love the optimism from that team. Things gone maybe slightly different. Yep, we could have seen a win out there, but it is what it is for now. And they decided not to give up on it, and they're going to be rewarded as it stands right now. As it comes through turn 5 and then back up towards turn 6. Hour and 20 minutes left to go. Smedgard, our leader in this ZR4 class, the 66, still out on the road and chugging along himself. Don't see where he is on our map right now, but I know that he's at least, looks like 5 laps ahead of Anderson in that 769.
At least, right? It shows the 66 is on lap 107, and that Powell Racing machine is on lap 100. So, yeah, call it a good 6 laps, potentially 7, depending on where those timing loops are. So the Miata is just going to have to keep on turning laps out there in order to try to catch up to this greatly different production year Corvette C8. I wonder if they ever thought going down the production line that they would be racing against each other on a racetrack at one point.
Probably a bit of a distant thought that early in their history, but certainly has provided us a unique dynamic out there on the circuit between them. We still got some more battling between some of our BMWs up towards turn 6 here, and I think that may have been it wasn't the 14. Who was that other one that we had seen there? I had completely missed out who that was.
That we 85 were locked in that battle for a long time, but I think that was one of our ZR2 cars. I think that was Ian, I believe, in the 9.4 Motorsports machine getting through on, I believe, one of the AOA racing cars that we were watching a little bit earlier.
Yes, you are right. And it was the 85 that he was trying to put a lap on. So a little bit of different classes, not really battling for position at that stage. A couple of our ZP2 cars actually quite close to one another, 77, the 4, and the 908. Now, the 908 went a lap down. So they are, even though they are close behind the 77, who is the next car up, I believe I'm showing that they are a lap down from Ethan Barker, unfortunately. So it is tantalizing that they can see that car, but they will have to pass them and then circulate a full other time if they want to make it an actual fight to get onto the podium.
I'm looking at the marching ants to kind of do the same thing you are, right? Just try to judge these gaps, see who's gaining where, see if there's going to be any of them that kind of condense an accordion up once they get to, call it the remaining 20 minutes, once we get another hour into this thing. I still think that the 4 car right now, even at the pace that they are running, call it a second and a half slower than the 59, I think they're going to be safe. They just need to keep it clean and consistent, and 1.5 seconds around Road America per lap, it's not going to make you up a ton of time. This is a 4+ mile racetrack, so You really got to be digging into the time in order to eat back what the 59 needs to do to catch the 4.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too much at this stage. And we are hearing from Jonathan that he saw the 5 go behind the wall and actually heard a misfire even from far away. So I don't think we're going to get all 5 of the remaining cars in that ZP2 class in past the checkered flag. Maybe only 4 this time, being able to see it after 7 of them started. But it's a longer race, so you kind of expect that attrition will eventually start to eat up a few of the cars in the class here. It's certainly ended the day prematurely for a number of teams.
I need you to give me a reality check over here, Joe, because I'm pretty sure that I had this same attitude and mindset when we were covering Barber, and the 59 car just didn't seem to have the track position. They made the late pit stop. It just didn't seem to be going for him. And all of a sudden, Jason Alder set the track ablaze, went through the entire field, and won the gosh dang thing. I think we'll just have to be patient, see what the 59 can actually do here in the next hour and 15 minutes.
Well, that's one thing that ZRS has taught us is, it might look like it is a massive gap, but then suddenly things seem to happen. And sometimes it's not even strategy calls. Sometimes, like you said, it is the pace of a driver who is some unearthly ability to lay down some flyers. And Alder is definitely amongst those. So we're watching that 59 very curiously. Every once in a while, I check on the lap times. They were 7/10 quicker this last time by compared to Piatek. So he has been pretty consistently, if not matching, going quicker than round 3 racing. And there is Alder on your screen now. So again, he's gaining, but like you were just saying, the gaps are so huge. I would be utterly gobsmacked if he somehow cut this down in time.
I think that the only thing that can be a huge outlier that maybe we are leaving out is just how much fuel each car needs to fill up with on this final stint. However, I would assume that both of them are going to need to pack it completely full, so it kind of negates that option. And even if there was a difference, it's not going to be 30 seconds of fuel fill difference. It might be, call it 5 or maybe at the most 10 seconds. Yeah, Jason Alder has proved me wrong several times already in 2026, and I'm just kind of setting myself up to be proven wrong again.
Yeah, waiting for him to cross the start-finish line here shortly, and we'll see approximately how many seconds it is between himself and Piatek, because our timing having some lag here, giving us some false information until we get that proper cross of the beam. And this latest lap for Piatek at 23.0, 22.4, another 0.6 quicker. And this gap does not seem right on my screen. That says 36 seconds on the tower. No, a minute 44. So there we go. Minute 44 is the distance between them as he crosses with an hour and 13 minutes left. Now, you were getting close to where cars could try to start pitting to get to the end from here, Joey. But I feel like this series is the opposite of what we see of a lot of North American endurance racing, where instead of trying to pit as early as you can to cover the full course yellows, here you want to hold out for the code 60 and save yourself on the pit stop time.
Absolutely spot on, right? In a traditional race with the full course yellows, if you pit before that yellow comes out and you stay on the lead lap, well, guess what? You get to pack back up. That doesn't work the same way here with these code 60 situations. So if you pit early, code 60 comes out, well, guess what? You're stuck out there on the racetrack while everybody else can come down onto pit lane. So yeah, it's completely opposite when it comes to the strategy. You want to run the thing completely dry till it is absolutely on fumes, just in case a code 60 could potentially come out and you can get that cheap pit stop. You think he's in attack mode around the outside of the carousel, Joe?
Yeah, I was noticing that too. That was brave stuff. I think Jason knows the task. Somebody has told him. He says, leave it to me, and he's on his way. But, I was just thinking about what we were saying about going until it's dry. The drivers who did the late stops earlier on, or who topped up when they didn't necessarily need to during our previous Code 60s, they might actually be in a good spot on that front, because they can go however many laps longer to hold out for that Code 60 if it waits a while. So it opens up strategy options for you if you've managed to give yourself a much shorter final stint, not just for the shorter last stint or shorter last pit stop, but also that you have more flexibility to hope for that Code 60 in the final stint.
And the biggest advantage of what you are talking about is, that's the 392,
isn't that
Joe?
Our leader?
Yes, that is the ZR3 class
Let's go to
leader.
Jonathan.
This is huge news. Yep, Jonathan, what have you got for us?
Trouble indeed for the 392. It just stopped in its pit stall. It has now stopped at pit out. I was hearing from Sergio that the transmission is not shifting. It was stuck at one point in second gear. The team quickly tried to diagnose it. If we look just down to the end of pit lane, there are USAC officials trying to get that car out of harm's way. It made it out of its pit stall with a little bit of a judder and then ground to a halt just before rejoining the racetrack. That was your class leader.
Looks like crew is now getting to the car, but they're probably going to have to push it behind the wall, I would imagine. And there's a little bit of discussion going on. Not exactly sure on all the rules of being able to push a car down pit lane, but there's definitely some talking to the driver. This means the 177 of Anthony Pacelli III should inherit the lead, and just did. The timing just updated for the first time in the huge chunk of this race. We have a different leader in ZR3.
Harrison Motorsports, unfortunately, having some trouble towards the end of this thing, and that was the last thing that any of the team members, any of the drivers wanted to see. And I think still a bunch of question marks right now on what exactly is going on with this car. I don't blame Barry at all, trying to probably figure it out, talk on the radio, see exactly what's going on, see if he can restart the thing himself. You see more crew members running over, seeing if they can maybe just reset something on the car and get it back out onto the racetrack. And hopefully they are able to fix this thing quickly.
Love that that crew member actually rode an emergency scooter to get over there quicker. It tells you that it's starting to become more of a hustle, leaning into the cockpit now to try and see what they can get going. Nope, they're going to try and get it moving. That's the issue here. They're stuck on it because of the transmission.
Yeah, and it sounds, Jonathan, I think you're down there. Is it a clutch issue that it's just simply stuck in gear?
I think literally stuck in the gear. It's not disengaging. Sergio said it was stuck in second. The 5 for racing, you can hear it rifle its way back onto the track. That was the car that had the misfire. Narrowly dodged the 392. You can see the crew member ran down, came down on a scooter, and actually, very sportingly, a lot of the Kingpin Racing crew members trying to help out the USAC officials to move this car, but it is stuck, skewed side right in the middle of pit lane.
Not the greatest of spots to be, but obviously if it is stuck in gear, there's not a whole lot they can do until they get it to finally go free and be able to wheel it somewhere. What'll be interesting is if they need to recover it with a safety vehicle of some sort, would that close pit lane?
You know, that's a good question as well. I'm not going to pretend to know what that is. I think my biggest question, I do see, at least on our pit road cameras, that it is officially moved behind pit lane. So kind of answers my question. It's out of harm's way, which is good. So this generation of BMW, it had a couple different transmission offerings, right? I actually raced one of these cars, but it was the standard 6-speed H pattern. They also had what I think they call as a DCT transmission, kind of like a semi-automatic mode. And I wonder what transmission is in that specific car.
Whatever it is, it's just ruined their day, unfortunately. And right towards the end, almost made it to an hour to go had been convincingly leading up to this point. I think they're even going to miss out on a third place here unless they get it going quickly. Alex Pollard in the 14 is about 2 laps away from overtaking that car. So they've got somewhere in the realm of about 5 minutes before AOA Racing will demote them down to third. And then Clifton Lipple is in the 85, who's another lap behind, who's also ready to try and send them downwards. 177, Anthony Pacelli behind the wheel of the Camburn Performance car. We asked whether or not the Ginettas could make it to the end. So far, so good. They're probably crossing everything they can that this will hold out, that they could claim a victory.
And talk about a great performance, right? I don't think that Camburn Performance has been able to leave one of these weekends yet and say, you know what, we really got the most out of our car and out of our performance. They've always been fast. They've always been in contention, but you've kind of touched on it throughout this race. The Ginettas necessarily haven't been the most reliable when it comes to completing some of these races. So as long as this 177 can hang on for the next 66 minutes plus a lap, this would be a great turnaround in the middle of the season for Camburn Performance.
In stark contrast to the 178, you just saw it at the top of your screen. The other Camburn car is getting a 1-lap penalty for speeding in pit lane. Maybe just charged the cones a little bit too hard on their way in. Ethan Barker set a personal best lap time that last time by, and that was the quickest of any of the 4 still running. Well, now 5, I should say, as Gorshkov has brought the 5 back out on track. But regardless, Ethan Barker got the bit between his teeth. Jason Alder's still been running down Piatek, but it's by smaller margins now.
It is. 223.6 from Oliver out front and a 223.3 from Jason Alder giving chase. And I look over at my track map, and it certainly seems like the 59 is actually going to have to deal with a few more cars of multi-class traffic, at least here in the next couple laps. So it's not going to get easier for Stratus.
Watching Juan Carlos LaRue circulate around also in second. And this is why we kept saying that you've got to keep at it, because you just don't know what's going to be happening. While they are far behind our leader of the 41, there have been situations just now where leaders of the race have given away what is a commanding lead as we watch them climb up the hill. It's been a long day. This race started at 9 a.m. locally with some beautiful shade in the morning here in Wisconsin, slowly working its way towards noon now as we are just about at 3 p.m. It's getting hot. The sun is still pretty firmly overhead, but the shadows will start to get longer, and it's going to be 1 hour left to go. One stint for almost all of these teams left to complete.
You mentioned at 3 p.m. I think that my golden retrievers are on Central Time because they are in full nap mode over here. And 3 p.m. out in the sun at Road America sounds like a fantastic time and place to nap with race cars going around.
No doubt. And Baron Zabukin now falls off the podium. Lipple officially scored as in third. And I think that was the 85 that we just saw there. Working his way up the hill now. So being led by one of our ZR2 cars of LaRue, who we followed for a bit. Still carrying on lap 119 in this race. Not that far off considering the pace difference we've seen of the ZP2s. The leader up there is at 127.
I'm seeing a couple questions over there on our streams asking about the weather that's going on at Road America here this weekend. I can tell you that It's a beautiful weekend for racing. I think it's about low 80s in terms of the temperatures. We heard Jonathan talking about in comparison to VIR, the previous round that Zenith Racing Series had, and much more mild temperatures. So I think that the drivers and crews have welcomed this Wisconsin weekend with open arms, and it is certainly providing us some great sunny skies. And I think the track temp is up to about 105 or so. I think it shows 41C in terms of that track temp that I read right now.
Yeah, Jonathan might be able to give us a little bit of a clearer picture as we got one car coming into pit lane. Jonathan?
It is warm, but it is beautiful. Not a cloud in sight, save maybe a little bit closer to the end of Kettle Bottoms. A couple Pixar clouds in the sky. It's about 83 degrees, not too terribly humid. Tomorrow might be about 3 degrees Fahrenheit warmer. All in all, pretty ideal day and ideal weekend for racing. With the relatively new surface, though, it is a very rich black color, which holds a lot of heat, so the track temperature could get a little bit greasy. But conditions-wise, compared to VIR, at least standing outside, it's a lot more favorable. And I think the drivers would agree.
Well, the driver of the 392 might not agree right now because on top of the mechanical issues, they get a one-lap penalty for a pit lane speed violation. Is that car is still showing in pit lane for me? So Sir Buchan still having to sit and wait patiently. Alex Pollard, what a stint. What a lot of action he has seen during his time in the car. Looks like is going to finally hop out one last stint of an hour for one of his teammates and will return in what is second place.
Yeah, the 85 is showing still back there. I see them turn 5 right now, but they are a full lap behind this number 14 on timing and scoring, or I should say they have to go around entirely to catch back up to the 14. You see it's still fuel going in the left side of this car right now. And just patiently waiting. We'll see if it takes another jug of fuel or if it is going to be going. Looks like another 6-gallon jug of fuel going in. You see the fuel man twist off that vent so that way it can quick fill right into the back of this BMW and hopefully get it back out there on the racetrack soon enough.
I think that is the big thing that they're all eager to try and wrap up. Still holding the driver. I think I see they are still working to get them all hooked up and notched into the machine. So hopefully that should be over shortly because I don't see any other work happening on the car. I wonder if there's some issues trying to get all the buckles done here.
If you've got the lead and you're comfortable with it, take your time. I think that the most amount of mistakes happen when you try to rush these driver changes, but you're right, this is a prolonged swap, and it seems like they're working on something on the left side. There goes the window net up. I can only assume that maybe they had to adjust one of the lap belts. That can definitely be a hang-up. On the shoulder belts, it's easy enough to just kind of loosen them up by pulling straight up. However, if the lap belt is a little bit too tight, it can be a little bit of a puzzle to try to get the hands down in there and loosen the belt and then get it hooked back up.
Christian Blevins has gotten into the car, so he's going to take over and bring it to the finish. They did emerge ahead of Lipple, so they'll hold on to that. This is the 12 of Rockwell in that Porsche Boxster, still running third in class, but a long ways behind. Main thing I'm glad for is that they've been able to get the car fixed and get it back out on track. It's just unfortunate that it cost them what was looking like a second place.
Always tomorrow, right? I think look back on the positives that were today and that were yesterday with the qualifying and the speed that the number 12 car showed, and take that into tomorrow. After all, we do have a whole nother race tomorrow as we've got a huge dust cloud here. Turn number 14. I would assume that was coming out from the gravel drivers left there.
Yeah, I hope that's not causing any problems. But let's go down to Jonathan. Hold on. Before we go to Jonathan, we have a car stopping.
Yes.
Code 60 immediately. Is there bigger problems that we missed? Car 41 stopped on course turn 14. So there may be bigger problems here. That is the 12 going slowly. Oh, and that might be due to the code 60, actually. Pardon me. But the 41 is our leader in the Retro Rockets.
Yes. Yep. I was waiting for that. Remember, they had just overtaken for the lead. Oh, my goodness. This ZR2 class is a roller coaster today.
I think you're thinking of the ZR3's changing lead. The 41's been in control for much of this race. Yeah, there's a lot happening. Now I think we might have time to go down as they're going to retrieve that car. Jonathan, do you still have Pollard with you?
I do indeed. He's gotten a chance to hydrate a little bit after his stint, a really impressive stint. We saw your teammate Max and how happy he was after his stint. Were you as happy with your time in the race car?
100%, yes. I was trying to find the time and do the good job. We had a sister car there on the track. Once I saw it, I knew they were right behind us, so I tried to push as hard as I can just to maintain the position, and that played well for us. So unfortunately, there was an incident in the Kirk with another car. I frankly didn't see it. He took the line, so it was unfortunate for them. We luckily stayed on our line, so all good.
We were speculating about that earlier. What did you feel during that contact in the kink? What happened in the race car?
Great question. The first thought that I had that was like, why is it so bumpy when I took a little bit more curb? But then I'm looking into the mirror and I see the car spinning behind me. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. So yeah.
And back more recently, we saw the drama for the 392. That's elevated you to second place. Do you start to think about a win at this stage?
I didn't know I was in second place, to be honest. I was driving like I'm still fighting for the third. I will be really happy if you're going to make it in second position or even be closer to the leader, so that would be amazing for us.
Still running in a podium position. Alex Pollard, I'll let you get some well-earned rest.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
So the crews are now there at the scene of the 41. Looks like the driver is out and inspecting the car. I'm not seeing any damage from this angle, so this could be another situation where we get frustratingly close to the end and it quits on them.
Yeah, and I don't think the marks on the racetrack that you see right behind the 41 are actually from the 41. I think that's just there from somebody jumping on the brakes at a pit lane entry line at some point. But yeah, like you said, driver out of the car, just absolute heartbreak for this 41 Retro Rockets racing car.
Now, I had posed the question earlier about a different situation. Has this closed pit lane, or are they allowed to come in? Nope, they're allowed to come in, it looks like, or at least these drivers assume so, as they just went by and are working their way up the hill. Because I was about to say, at 54 minutes left on the clock, now is the absolute perfect time for everybody to take that final stop.
And the 59, at least on timing and scoring, is in pit lane right now. That's Stratus Racing. So they are taking their final stop. And that makes sense, right? They pitted with about 2 hours remaining. They were able to stretch it all the way here to about 54 minutes. And I understand that Sloan is actually down there with the 59 camp.
59 just pulled out of pit lane. They took 3 jugs. I know for a fact that is correct. Looks like it was a good pit stop. There's still Jason Alder in the car. I was trying to catch up with some of their mechanics on how they feel about the number 4 car, if they're thinking they're feeling good or, you know, what their thoughts kind of are. And it's kind of hoping and praying for something maybe to happen in order for them to catch up. But they're feeling positive. They're going to keep the vibes high. Good pit stop, and we'll see how it ends up for the end of the race.
And I can tell you that the 74 that you see on your screen is now scored as your leader. And Alsup falling to second. We'll see whether or not they can get that car going. 178 now behind the wall. That has been an occurrence multiple times. Piatek has managed to get to pit lane before the code 60 is over as well. So they won't be caught out by that one. I have to imagine, though, they'll probably, with this being likely the last one, race control once again, allowing everybody to have a chance to pit, at least.
Yeah, and I think that they're still just retrieving that 41 down there. And I understand that Jonathan is down there with our leaders, the number 4 car, and the pit stops that are happening with round 3 racing.
Nice and clean and on the marks for that yellow liveried number 4 car from round 3 racing. Its sister car, the 5 with the misfire, came in and made it stop. A horrible noise from the engine, but not seeming to plague them too much. The 3 just waiting now, and the 4 car taking on its second jug of fuel. So 6 gallons in, we wait. No driver change. Piatek will stay aboard the number 4 just up the road. It is a pit stop in sequence, battling with the 908. Both cars are going to be released with the lollipop in tandem. The 4 will exit out just behind. So it's actually a little bit of a gain in position, but 4 is your net leader, and the 77 has made its stop as well.
So that'll put the 77 back up 1 lap. So they've still got a long ways to go to try and challenge Piatek. We need to watch and see where Alder winds up after all of this. If any of the pit stop gave them some time, like Joey had mentioned earlier, we're anticipating a gain of a few seconds, not necessarily 30 seconds on the lead car. But it all depends on how much fuel they had to put in, how quickly they were in and out. But Piatek remains your leader after that one. Juan Carlos LaRue leading down in the ZR2s. Anthony Pacelli III in his pit stall. The 177 leading the ZR3s. And then the car directly behind him positioning is Smedgard in the 66 leading the ZR4s.
Yeah, they just hit that pit stop as well. I saw that Sloan was checking out their pit stop, and it certainly seems that everything was A-OK with Paragon Performance in that number 66. And you had mentioned it earlier, Joe, maybe a couple hours ago. I think that car had made its way up into 18th after starting 27th. Well, look at where they are now. They're up into 13th overall in that ZR4 class.
Absolutely amazing. Has really done an incredible job to just pick off spot after spot. It doesn't give them anything extra except probably some bragging rights in the pit lane, having been in the slowest class and jumping quite a few cars that are supposed to be quicker than them. 41, I'm still showing is still being retrieved as on track. So it's taken a little bit longer than anticipated because we did see the flatbed right by it many minutes ago now. There it is now.
Yeah, and here's the live shots of it right now. At least it is up on the flatbed. It does make me wonder if that fluid or whatever that is on the racetrack is from the 41.
I'm
I didn't
pretty
think that
sure
it
it
was,
is.
but it certainly kind of looked that way. At least it's not on the actual racing surface itself, right? It's on the pit lane surface entry. But it certainly seems to be a large amount of whatever it is dropped out from underneath the 41. I can tell you were wondering about the 4 and the 59 to see if there was any time made up. At least visually on the Marching Ants track map, the 59 did make up time. It wasn't a significant amount of time. The problem is the longer we stay code 60, the more it helps the number 4 car. The 59 wants green flag racing right now. They want to go try to catch the number 4 car, but they simply can't under a code 60.
Everybody's got to stay equidistant apart from one another unless you are into the pits or have an issue out on track. You can see them waving what will actually look like a white flag. Now, in this situation, that would be for a slow vehicle up ahead. Oh, no! And we've got a car billowing smoke on the back straightaway. That looks like the 5 car, I think.
And remember, this was the car that was having the misfire issue earlier on in the race. What I can only hope is that the smoke that we saw was the driver hitting the fire extinguisher bottle. Oh, see there, he was actually just handing back the fire extinguisher. So I think we saw the driver taking initiative, trying to put that fire out when we first came to that car.
Clearly not intentionally. This is helping out the teammate of that 5 as Piatek now gets more time under code 60 with 48 minutes left to go. The longer this goes, the more it seems like Alder's not going to have enough to try and run him down. at least under normal circumstances. He's going to go by the scene of the unexpected blowup of this car. Thankfully, the driver also, once again, okay, even able to put out any fires himself before things get worse out there. But Road America has been a monster to these machines and has certainly crushed a number of dreams for race number 1 this weekend. This doesn't change much in terms of running order. Gorshkov, who was in that car, was sitting last amongst the still running ZP2 cars. Kid no longer has anybody to worry about now at this stage, as that means he, at worst, will finish in 4th place, but has to try and catch up to Ethan Barker if he wants to get back onto the podium. 7 starting of our ZP2s, Joey. Only 4 are going to see the checkered flag at most.
Yeah, a little bit of a higher attrition rate. We've heard several of the drivers say, Road America is just tough on race cars. And I think we're seeing an example of what happens when you put a multi-class endurance race on a very, very difficult racetrack that's asking a lot out of the cars. You're going to push the machinery. You're going to test the machinery. And sometimes it's going to rattle. Sometimes it's going to be smooth on the straightaway. Sometimes you're going to have incidents over in turn number 11, the kink that we saw a little bit earlier. And that's why people want to come and race Road America, because it is that test of man and machine. See how long you can keep this thing going on one of the premier circuits in North America.
Does look like they're putting some oil dry down, and now they really have the time to try and get that cleared up. And then saw what seemed to be a jet dryer car that's going to blow all of that off the surface. Again, not really a problem. Even if you're pitting in, you're probably not going to be that far to the right-hand side and worrying about your grip into there, especially since most everybody should be done with their pit stops now at this point. 3/4 of an hour left to go in our first race of this weekend. The cars have been bruised and battered. They're grimy. The drivers are sweaty. And worse, now none of the adrenaline is going in there in a hot car wanting to just finish this race.
Roller coaster ride I mentioned for Kingpin Racing. I think it continues for them. Pole sitters in the class dropped back early with that 1 lap penalty, fought back to the class lead, took the multiple lap penalty when they changed the tires. I think they fell all the way back to 5th, maybe 6th in class. And now because of others' misfortunes, including Retro Rockets we are under the code 64, Kingpin Racing finds themselves back on the podium, Joe, in ZR2.
Yeah, Jared Applegate has got to be grinning from ear to ear. It's just swung back their way. And honestly, didn't they got 3 laps
They're not
at
too
one
far
point, I'm
behind
pretty
the 94
sure.
either.
Yeah, that's what amazes me. I'm looking at them, and the leader, if they had 3 laps taken away, right now they're only showing a lap down from the 74. They have clawed their way back.
It has been a fast car, a fast driver combination, everything going on for that number 18 car. It may not be perfectly executed in terms of some of the penalties and lap setbacks, but it seems like everything that they are doing physically on the racetrack is pointing the right direction.
I still have to wonder if that call for the tires was the right one, though. I feel like if they made that much up with those fresh tires, that probably could have carried on and tried to fight for the win, or what could have been the win there. Because I think they were catching up to the 41 before they took that penalty for the tires, weren't they?
They have been, call it traditionally, they have been the fastest car in the class. It just hasn't been the track position in the back half of today's race.
Yeah, and what I was just trying to remember is that I think they made it up to second place, and the 41 was the next on their list, if I'm remembering correctly. And if that would have been the case, they would have been the one inheriting the lead instead of the 74. But I may be misremembering. Apologies if I I am. Regardless, it does seem like the Applegates and Wilmot did have an opportunity to maybe take a win, but should be proud of the way they've made up for this and could still hopefully have some good racing to the end. We're still waiting on that 5 as they haven't completely cleared the car yet. They're actually just bringing it onto the flatbed now.
That's right. I shows my ADD brain over here. I completely forgot about the 5 on the other side of the racetrack. I was only thinking about the 41 there on pit lane. So yeah, definitely an extended, call it second retrieval of a car in 2 very, very different areas of the racetrack. That's why we're under this extended code 60. I also see a few new followers here to the series, Joe, out there watching on the stream. And yes, Zenith Racing Series is brand new in 2026, a multi-class endurance racing format based here in North America. It's all based off of horsepower to weight ratio. We've got a prototype class, that's the ZP2 class, and now we have 3 production car classes as well, ZR2, ZR3, and ZR4. So the more the merrier in terms of following us here with ZRS.
Yes, and if you are new, one of the beautiful things about this series is that you can basically run what you brung as long as it fits within the power to weight ratio of any of the classes Joey just listed. Of course, they can make some tweaks to make sure that you fit within your class, but otherwise it's produced some fascinating racing. We get some big gaps sometimes, as we see, but the other thing that it does, as we found out, is it makes for a little bit more of a traditional endurance race where it really is about getting the equipment to last, because the teams tend to try and experiment a little. They do some things with the tires, with the equipment under the hood, with the aero bits on the car to try and find speed within the rule set. And it has meant that you aren't necessarily safe even down towards the end of the races. We've now had 2 different leaders fall out of the lead after the car quit. One on pit lane in the ZR3 class, and now one on the way into the pit lane effectively in the ZR2 class.
Joe, I saw an interesting message on that popped up on the screen that said the 177 has returned to the racetrack. That's our Camburn performance car that's leading ZR3. I didn't catch anything, but I look at the lap time and it's actually about 50 seconds slower than what most of these cars are doing under the code 60 situation. So I wonder what was happening to that 177.
Now, all the messages are extremely recent. 4:18 p.m. behind the wall for the 177, and then 4:18 p.m. back on course. Maybe it was a mistake call or something to that effect, but that is very strange to see that car go in and then immediately back out. They haven't lost the lead because of it. I think it's still 3 laps to the favor of the 177 as Christian Blevins in the 14 has a ways to catch up. And then that is the 94, which is our second place car down to the ZR2s. Ian Barbary currently behind the wheel of that car.
Just kind of have to wait in. It also kind of gets a little bit convoluted, doesn't it, when we are going under such slow conditions, because sometimes the timing loops. They think that these cars have actually stopped because they haven't hit that next timing loop yet. So a little bit easier to read under green flag conditions. So a few question marks over here, but it will be solved once we actually get going racing again.
Which is becoming precious little time. We're almost to where it's going to be a mere half an hour sprint to the finish at this point. And I can tell you that the 5 is on its way back into the pits. Looks like they are off the course, so we should see the code 60 removed. I think we can pretty safely say that every team has had a chance to try and pit from here on out, so we don't need to hold, and there we go. We are getting ready to restart in just a few seconds' time. Go back to full green flag. We'll get the distance between the different cars. Before we go back to that green flag, let's head down to Sloan, who has found out a little bit about retro rockets.
Catching up with the Retro Rockets 41 team. Nipper was in the car, if I remember correctly. We just spoke to him for a little bit. He said he was okay, a little shaken up, but it was an engine that got blown. And AJ, I'm here with, is going to explain a little bit more about the car. They said they were running pretty well today, but can you kind of give us some more information?
Well, it was a good showing for us today, but unfortunately it just didn't quite make it all day. We've got an LS3 engine, which has always run really strong for us and was sounding good all day. It didn't give any indication. It just suddenly blew up on them, which, as they say, is just part of this deal. It's a fickle sport, but it really sucks to lead all day long and break with less than an hour to go. But, we had a great day. Our car ran really well. Our team functioned really well. So it is what it is. It's racing. We'll be back.
Yeah, definitely. We saw the crew running down pit lane. Eli was booking it down there. Everyone was bringing back the crew cart. So you've got a really wonderful crew around you, and hopefully we get some answers for you guys.
Thank you. We were all trying to get my brother Nipper a birthday present. Tomorrow is his, I don't know how old he is. He's old, man. We stopped counting, 50-something, but trying to get him a birthday present. And unfortunately, we cut his stint short, but happy birthday, Nip, and we'll get him next time.
Happy birthday, Nip. Back to you guys.
Not the way that he wanted the birthday to go, but there is some consolation in the car having speed, but an engine going. Again, that's pretty catastrophic. We saw the penalties on screen there, Joey, 67, 85, and the 444. I don't think it's going to have a big effect on any of them. 85 might move a little bit closer to Zerbuchen, but I don't see Barry back out on track right now, so kind of non-issue.
Yeah, if anything, it's going to be that I think actually it just happened. The 444 has officially dropped back into 5th place, but the only thing is that Retro Rockets is no longer running, so they are going to regain that lap immediately back. So you're right, both the 444 and the 85 that were penalized under the code 60 have a big enough gap that it's not really going to do anything. It's only going to halt any potential progress further forward for them.
And of course, the 67 team currently running 15th. That's Browning for the open throttle. They had very early issues. They've been just chugging along, trying to collect whatever spots they can from drivers that have attrition, which the next one now for them was probably unexpected, even up to about 20 minutes ago, but the 41 of Retro Rockets, if they can catch up to them. Let me see. They went to lap 121, Browning on lap 113. They might be able to make up that many laps here in the final 35 minutes, but it's going to be tight as we watch the 59 of Alder give us the first full lap under speed to see what they're doing compared to Piatek.
And looking at the marching ants, I think Stratus Racing was probably hoping that that most recent Code 60 was not an extended Code 60. I see Piatek over in the hurry down section, call it turn number 8, and he 59 on the start-finish straightaway. So remember when we were talking with 90 minutes remaining, these two cars much, much closer together on the racetrack. So the 59 has made up huge amounts of track position. I just think that with that extended Code 60, it has left them too little amount of green flag racing.
Yeah, we saw something like a minute 44. It's minute 19 now. Last lap was a 2:23, which is decent, but not a pace that I think that's going to allow him to catch up in time. The 9-4 Motorsports car going by the 85, and that is two different class cars, so not really for position between them. And then also in that mix, you saw the 177 of Anthony Pacelli, who leads in the ZR3 class, probably trying to take it easy here, even though he wants to seem to get by the 85 car, who's going to hold off to the left-hand side coming down into turn 8 and eventually slam on the brakes and allow that Ginetta through.
Oh, a little bit wide, though, on the exit. Kind of got onto those rumble strips. Was Pacelli in that blue Ginetta. Thankfully, was able to kind of gather it back up, put the power down, and now you see it just kind of drive away from that BMW. This 177 car has shown some tremendous speed when they've been out there on the racetrack, and Pacelli's certainly taken advantage of it with a nice clean racetrack now that he doesn't have to worry about those other cars in his windshield.
And Sloan has caught up with the round 3 racing team. Sloan, what caused our car to stop?
Just caught up with the number 5 car. Oleg, who was piloting the car, said he was under the code 60 and he was going slow. All of a sudden, in his rear view mirror, it looked like there were flames. He had just come out of the kinks between turns 8 and 10, and he saw the flames, decided to stop, actually climbed out of the car, went to the flag stand, grabbed a fire extinguisher, and put out the fire himself. So that's a little wild, but he's okay. They think that just the fire started. It looks like it's only, so we'll get some more info later, hopefully. We're just glad the driver's okay, and they were able to get out the track safely.
We are glad as well, especially great heads up by Oleg to watch that and pull over to the side where there was a bottle that he could use to try and put that one out. By the way, Joey, I went up and down looking to see how everybody is. Applegate is now only 7 seconds behind Barbary, I'm seeing. They are dangerously close. If they've still got pace, the 94 has got to get on the radio to tell Ian, pick it up.
I was noticing that under the yellow flag conditions that you're right. The 18 is pretty much right behind that BMW on the racetrack. Let's look at their last lap times. From Applegate, a 228.9. From Ian, a 229.1. So pretty similar, but you can almost see that BMW right out the windshield of that Porsche. And sometimes that's just a little bit more incentive for the driver to push it a little bit deeper into the brakes. And as long as they can keep it clean and continue to claw back that gap, 31 minutes is plenty of time to go up there and challenge for second.
It might not be for a win at this stage, but if they claim a second place, it's going to feel like a win. No doubt they are letting Applegate know he has got to get on top of it. He's got to try and hustle to see if he can catch the 9-4 Motorsports BMW. It is definitely within range. If he can do a little bit quicker than a couple tenths a lap, that will certainly do them no harm. He'll, in the meantime, allow the 59 of Alder continue to go by, who is running also similar pace to Oliver Piatek and not closing with near enough hurriedness to try and challenge for the lead there.
So the lap times this time, they were relatively close. I have a feeling this lap, once we get up to start finish, going to be a little bit more reflective of how the pace has gone between these cars. Sector 1 and Sector 2 for that Kingpin Racing Porsche was significantly faster than the BMW in front. You saw him have to kind of go wide in Canada corner. That's going to cost him a little bit on the lap time, but I think Ian's about to go through a 229.4. Applegate, 226.8.
Okay, so 2 seconds and some change. That's a little bit better. 3.8 seconds between them when they cross to the line. Barbary is going to start seeing him in his mirrors sooner rather than later. And we still have a fight here at the end of this race, in spite of a few more competitors falling out. The question is whether or not 9-4 Motorsports has enough to try and hold back for a second place.
Here is the car that we were just talking about. In between the two is going to be the 59. That's our overall leader. And then comes this white, red, and yellow Porsche GT3 Cup car. That is one of the fastest cars on the racetrack currently in terms of the lap time, and they are trying to hunt down that orange BMW. Joe, did you see Ian really leaning on the right side coming up out of turn number 6?
He's trying his darndest, but the bad news is that first sector alone, 1.2 seconds faster for Applegate. He is just eating away at this one. I mean, at this rate, he might be there by the end of next lap.
Jared is certainly on the loud pedal right now. Just trying to go up there and catch him. And I think that it's just a matter of time, right? And if you're in the shoes of Ian Barber, you can only do what the car can perform, right? If that Porsche is going to be coming up hot on the back end, you can do what you can in terms of making it a fair race. But I think that the writing is on the wall. This Kingpin racing machine is just going to pick the right brake zone, pick the right straightaway, whatever it may be, and probably pass that 9.4 Motorsports car within the next couple laps.
Another 1.1 seconds in Sector 2. So he is going to be there pretty quickly. And as they come around the final corner, absolutely can see that bright orange car just in front of him within touching distance. This is for second place in the ZR2s. They'll cross the line. The difference on that lap alone, 29.6 for Barbary. Applegate, 26.2. It's down to 0.3 of a second.
At this rate, it might be happening in between turn 3 and 5 on the straightaway. A little bit wide there from the BMW exiting turn number 1. The Porsche is officially there on the back bumper. The entry to turn number 3, and now the blast down the Moraine sweep. This long straightaway. The BMW has got some good legs. The Porsche sitting in the slipstream, already popping out drivers left, and it certainly seems that Jared Applegate has overtaken for what is second place.
Just an amazing job by Jared and the team. 26 more minutes and they can collect that second place trophy as he takes off down the road ahead of Barbary. The good news for Ian, they're still on that podium. Just maybe we're hoping for a little bit more than that, as they've got the same amount of time left to go. Up at the front of them, Juan Carlos Leroux in the 74 is about a minute ahead, so don't get any inclination that Kingpin Racing is still in the hunt for the win on this one. But as we keep saying, as we keep being proven on this one, there's still lots that could happen here.
So much. I mean, we didn't expect the 41 car to have their engine issue, and then under the Code 60, we saw the 5 car have their issue. So, Joe, there's a racing god out there somewhere that has some Uno cards, and they're saving all the good stuff to the end.
The racing gods are incredibly fickle, and they can be extremely cruel. And then if you're on the 18 team, there's times where they can just smile upon you, and you're amazed at what you've been able to accomplish in these races. Speaking of which, Smedgard, who we keep following the progress of in the overall, they're nearly top 10. They've reached 11th in that number 66 Corvette.
Extremely impressive, and it shows that they are on the same lap as the ZR3 class car directly in front of them, that AOA Racing number 14. Let me check the lap times. The advantage does go to ZR3 by about 0.6 of a second a lap, but that doesn't mean that 66 has not accomplished a feat. That is something else to get up inside the top 11, almost inside the top 10.
Trying to see how many we still have running at this stage. And I think 16 cars 16 I'm seeing still on the track. Yeah. It's been quite a few that have had problems right here at the very end, which you tend to expect that it's closer to the end of the race that we see them falter. Just it's happened in such a big way, in such dramatic fashion for a few that we really didn't think would have that sort of problem, at least based on experience so far. This is the 74 that we are watching currently. That is still leading this class, AOA Racing. Looking like going to get multiple podiums today, because not only are they leading here in ZR2, they've got a second and a third down in ZR3, and then we see the 178 coming back on track once again.
Yeah, good day for AOA, like you were just mentioning, and their fourth entry. simply was a did not start. So all three of the cars that have been running today for them, at least as of right now, are in those podium positions. That's always so. As a driver, Road America pit exit is always a little bit of a nervous one, especially when you are on the racetrack and somebody is coming out of pit lane. You just hope that they look in that left side rearview mirror, because you're hauling the mail by the time that blend line actually happens. And thankfully, both drivers, they're well aware of the situation.
I mean, I think back to the IndyCar race where I think it was Grosjean that lost a wheel on the way out. Car spun off to the side, and suddenly people were having to take evasive action. Car 3 also back on course. Now that is a little bit unexpected. That's another one of our ZP2 cars that is many, many laps down at this stage, something in the realm of about 50 laps down. So this won't do much for them other than get some data for tomorrow, like we keep talking about. There's the 178 of Camburn Performance, also doing some reconnaissance here at the end.
I was just going to say that not only the number 3, but this car right here, getting in a little bit more track time. And it could be a situation that the teams were maybe doing a little bit of testing, got what they needed to out of the car, and then took a little bit of a rest throughout the middle of the race. Or it could be a situation that they had a mechanical problem with the car. They took the car back behind pit wall, whatever it may be between the 178 and the 3 car. It's nice to see them both back out there on the racetrack, because that usually means they're ready to go for tomorrow's race.
And I'm sure that's exactly what they want, is to not have to sit there overnight or late into the evening wrenching on the car to try and prepare it and hope that it's good enough once you get out there. At least this means that you can know for sure that it can roll away under its own power and be good to go at full tilt by the time you get to the pre-grid tomorrow morning, which is going to be even earlier in the day than what we had today. So you're going to have even less time if you wake up to try and prepare the car and still have work to do. Meanwhile, back on board with Oliver Piatek, about the only knock that this team has against them all race long is that somebody needed to tighten that camera a little bit.
Yeah, I guess you're right. The vibrations through these cars can certainly be pretty dramatic, and you couple that with some glass lenses and recording devices, and it can certainly show you a little bit of a wavy picture. But yeah, the number 4 car has been tremendous ever since qualifying yesterday. Just kind of hung out in the draft pack, put themselves in a good starting position, the right strategy throughout the Code 60 calls throughout today. And now they find themselves in what I would call at least a comfortable position in the final hour of the race, now under the final 20 minutes, that Oliver just needs to keep the car nice and clean. Don't put it in any dangerous areas. Don't make any unnecessary risk taking out there. And he should make it to the checkered flag.
And I think we can say that they're both running pretty consistent pace, because they were 1,000th of a second apart last lap by. So very close to each other, as we're getting another message of the 178 that they're behind the wall. Maybe they're happy with what they see. Clark Camburn was behind the wheel and is satisfied and will just park it for the night, let the car cool down, and just put some wax on it, make it shiny and bright, ready to go, and hopefully it'll look pretty and be fast when we get the green flag here in Wisconsin. 20 minutes now left on the clock on board with our number 66, I believe, heading down the hill. And by the way, the 177 is in pit lane. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was just going to mention. You were mentioning the 178, and I looked up. I was like, no, the 177's in pit lane right now. So both of those Ginettas have returned to pit lane. I think that the 178 a little bit more exploratory, so I'm not too worried about that one. I am worried about the 177, our class leader in ZR3. We had such a long Code 60, you would have thought that they put enough fuel in it to make it to the end of the race during that opportunity. So this tells me maybe something else. I do see it switching to an outlap right now, which is good news.
Oof. So yeah, I'm with you that I'm very surprised that if they did not take the opportunity to pit during that. Granted, they have such a large lead, it's obviously pretty safe on that front, but this will get them to the end from here, and they're still well ahead of Christian Blevins, who sits behind by about 4 laps, it looks like, based on our counter, and even have the ZR2 of Michael Tosi for Bruce Innovations splitting the pair of them, or did until I said that, and now timing and scoring updated, and they are back to back.
Makes it a little bit easier for us to read on timing and scoring with the 4 green ZP2 class cars and then 4 purple ZR2s, and then comes the orange ZR3. Nice and exactly how they were meant to be. Still see that Corvette sitting there in 11th place overall. We've been very impressed when, call it out-of-class cars, have been able to go up there and fight for positions that they, quite honestly, really have no place to fight for, but because of others' misfortunes and because of their great performance on the racetrack, it ends up being a fantastic story at the end of the day.
Certainly is a feel-good story for those teams that are able to gain so many spots up the order. If it had been a little bit longer, and Pacelli did have more problems, that would have put Smedgard and the 66 into the top 10, which doesn't mean anything other than the fact that they could claim they finished within that marker here of 31 starters here today. We'll watch them head through turn 1. And that's another one of those cars that certainly had plenty of problems. I think that was the 69 that we saw with all kinds of issues earlier in the day, being chased by the number 67, not the 69, that is in that multicolored car, Browning, for open throttle. That is at least going to collect a 6th place, but probably could have been just a bit more today.
There's that car that you were just talking about. I had mentioned that this is probably one of the cooler liveries, one of the cooler paint schemes that we've got out of our 35 car entry field. And you know what it kind of reminds me of, Joe? It kind of reminds me of something like a background you would see on one of those Austin Power Segway photo shoot video things.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a real acid trip, honestly, but it's it is very pretty looking and easy to spot out there. It's just unfortunate we don't have much more to say about it today. Jonathan does have some news as to why we had the 177 on pit lane. Jonathan, what's the answer to the mystery?
Had a quick moment to catch up with Tom O'Gorman. Told me that it's the right rear wheel hub that's just a smidge loose. They had this issue since the beginning of the race. It's not quite enough where they feel that the car's safety is in jeopardy at all, but they keep torquing it down more as a measure of precaution than anything. Tom said it just gets a little more difficult to place the car, and you start to second guess, am I driving worse? Is the car doing something? So purely precautionary, brought that car in, tightened the wheel hub down. It's only got to last another 15 minutes for your class leaders.
Clearly didn't take too long, and yeah, they're still running in that 9th overall, leading for the ZR3, and now showing at 2 laps ahead, according to our timing and scoring, over Blevins. So didn't exactly cut it close on losing that top spot. There is our overall leader in the yellow and white number 4 of Oliver Piatek. And the gap over Alder is a minute 11 now, Joey. So he's cut another 3 seconds off, but it's just not going to mean much in the grand scheme.
Yeah, it's gone from the 59 car was 3/4 of a lap behind now to call it half a lap behind, maybe just under half a lap behind. The 59 just went through the kink on his way to Canada Corner, and the number 4 car you see here just exited turn number 3. So, has made up a significant amount of ground. Just going to be a little bit too little too late, and with that extended code 60, it certainly didn't help their chances to come catch this number 4 car. And I wonder here if Ethan Barker in that black 77 with the pink highlights can hang out on the lead lap. I don't think that the 4 car needs to go push the issue at all. And I think that Nimbus Racing would like to finish on the lead lap today.
Yeah, another point of pride that won't mean anything more than you can boost yourself up. We'll see whether or not the 4 agrees that it's worth hanging out behind the car, especially since they could, if they wanted to, try and overtake since they seem to have speed. Speaking of the pace, though, I went to look at the 908 car. 223.5 last time by. Barker's running a 225.6. So another one that probably could have been so much more there, because the 908 was in a shout of a podium finish, but now I think this 4th is about as best they can settle for unless Ethan becomes another victim of this track.
Come down here into Canada Corner, just kind of nice and nose to tail from both of them. If anything, the 77 was kind of in the middle of the road there, trying to protect that lead lap from the 4 car, trying to put him 1 lap down. Those were 2 BMWs neck and neck there at the start-finish line. I think that was a ZR2 and ZR3 car. Here's the 908 that you were just mentioning from Automatic Racing with Branded Kidd behind the wheel. And I agree with you. I think that this car right here, podium potential, had the track position all day. So unfortunate about that left rear issue late in today's race.
Which I think we can honestly lump into maybe not the same as our leaders falling out, but a car in a major position right at the very end, suddenly seeing it stolen from their grasp when probably had it just about wrapped up, barring driving it home. Browning the 67 brings it onto pit lane, probably one last stop, or at least I hope one last stop to splash some fuel inside the car and then take it to the finish. They're going to get, a 5th place because they have already overtaken the 41 of Retro Rockets after they fell by the wayside with their blown engine. So top 5 here for the 67 to reward their efforts of not giving up.
Down to the inside goes that 908 machine. I love seeing the respectful racing. I think you had mentioned, we try to dissuade, not promote any sort of contact, right? We promote clean racing at Zenith Racing Series, and it's gone throughout the entirety of all the classes, right? All the classes are aware when these little itty-bitty prototype ZP2s come up in a rear view mirror that you might not be able to see, right? They might even be underneath the door line in some of these cars, but all of the drivers seem to be well aware, whether that's communication from pit wall to let them know if there's any cars behind, the drivers using the mirrors themselves. Extremely respectful, welcoming racing.
Yes, and I'm sure some might be disappointed because racing in North America, very much a rubbing is racing kind of region, but it's more than just a safety concern, as the inclusivity of this series, one of the big things they try to promote. And part of that is racing's already expensive. So the less that parts need to be replaced, the better. They want teams to be able to get out there and continue to put the cars on the track as much as they can. So the contact, obviously another thing that can wear out the equipment and break things that just doesn't need to happen to have good racing. As we've proven today, you think to some of the side-by-side battles, in some cases that lasted 4-5 corners around this track.
And riding even on board here with the number 4 car, Oliver is proving it to us, right? I think that the yellow machine probably has a little bit more pace than the 77. After all, that is why they are our overall leaders. That's why they have pulled this gap on everybody else. However, he's staying patient. He's not forcing the issue with the 77. This is probably as close as he's ever been. Let's see, does Oliver decide to do anything? No, he lifts off of the throttle. So it's even more so of proving that these young drivers, you had mentioned so many young drivers in this series, they're proving themselves on the speed aspect, and they're proving themselves on what does it take to actually win one of these races.
So at about 145 seconds a lap here, and 8 minutes to go. We're looking at probably in the realm of about 3 or 4 laps left for these drivers. So it is almost to the end. And it has been a grueling day, as we've seen by how many have fallen off the wagon and didn't get to complete this race in its entirety. But credit to all the teams for trying to tackle this, and credit to the ones that will come back tomorrow to try and compete. This endurance racing is such a tough sport, Joey. It's sprint racing, obviously, is hard in its own right, but endurance racing has so many complications. There's so many things that you could do everything right yourself, and as we've seen, you might not necessarily get rewarded for your good performance at the end of the day, and it was out of your hands.
I love racing. Don't get me wrong with what I'm about to say. I absolutely love racing. However, there are far more lows in racing than there are highs. If you get to have a career that is all highs and wins, it is nearly unheard of, and great. Props to you, but there's far more lows in racing than there are highs, and I think that's what makes those moments so memorable, is when you can accomplish one of these feats and you can collect one of those checkered flags and one of the trophies that says P1 on it. It really does mean something.
I'm sure for Piatek, this will be another one for the case. Sharing that car today with a number of fast drivers. Camden Hibbett was in there. Thomas Bellman doing an amazing job in the car during his stint. All three of them have done their part to show why this car is leading by over a minute at this stage. Going to be just under a minute, most likely, by the end, because Piatek has definitely backed off to follow in the pace of Ethan Barker. He's made no attempts of trying to overtake that car. In fact, his last lap was a 2:28. So something like 7 seconds off of it, the quickest that he could go out there. He knows that all he has to do is cruise to a victory today, and there's no reason to cause any risk.
And as we ride on board, so this is going down into turn number 8. I've got eyes on the 59. They are in turn number 1 right now. So if that kind of puts a little bit more of a pictured gap for everybody out there watching. 4-car, very, very comfortable position. They've got their fingers crossed, everything going right now. It's just got to make it another 5.5 minutes plus 1 lap.
Indeed. So as we watch them come around, we're getting closer to seeing exactly how much that is going to be, because 2 laps is about 4 minutes 10 typically. Of course, it's going to be a little bit longer since he's now slowed down to the 2:28. So maybe a lot closer to 5 minutes left to make 2 laps as he crests over turn 13 and then down into the final corner, continuing to follow Ethan Barker around, who himself obviously will get an extra lap, being just in front of the leader. And yeah, far under 4 minutes and 50 seconds. So that is going to limit us an extra lap here.
Should be. Now, my math is terrible, Joe, and we've been doing this for 7 hours
So
so
is mine.
far. What was that? 3 laps, I believe, because we'll get this one plus 1 more plus our 1 lap.
I believe that is correct. I think they should
I know,
be
I'm a little
wrapping
loopy with it, too.
it up shortly. And no doubt the teams and the drivers are also kind of to the point, especially with how wide these gaps are. Let's just get it over with. Can the clock go that little bit faster? We've been out here and sweating and aching. No doubt the drivers soar inside the car. It's not just wheeling this car, but the G-forces, you have to remember, they've been experiencing for so long. And if you are outside the car, what's it feel like when you're sat on the pit wall, Joey? Your teammate is in there. You're so close to the victory, and all it is now is waiting for that clock to hit 0.
Oh, that was a big yaw moment from that Porsche. Hung on to it, though. You can't do anything, right? And kind of how my personality works is that if you can't do anything about it, well, you can't change the outcome on the racetrack. So it just kind of is what it is. And yeah, you're just patiently waiting, probably tapping the feet a little bit for that checkered flag to actually arrive. And I think that the biggest part for me was that you got 3 minutes left. This race is not over until you physically cross that checkered flag and go across the start-finish line. So if I see any crew members really start to celebrate, it's okay to start to pack stuff up and start to transport it back to the trailer. That's the natural progress of a race team. However, no early celebrations until you actually finish the race.
I think that's a good call. And that's not just superstition. You need to make sure that you don't look a little bit of a fool on that one as we watch him come up to the line. And here we go, going to get the 2 to go signal. Remember, plus 1 lap for this series. So you will wait for the clock to hit 0. Then after it hits 0, the next time you cross the start finish line, you get the 1 to go signal.
Joe, I want to see if it's just my eyes, and not that it's going to be an issue at all with under 2 minutes remaining, but it certainly seems like the bodywork on the back end of this number 4, it seems like it's skewed a little bit. Obviously, no contact throughout the race, and we've seen how easy that those bodywork pieces pop on and off. It was just kind of an observation that I'd seen, especially coming up out of Canada Corner that previous lap.
We've got a camera coming up here at turn 5. I wonder if they could zoom in nice and close on that number 4 car, because they'll be exiting away from them up to turn 6. That might give us a good view, see if there is anything that is a bit strange. Here we go. So what are you seeing here, Joey?
I just see that the left side, it seems like it's a little bit angled in comparison to that right side bodywork, but it looks A-okay right there. So I really do think it was just my eyes playing tricks coming out of Canada Corner that previous time. And it could certainly be that the car was just so leaned over that there could have been a few little different gaps with how much the chassis was just kind of leaned on the left side.
I'm sure the team and the driver also having those moments, nervously watching and waiting, looking at every little thing, hoping that it all holds to the finish. Going to be white flag when he gets to the start finish. Piatek getting to round it up. He had to wait all the way to the end. Each driver doing their own stint as well, Joey, not getting to hop in and out of the car. And if you're that last driver, knowing that you're the anchor, I'm sure there's a few nerves and a little bit of anxiousness just wanting to get into the car, wanting to drive.
Not only that, but he got into the car, I believe in third place is when, I'm sorry, Oliver got into the car in the lead. It was Camden that got into the car in third place. So Oliver was handed the car in a great track position. And you're right, when you see all of your teammates go out there and maybe even outperform your expectations, when you get in the car, you have to do at least that, right? You've got to make sure that you cover their performance and make it to the checkered flag. So I think that Oliver has done a terrific job, and now he looks up at the start-finish stand and sees the white flag. 1 lap remaining here at Road America for race number 1.
And he's picked it up a little bit because Barker did as well, pulled away from him in case you had missed that 77 car had kind of disappeared from our shots, back down to the 225s. The gap at 52 seconds over Alder. He still hasn't even crossed the start-finish line as we watch these cars out of turn 3 now with Piatek already on the Moraine sweep. And let's not forget, it's not just these ZP2s out racing. LaRue and the 74 still up at the front with a handy gap there. Pacelli in the 177. The Camburn Performance Team is going to be over the moon with this result. And then our first ever race with the ZR4 class sees the 66 start from pole. Didn't lead the entire race, but just about made it feel like it.
This is our overall leader. Round 3 racing had multiple, call it bullets, for today, and it has been the number 4 car that has prevailed over their teammates, the number 3 and the number 5. Oliver Piatek looking at, call it, 1.5 more sectors here at Road America, one of the most daunting corners in all of motorsports. He's got to exit out of the carousel, turn number 11, the kink. The last time he's got to navigate it at speed, get through here nice, smooth, and consistent. And now you can almost see the checkered flag.
It has been an impressive day for round 3 racing. Maybe not for the other 2 cars, which have run into multiple problems, but the FAR has been imperious out here, and its driver lineup is one to watch for in the future. We talked about the young guns that are coming up, of them in this team. The yellow and white number 4 of round 3 racing with Oliver Piatek behind the wheel come out of the final corner. They climb the hill, and it is going to be checkers for a victory for round 3 racing here at Road America.
A huge sigh of relief for everybody in that team. Greatly executed. And now they get to celebrate with their drivers, look forward to tomorrow as we get our eyes on our next couple classes that are going to be crossing the line. This is the 66 car. This is our ZR4 leader right now. The Paragon Performance Corvette has pretty much led the entirety of the race in the ZR4 classes. There you see the shot of our overall winner.
Yep, so it's a brand new class. There were questions how this was all going to work together. What would these cars look like? Well, I think they'd look like a Corvette C8 with the number 66 on the side, an appropriate number, an important number for this car and for American racing, as Smedgaard leads it around the last corner as well. And it's just a few hundred feet up and across the hill to try and take a win. What a race from the Paragon Performance team, who will take the win.
Great outing for that brand new ZR4 class, and we still have to crown our ZR3 and ZR2 winners. I think I see the 74 right now exiting what is turn number 14. That is the AOA racing machine in that ZR2 class. Of course, driven by the LaRose, and they are looking up towards the checkered flag. There they see it, your winner in ZR2.
And right after them, the 177 of Camburn Performance takes it across the line to take the win for their team. I think that is the first time we've seen the Ginetta wind up in victory lane here in the Zenith Racing Series. I'm sure there are lots of celebrations down there, but fantastic job by all. Just a couple more cars that need to get to the line to complete this one, take that checkered flag, and work their way back to the finish. We'll get to hear from the podium celebrations in just a little bit. It has been a long day already here at about 5 p.m. local time, Joey. We've been the teams have been going since 9 a.m., and I think a well-earned rest is on the cards.
Officially, everybody has taken the checkered flag that was out there on the racetrack. And for everybody out there watching, that 769 car, Powell Racing, did finish second in that ZR4 class.
Oliver Piatek with the win for round 3 racing, as our ZP2s then see Jason Alder do his best to cut down, and he did a lot, but Stratus had to settle for best of the rest in second place. Ethan Barker for Nimbus in the number 77 finished in third. Automatic Racing with Brandon Kidd just outside of the podium, the 908 with a late problem dropping them out of the Champagne. Oleg Gorshkov in the round 3 racing number 5 eventually got back out on track and took 5th. Brad McCall for the other round 3 racing number 3, likewise in 6th. Early retirement for the 109 of Ryan Pope of Roberts Motorsports. Clay McGurrick in the 57, actually this 9th, 10th, and 11th, did not take part. Let's take a look now at the ZR2s as Jorge LaRue came home on the top spot for the 74. A bit of a surprise win for that team late in the race. Jared Applegate for Kingpin managing to climb their way back up into second. Ian Barbary was third in the 94 car, as Michael Tosi was fourth in the 444 appropriately. Michael Browning recovering back to a top 5. Then it's to our teams that had DNFs today from there on down. What about our ZR3s, Joey?
You had already mentioned it, the 177 Camburn performance with Anthony Pacelli, the Ginetta, finally finding victory lane for the ZR3 class. AOA Racing with Blevins, Christian Blevins finishing out today's race, is going to finish in what is second place. AOA also claims that third place podium spot. Clifton Lipple ending that car. And then Harrison Motorsports, unfortunately, they led the majority of the race in ZR3. They dropped down to what is fourth place after a transmission mechanical error a little bit later today. Daniel Taylor going to finish in fifth with Big Mission Motorsports. And then you see the cars that had even more problems out there. Open Throttle Racing finishing in sixth. NRG back here in seventh with the number 21 car. 9-4 Motorsports is going to finish in eighth, mainly with a testing program in that 96. And then it brings us to our newest class, ZR4. We mentioned that the Corvette did a fantastic job. They claimed the victory today with Paragon Performance. Powell Racing in the 769. All the fans out there on the stream cheered that car along to a second place finish in class. Rockwell Autosports Development finished in third. And those were really the three cars that had started today. You see Mayota have one lap accomplished, but really not in today's race.
Yep, unfortunately, lots of celebrations in the background for the number 4 team as the 74 and the ZR2 class comes in to do likewise. And we're hearing that they may have grabbed fastest. Excuse me, let's have the GPX fastest lap of the race for today's event. This is on board that number 4. And that fastest lap, let me double check to see what they ran. 2:21.1 out there.
So we'll just kind of, I don't need to narrate the driver going around, but we can certainly tell you where we are on the racetrack. That was turn 3. This blasts you all the way down this really long straightaway here. Pretty cool to get the entire onboard lap versus having to clip between the TV cameras. The brake markers pop up on your right side here. See how deep they take it? Well into those brake markers on the fence on the right side. See about the curb usage, pretty minimal out there, so got the nice drive up through turn number 5. This is always a tricky corner, blind on the entry, tricky to spot the apex, and you got to roll as much speed through as possible. Same thing here in turn 7. And you talked about how tricky the hurry downs are here. The elevation drop into the brake zone. So easy to overshoot the apex on that one, getting the car slowed down. Now it is a downhill plunge through the carousel and accelerate through, call it the kettle bottom section in between, in between 10 and 11 here. Fly through the kink, turn number 11. Keep your foot absolutely flat to the floor. Kind of make this winding straightaway as straight as you possibly can. Look to the left side. There's the brake markers. Jump on that brake pedal pressure. And then, Joe, from here, it's stand on the gas, drive the car all the way up the hill through turn number 13, pretty much flat out through that corner, and one tricky little brake zone to navigate it around 14. That's your GPX Fastest Lap Award.
Boy, things really aligned. You didn't see any traffic on that lap until the very end. It's no wonder he was able to take our GPX Fastest Lap Award here partway through the race. I understand we have our team down on victory lane with our winners. Let's go to Jonathan.
Well, You're starting with me first, unfortunately, but fortunately, Oliver, congratulations on an incredible race. Oh my gosh, you guys, this has been a huge feat, having that battle with the 59. What was going through your head while you were, having that battle? Like, were you thinking you were going to lose it? Can you kind of talk me through that?
A lot, yeah. I mean, I definitely thought we were there to win the race. I had a lot of confidence in the car, a lot of confidence in my teammates. The last hour or two, we started having some issues with the downshift, so I really toned it back a lot. And the last 2 hours, I was just trying to save the car. No curbs, no downshift, just bring it home and bring home the win.
Now, what does this win mean to you?
Oh, it means a ton, especially finishing P2 the past 2 rounds. It feels great to come back to victory lane and win the race again.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. How are you feeling going into tomorrow? Are there things that you want to try to improve on? Is there anything that you want to kind of work on overnight?
I'm feeling really confident for tomorrow. We got a fast race car, we got a fast group of teammates, and I think we're there to win the race tomorrow as well.
Awesome, congratulations, and I hope you celebrate hard tonight.
Thank you.
We got Jonathan over here with our...
I'm with our ZR2 class winners, JC LaRue and Jorge LaRue as well. It's one thing to get it done with 3 drivers, but with just 2, you said you have no idea how physical it is.
Yeah, it's a challenge. It was a challenging race, managing the tires, the whole 7 hours. It was stressful.
JC, from you, talk me through your race today.
Yeah, same thing. We have to manage the tires because we only did a 3 tire change to get 2 lap penalty. And it was a stressful race, managing the gas and managing the tires. But yeah, we did it. That's it.
Well, the nose of your BMW looks remarkably clean. How much of a factor was that in surviving the 7 hours?
Well, as I tell you, it was managing the car, being clean, try to drive the cleanest possible. That's it.
Well, congratulations to our ZR2 class winners. Sloan, to you.
We are here with the very first ZR4 winners. We have our winning formula Paragon Performance winners, the very first of ZR4 in the Zenith Racing Series. Tell me, how are you feeling right now?
Great. I mean, we won, right? So couldn't feel better. Yeah, very good.
Okay, I love that, short and sweet. Nobody can take this win away from you. It's going to go down in the history books. I know this team has just come together, like, what, 4 weeks ago, you guys said, and here you are crossing the finish line. Do you think you had this in the bag, or what was kind of going through your head?
No, an endurance race is never anything I think you can expect to have in the bag. It's even, regardless of the competition, you still have to finish the race, and that's a big feat on its own. And really, that's what we came here wanting to do. You know, it's a new platform, kind of a new partnership we have, and we just wanted to finish, and we finished first.
Maybe tomorrow we'll take more risks and inch up the pace just to see what the threshold is.
Oh, you hear that? Tomorrow they might amp it up a little bit. Okay. Well, thank you guys. Congratulations, and I hope you guys celebrate hard but reasonably, because you got to be on track tomorrow morning. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Your winners in ZR3 in that beautiful blue Ginetta, Camburn Performance, triumphant today. Anthony Pacelli, I want to talk to you first because you got the honor of bringing this car home to the checkered flag. How were those final couple of hours for you?
It was amazing, man. It's what I dream of. So big shout out to my mom supporting me, letting me pursue my dreams, and big shout out to Tom and Renner John. But yeah, it was just a dream come true. I love it.
Endurance racing is never an easy thing. I know you were battling just a minor issue or inconvenience, shall I say, with the wheel hub. Talk me through what that was like.
Yeah, it gave me a little bit more rear steering, which I guess helped. But yeah, every like 45 minutes we would torque it, and it'd be loose every time. So that's what we were battling. So hopefully we can get that figured out tonight and won't be a problem tomorrow.
Tom, talk to you after your pole lap. Talked to you a couple hours ago in the race. How special is this one for you to get the job done?
It's so cool. I mean, this is my first wheel-to-wheel race this year, I think, and we won. So that's awesome. I'm super proud of Anthony, super proud of John, super grateful to Clark and the team. I mean, the pit stops were literally on point, not an inch wrong. The biggest goal with this is no mistakes and no penalties, and it worked.
You're no stranger to endurance racing. Talk me through how crucial it is to have pit stops executed well every time and driver changes executed well every time, because it's not an easy thing to do.
I would argue it's the most important thing because it's so much more difficult for us to make up a second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds on the racetrack than it is to lose that amount of time on the pit lane or doing something else like a silly mistake that we're talking about. So, to have that support, make it just, it's on us to make a mistake for your race. It's awesome.
Appreciate you guys. We'll let you get to celebrating Camburn Performance triumphant in ZR3. And for the first time, Joe and Joey, 4 different sets of class winners.
It was a joy to watch, Joey. I had a blast today. We get to do it all over again tomorrow. I'm curious who's going to come back having learned some lessons and make a difference.
I think that the 59 crew is going to have some names to take tomorrow because it slipped out of their fingers today. They certainly seem to have the race-winning pace. It just didn't seem to come together in terms of the Code 60s falling their way today. So you're right. Can't wait to do it all again tomorrow. Just a touch earlier, about a half hour earlier than what we started today.
And don't forget, our coverage is not over. Joey and I are going to step aside, but we will continue to watch our podium ceremonies here in Race 1 at Road America. Don't go away.
Testing, testing. Is this thing on? Is this thing on? Can anybody hear me? What? I know. I don't think anyone can hear me, though. We're hoping that the speakers will work very soon. But I'm not sure if they're working yet. So, when they work, at the local speakers, we'll let you know. But for right now, they're not working. Is this thing on? Oh, it's on! Hello, everybody! Welcome to the very first Road America Zenith Racing Series podium. Can I get a heck yeah or a scream? Oh my gosh, wait, that was awesome. Nobody's done that before. Or I've had to really beg, so this was great. Thanks, guys. That's awesome. I want to say thank you guys so much for coming out here today, leaving it all on the track. I've been saying field lately, and that's not correct, but you've been leaving it all on the track. 7 hours is not easy at all. We saw some incredible racing today. We saw some incredible qualifying yesterday that led for an incredible race today. So I hope you guys are all so proud of yourself. I know we've been watching, and we've been like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? So now it's cool to see what's happened. And now it's cool because we get to celebrate. Jonathan?
Well, let's begin our celebrations with our ZR4 class. The first ever time we get to celebrate ZR4 class, and I think that's worth celebrating in itself.
Let's get a cheer real quick. Yeah, that's what I thought.
We'll start with our third place finishers in class, driving the number 12 from Rockwell Autosport. Welcome onto the stage, number 12 from Rockwell.
Woo! Give him a cheer! Give him a hand! This is so exciting! This is going down in history books.
And it was a wild weekend, an engine change, lost a little bit of oil, didn't seem to bother him. They're going to finish on the podium in the number 769. It's Powell Racing.
Keeping the cheers up. We love it. Oh, we got a little mini driver too. Congratulations, buddy. You did so good.
And your class winner, driving the number 66, that's C8 Corvette, Paragon Performance.
Yeah, there's more cheering!
All right, drivers, for photographs, let's raise those trophies.
Raise them high, look at the photographers, smile, be proud of how your earnings. Yes, that's what that, yep, you earned it, smile. Yep. And now that we have the okay, let's spray some bubbly! Shake it, go, go, go! Okay, all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, your ZR4 class podium.
Wow, yeah. And now we're going to continue with our ZR3 class.
Well, we reset the podium. We'd invite everyone that's joined us to celebrate today. You could check in with the table. Grab yourself a beverage or two in a Zenith koozie, why don't you? Feel free to celebrate with us. Head over that table, check in with Maddie, grab yourself a little celebratory drink. You've earned it today.
Complimentary, might we add. It's free. You don't hear that a lot. Take advantage of it.
Sloan, a heck of a race. First time we've gotten to see the ZR4 class. What did you make of it?
Oh my gosh. I think just talking to all teams across the paddock, we didn't know how ZR4 was going to fit into everything, and I think they fit in flawlessly. I think that they really started to take not a liking to the track and to their competitors, but they meshed in very, very well. I think that everybody raced well, and we're safe, we're happy, and we're here. So thank you to our ZR4 competitors.
I think an instant target on the back of this C8 Corvette. I know they have aspirations of maybe racing in a different class in the future, but if they continue to race in ZR4, I think they're the team to beat. But we saw really competitive lap times from everybody in the field, a host of Porsche Caymans, a Porsche Boxster, a Mazda Miata, all of whom were competitive, and I think that was reflected in the podium as well.
Oh, absolutely. I think just across the board, the lap times that we saw, the competitiveness that we saw, again, qualifying yesterday was a nail-biter. This was a great race. They put on a great show, and I'm really excited for tomorrow.
Well, Salone, I'll let you take it away. Let's celebrate our ZR3 podium.
Oopsies. In third place, we have number 85, AOA Racing. Yeah, we keep the screams and the cheers going. Yep. Oh my God. Oh, I forget my voice echoes. In second place, we have the car number 14, AOA Racing. Come on, Batman, let's go. Oh, God. And in first place, we have car number 177, Camburn Performance. Congratulations, you guys. Let's make sure to hold those trophies high. We're going to pose for some photos. Hold them high, smile. Oh, Batman, you look great. You look, yep, he's going to save the city of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. And we got the okay, so spray some bubbly!
Ladies and gentlemen, your ZR3 class podium.
They ran without spraying their champagne.
We'll remind you again, if you're joining us to celebrate, check in with the table. And Maddie, grab yourself a celebratory drink or two and a Zenith koozie and help us celebrate here. Well, we set the champagne and podiums for our next class. We'll begin in just a moment. Sloan, a topsy-turvy race in ZR3 today. We saw the lead change a handful of times, but in the end, it was the Janetta that survived.
Yeah, I mean, just watching that, again, another nail biter. We had some incredibly tough contenders. We had some things happen towards the end of the race. Thankfully, all competitors are okay. But truly, you never know what's going to happen in racing. Things can change in the last 5 minutes. Things can change in the last hour. But it really is who comes out on top. And we just give a big round of applause to our winners and finishers and winishers.
And with how much attrition we saw in some of the other classes, how about 2 AOA cars on the podium? That's not an easy thing to do.
No, definitely not. That team has run many, many cars over their years, and to have both of those 2 cars up on the podium is incredibly special. So congratulations to AOA.
All right, well, I think it's time to start the celebrations for our ZR2 class podium. We'll start with our third place finishers, bearing the number 94. It's 9-4 Motorsports. Finishing second in ZR2, driving that 911 GT3 Cup car, the number 18, Kingpin Racing. And the dream weekend continues because our winners after 2 on the podium in ZR3, your ZR2 class winners, the number 74 crew from AOA Racing. All right, drivers, caps on, trophies high. Lift up those trophies.
Come on, lift him up, lift him up. There you go.
And we'll let you set the trophies down because it's time to spray some champagne.
I love how everyone gets out of the way like they're not going to get
Ladies and gentlemen, your ZR2 podium. As we reset for our last podium celebration for ZP2 Sloan, I want to get your thoughts. Again, a lot of attrition was the name of the game, surviving the 7 hours, and we got to do it all again tomorrow. We saw a couple key contenders fall by the wayside, but it opened the door for the 74, didn't it?
Oh, it did. And, you know, I think it is just a big feat to race for 7 hours and then have to re-prep your car to race for another 7 hours. A lot of teams have said, you know, you're racing an entire series in one day, essentially, or 2 days, because you've got 14 hours across the board, where some races are only an hour across different series. So this is not an easy thing to do. And it's a huge thank you to the crew, to the drivers, to, you know, the hospitality, everybody.
And while only 3, teams in every class get to celebrate, I want to give a big tip of the cap to the 41 crew, the 392 crew as well, because they ran really, really good races before some woes truncated their race, but a chance to do it again tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that's the beauty of this series is that we've got 2 races. So we're wishing best of luck to our competitors that were not able to finish the race, and we're hoping for a strong start for them tomorrow.
Sloan, I'll leave it to you. It's time to celebrate ZP2.
Oh, thank you so much, Jonathan. I'm so excited. And now our ZP2 class. In third place, car number 77, Nimbus Racing. Just the two of you? Oh my goodness. I'm like, oh, was there another driver? No, just these two. That's crazy. Hold your trophies high and smile. That's amazing. And in second place, we have car number 59, Stratus Racing. What an amazing battle on track and qualifying for you guys. Oh my goodness. Raise those trophies high for a photo or not. Okay. There, thank you, Clay. Yep, beautiful, beautiful. And in first place, our overall winner for our Saturday race, number 4, round 3 racing. Congratulations, guys. Hold those trophies high or medium, whatever you prefer. And when we get the okay, we got the okay. Spray some bubbly! And let's keep cheering. Woohoo! Oh my gosh. Thank you so much to everybody who came to celebrate, who came to watch. This has been a phenomenal day of racing, and we have a whole nother day tomorrow starting at 8:30 a.m. Central Time.
It's the beauty of these doubleheader weekends. We get to enjoy a full weekend of racing, no rest for the weary, but hopefully some more champagne. We'll celebrate 4 more classes tomorrow, 8:30 Central Time. We'll see you there. You can follow along on the live stream, Alcomel timing, but the best way to do it is trackside. We'll see you all tomorrow. Get some rest and celebrate in town. Thanks so much for joining us for Race 1 of the weekend here at Road America.
Sloan and Jonathan, out.